We are live at Coletco. Welcome, everybody. Oh, man, I'm late. Not really. Am I late? No. Fridays and Saturdays are the worthless for me. I'm more prone to be on time on Monday than any time. Right here? Okay. Okay. Pretty self explanatory. Okay. All right. Sometimes it's just like, uh, you know, very difficult to get a touch with me. My mic was muted. It was. It's unmuted now. But yeah, what I was saying is this very Paul is the reason I'm late. Very very tough to see me. And he's just like, dude, I gotta talk to you about some stuff. And I was like, all right, let's take care of it. um what was I doing? I was about to start sharing this link. Yeah, so what was I saying? My mic was muted. I don't know what y'all didn't hear. So when I'm really late, it's because usually somebody here needs to talk to me, which is perfectly okay. But because I usually plan my day. I plan my day where like I show up here 10 minutes before I go live. Otherwise, I've always learned it's not really efficient for me to be here any earlier. Right, Paul? And Paul just said yes. And I was blaming everybody I was late because of you. Yeah, I was blaming everybody because and he'll vouch. Paul just said it was his fault because I was about to go live at 5:15 and now it's 5:46. So it's Paul's fault. He's owning up for it. Okay, got that shared. Um, Craig says I couldn't be late if my life depended on it. That means like if I was going to be late, I would die. Yeah, y'all better be planning to come to my funeral then. No, I plan it. I'm like, I plan it where like everything has to go perfectly, and everything has to go perfectly. So if I get here and there's like an interruption, then it's all over. Okay, like then it's over. Like if I have to talk to somebody, if somebody's outside in the parking lot when I'm getting out, and then turns into a 20-minute conversation, because I'm not a rude person, and usually I'd be like, I just can't. You'd probably should be like, I just can't talk. Sorry, just keep walking and go right back here. But that's just not me. I'm not a rude person like that. So someone's like, I gotta talk. I'm like, all right, let's talk. Right, Tanner? I mean, Paul? Oh my gosh. Paul just called me Seth. That's the equivalent of cussing a man. I'm almost done sharing, and then we're going to get right into tagging stuff. Because we've sold another big lot of stuff, and it's going to be great to recap all this because we went through Hatchet Ed stuff. So John's already brought up 4 crates and a box of 45s. There was already 4 other crates from that. We got stuff to go back through. And okay, everything's done. Here we go. No invoice yet. You won't be getting an invoice until Monday. You will not be getting an invoice until Monday. All right, here we go. First thing we have is this right here. If you bought something yesterday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Sunday, if you bought something Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or tonight, you do not get an invoice until Monday. If you buy something on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you don't get an invoice until Monday. Invoices are sent out on Mondays. Just think of the song. Monday, Monday. All righty. Here we go. So John just left. Paul's in the back. I think he's working on a few things. Brian's around the corner packing up y'all's orders. We are packing, shipping, tagging, sorting, and I need to pull up our private group. Hope I've tagged our followers in the chat. I think I might go ahead and tag top fans over here. One more thing to tag. Now. Okay. First auction. GTR featuring Steve Howe and Steve Hackett. When the Heart Rules the Mind. GTR single and picture sleeve. $5 start on GTR. U2 Desire. U2 Desire. Hallelujah, here she comes. U2. This is going to go up for $5 and $5 starts. $5 and $5 starts on those. This is currently not available. And first thing we have here is Opeth, Ghost Reveries. Opeth is a 2 LP, new and sealed, 4-page booklet and poster. Opeth is $46.99. We have Whiskey Myers, Mud, new and sealed, $28.99 for Whiskey Myers. Also, we have Opeth. This is Heritage. Opeth is a 2 LP, $54.99. Opeth is $54.99. Now that is the limited numbered colored, and since then they've announced a repress, and that means this original issue on black and red vinyl was a really good seller. So that's the limited numbered color, and they're already pressing it on black vinyl now. The Rolling Stones, Beggar's Banquet, new and sealed, $33.99. GTR has a bid for $5. U2 has a bid for $6. So one bid on GTR for $5. Now a bid for $6, and Mark Berger has U2 for $6. Joe Satriani, Surfing with the Alien. Joe Satriani is a new sealed music on vinyl remaster, $39.99. Pulp, Different Class. Pulp is new and sealed for $33.99. And Halloween, Walls of Jericho. Halloween is $44.99. That's new and sealed. And so is Pearl Jam Versus. We sold an OG copy last night. Here's a new and sealed remaster, Pearl Jam Versus, $33.99. Soundgarden, Screaming Life and FOP. That is a 2 LP. Their seminal debut mini album and the bonus EP FOP, $33.99. A Psych Essential, The Inner Mystique of the Chocolate Watch Band. That is $33.99. The Inner Mystique of the Chocolate Watch Band, $33.99 on that. KC and the Sunshine Band on clear vinyl. That's called Now Playing, a.k.a. a Greatest Hits. There's KC. There's the Sunshine Band. That's the way. I like it. We have Avril, not April, Avril Lavigne, 2 LP Greatest Hits, $39.99. And Galactic Cowboys, At the End of the Day, red vinyl, $39.99. Now GTR is at $6 with John Gollin. David Howard's out. Mike Bartley, you're out. And U2 Desire had one bid for $6, and that's a final call to Mark Berger, the original 7-inch single there of Desire. Misfits, Legacy of Brutality, new and sealed, $33.99. The Rolling Stones, Exile on Main Street. That's a 2 LP half-speed master, $46.99 on the Rolling Stones. The Red Hot Chili Peppers, Freaky Style. Red Hot Chili Peppers is $33.99. Kiss, Alive 3. Alive 3 is $46.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers' Greatest Hits is $44.99. Also, Guns N' Roses' Greatest Hits, $46.99. 2 LP, new and sealed. The Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers is $36.99. And Rush Counterparts, 2 LP, new and sealed, $39.99. Rush Counterparts. All right, the U2 only got that one bid, so that's officially sold then to Mark Berger for $6. Thank you. Now GTR is at $7. Now GTR is at $8. Really cool picture sleeve there of the GTR single, When the Heart Rules the Mind. All this is new and sealed. Anybody's interested in anything in there? Just let me know, because I'm about to read the titles one more time very quickly. John has brought me a Blue Million, new picture sleeves, and 45s to auction tonight, on top of all the other stuff he brought me. Here's an 80s hit classic, Madness, Our House, Madness, Our House. The B-side is Cardiac Arrest. Madness is going to go up for a $7 start. Speaking of a $7 start, that was the last bid on GTR, and now there's a bid on 8 with John Gollin. Anybody else want anything in here? Has everybody done me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook? Hit the like button on YouTube. Make sure you've shared it if you don't mind doing that. We're in for another long and winding road. A total show of at least 8 hours to do tonight. Last night we did a 9-hour show, and we sold a lot of stuff, and we got to match that again tonight. So here's what's left in here. We got to sell something out of here, right? We got to sell something out of here. We had Rush, the Rolling Stones, Guns N' Roses, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Kiss, Red Hot Chili Peppers, the Rolling Stones, the Misfits, Galactic Cowboys, Avril Lavigne. Casey and the Sunshine Band, The Inner Mystique of the Chocolate Watch Band. Who released this? Sundazed. $33.99. George H. Sundazed. Soundgarden, Pearl Jam, Halloween, Pulp, Joe Satriani, The Rolling Stones, Opeth, Whiskey Myers, and Opeth. GTR is now at $10. Remember, you lose an hour of time tonight. Oh, I don't want to think about that. I know probably about the time we're winding the show down, my clock's going to move forward an hour. It's going to really suck. All right. So GTR is at 10 and Madness is a $7 start. Our house. Anybody? I love selling something out of the first bin, but I guess we're not going to. I've got to go right into my flip videos. I've been starting with our flip videos so we get off to a great start because I know for sure when I start doing our flip videos, we've sold stuff. Okay. Y'all let me down. I've already let me down tonight. Okay, let's set this right over here. Let's bring over that crate I'm talking about, which I think is technically this first Hatchet Ed crate, which is right here next to me. Yeah, let me do this right here. Let me move this, and I'm going to move this right here. Got to go through this crate right here. This is actually a Hatchet Ed bin. So it's a lot of mixed match stuff, but I did post it. We got Jerry Cantrell, Slaughter, Sinatra, Judas Priest, Jar of Flies, Iron Maiden Live, Maryland, Personal Jesus, Page and Plant, Slaughter, Stick It To Ya, and Thin Lizzy in Chicago. Okay. So GTR is at $10 of David Howard. I got to make sure John Gollin's done bidding. Now Madness has two $7 bids, Mark Rendon and J.J. Wilson. First thing we have is Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder. Pink Floyd's the 3 LP box set, $79.99. Pink Floyd, The Delicate Sound of Thunder. Iron Maiden, this is called Maiden Voyage. This is officially sold to Joshua Day. First sale of the night. This is sold to Joshua Day. Iron Maiden, Maiden Voyage. That is sold to Joshua. Also, we have two copies of Stabbing Westward. That's Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel. Limited edition of 1,500. And that's on red and black marble vinyl. Stabbing Westward is $39.99. We have two of those. Nickelback, Live in Nashville, New and Sealed, 2 LP. $44.99 for Nickelback Live in Nashville. We have Blackstone Cherry, limited to 1,000 on red vinyl. $38.99. That's Blackstone Cherry. The GTR is officially sold to David Howard for $10. Madness Our House has a bid of $8 with Mark Rendon. Mark, technically you bid against yourself. You bid first at $7, and then JJ bid $7. And now you're at $8.13, which we're not going to count the 13 cents. We don't do pennies anymore. They got rid of those. Just dollars. Round up to the dollar. No more penny, no more change. Like that Seinfeld episode. Kramer trying to unload all that change off on that guy, and he got real mad. We round up to the dollars. We have New Kids on the Block. You got it, the right stuff. New Kids on the Block is a $7 start. I'm about to start putting up some of our LPs in just a second. We have Dwight Yoakam, Hillbilly Deluxe. Dwight Yoakam's on clear vinyl, $33.99. Leonard Skinner, Last of a Dying Breed. Leonard Skinner is a 2 LP Go Vinyl, $49.99 for Leonard Skinner. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe 2. That's on Dracula colored vinyl, $39.99 for Rob Zombie. Slaughter, Stick It To Ya. Slaughter is $33.99. These are new, and I have one sold to James Cohorn. Thank you, James Cohorn. That one's sold to you. And now we have Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory. Oasis is $44.99. This is a 2 LP new and sealed. $44.99 for Oasis. What's the Story, Morning Glory. Marilyn Manson, Hell Is So Cold. That's live Marilyn Manson. $29.99 for Marilyn Manson. Also, Chris Cornell. It's called Chris Cornell. It's a hits compilation. That's tracks over Soundgarden, Temple of the Dog, his solo career. I think y'all are familiar with that. $46.99. Madness is officially sold to Mark Rendon for $8. Mark, you get Madness for $8. That's sold to you. Over here is New Kids on the Block with a bid for $7. Has Aerosmith sold? When is Aerosmith being sold? We hadn't sold a single auction yet. a single LP auction. All the LP auctions will start here momentarily. Anything that was advertised, absolutely none of them has went up. Here's a great picture sleeve. We were talking about this song and album last night. This is Yes. Love Will Find a Way. $7 start on that. Chris Cornell is sold to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That is sold to you. We have Marilyn Manson, Personal Jesus. This is live. Marilyn Manson, $29.99. Holland, 1998. That's sold to Brian Jones. Thank you, Brian Jones. That's sold to you. I got another live Marilyn Manson there. Be My Valentine, Charlie Brown, $36.99 on that. Also, Muse, Black Holes and Revelations. Muse is $33.99. The New Kids on the Block, just one bid, $7. So did Don Nicole. David Howard has Yes. Love Will Find a Way. Picture sleeve at $7. Going once, going twice to David Howard. Our next one over here is going to be the good old Milli Vanilli. Milli Vanilli. Baby, Don't Forget My Number. Picture sleeve. $7 start on Milli Vanilli. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits. You Give Love a Bad Name. It's My Life. $44.99 for Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits. We got two of those. I also have The Cure, I Hear No Sound. Amsterdam, 1979. The Cure is $33.99. Yes has a new bid for $8. Kiss, Unplugged, $46.99. I just recently developed a liking for that Yes song. I've always stayed away from more of the poppy Yes, but I'm kind of a fan now of Love Will Find a Way. Great vocals. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Trying to get loaded up here on caffeine. Craig says I sound like I'm about to fall asleep. Well, collectively, I've had about 4 hours sleep, so it probably does sound that way, but I'll get woke up here in a second. Iron Maiden, Brave New World. Iron Maiden is $56.99. Brave New World. This is a 2 LP, new and sealed. Yes is at $7. Yes is at $8. We have Page and Plant, Going to California, Volume 1. Page and Plant is sold to Chris Sheridan. Thank you, Chris Sheridan. That is sold to you. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Also, we have Kiss Alive 3. Kiss Alive 3 is $49.99. I have once again forgot to read off the B-sides. I got to start reading off the B-sides on every one of these. I keep forgetting. Holy Lamb is the B-side. These are songs from Big Generator. Love Will Find a Way and Holy Lamb. Because every time I've put up a 45 now, I guess I need to do the B-side of Milli Vanilli. Baby, Don't Forget My Number. And this is called Baby, Don't Forget My Number and Too Much Monkey Business on that. We have not sold any LP auctions yet. J.J. Wilson says he'll take the Cure bootleg. That's sold to J.J. Wilson. Thank you. That is sold. David Howard, let me know if you want back in on Yes. I got 2 copies of Warrant's The Best of Warrant. First time on vinyl, a 2 LP, $54.99, The Best of Warrant. And Great White, this is Hooked. Blue vinyl, $33.99. Great White Hooked. And then Tool Undertow. Tool Undertow is $33.99. Tool Undertow, $33.99. That is part of a Hatchet Ed crate. I think I've got another one over here. I do have another one over here. Great titles in there, just FYI. Yes has a new bid for $9. And I still got to pull JJ, Thin Lizzy, which is in another bin. Jar of Flies, Judas Priest, Sinatra, Jerry Cantrell. And Michael Schubert also wanted a slaughter. So we actually sold another slaughter. That one sold to Michael Schubert. The other stuff is coming up in previous bins. So Calvin's went out on Yes. Mark Chesler has Yes for $9. If anybody wants Milli Vanilli, it is a $7 buy it now. Baby, Don't Forget My Number. Too Much Monkey Business. $7 on that. Okay? And then here's what's available in here. We have Tool Undertow, Great White Hooked, The Best of Warrant, Kiss Alive 3, Iron Maiden Brave New World, Kiss Unplugged, The Greatest Hits of Bon Jovi, Muse Black Holes and Revelations, Charlie Brown Be My Valentine, Marilyn Manson, Oasis, Slaughter, Rob Zombie, Leonard Skinner, Dwight Yoakam, Blackstone Cherry, Nickelback, Stabbing Westward, and Pink Floyd. And that's the Pink Floyd Delicate Sound of Thunder box set there. Let me step over here, and we've been through that one. Here is the other one I think I need to read through. Yep, this has got some great titles in it. Let's go ahead and hit these right here right quick. Let's mix these up a little bit too and make sure I've got everything in the order I need it in. Stephen Reeves wants a Kiss Unplugged. Thank you, Stephen Reeves. Kiss Unplugged is so do you. If anybody else wants one of those, I think I have them around here somewhere. Kiss Unplugged. And then Nickelback is a new live in Nashville. That's where they played at the Bridgestone Arena. I would have went to that if I knew they was going to put it on vinyl. That's pretty cool. $44.99. Nickelback live in Nashville, 2 LP. David Howard wants the Pink Floyd box. Excellent decision there. Let me actually make a note to order more of these because anytime I sell out of that, I always stock more, just like Pulse. You know what I didn't do this week? I don't think I ordered a Pulse. I don't think I ordered a Smashing Pumpkins, which we've been selling at least one of forever. I kind of killed my own streak there, I think, unless we did it on Monday. Boy, we've done so many shows this week. Well, we do so many shows every week, but I feel like we've sold more volume this week than ever before. I mean, we've been doing like 8, 9 crates for 6 nights in a row. Plus, Paul did quite a bit on Sunday, not counting off our 45s. So I'm looking forward to seeing how our numbers turn out this week because I think y'all have gave us a really good week. It's been an excellent week here at CollectCo. Stabbing Westward is Wither, a Blister, Burn, and Peel. And Stabbing Westward is $39.99. Mark Chesler, you get yes for $9. Mark Chesler, you get yes for $9. Let's go ahead and grab some more 45s over here. 2 more batches of 45s or another batch of 45s. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to start putting up tonight's LPs. All right, we got Genesis, Tonight, Tonight, Tonight. Cool. In the Glow of the Night. That's a great song there from part of Domino. In the Glow of the Night. Genesis is a $7 start. And we have a promo of David Allan Coe, Willie Whalen and Me. And Willie Whalen and Me, it's a double-sided promo, mono stereo from DAC. That's going to go up for a $7 start as well. Okay, Stabbing Westward is $39.99. Scott Martin, Stabbing Westward is a new sealed music on vinyl import, $39.99. Thin Lizzy, this is live in Chicago. This is actually sold to J.J. Wilson. Thank you, J.J. That's sold to you. J.J. Wilson gets the Thin Lizzy back in Chicago. We got Frank Sinatra Collected, which back-to-back here, both of these have been claimed. Sinatra Collected is sold to Terry Gearhart. That's a great compilation. I can get more of those if anybody else wants one. David Allan Coe has a bid for $7. We got Danger, Danger. This is $39.99. Music on vinyl. Music on vinyl. Danger, Danger, $39.99. Warrant Cherry Pie. She's My Apple Pie. $34.99 on Cherry Pie. That is the only copy left in the store, to my knowledge, unless somebody else don't pay for one. Megadeth, Hammersmith over Odeon. This is Megadeth live, 1987, $29.99 with the uncensored cover or the corrected cover. When we first got these, Brian noticed on the back there was a picture of James Hetfield and Kurt Hammett on the back, and we was like, that's a mess up. And then they quickly started correcting the jacket. So whoever has one of those, that's a cool mess up. The Genesis is Tonight, Tonight, Tonight. That's a single off Invisible Touch, and that's a great song there, In the Glow of the Night. That's got that great vocals by Phil Collins, and it has those organs, keyboards, synthesizers, whatever you want to call them. Jar of Flies is sold to Clarissa Zavala. Thank you, Clarissa. Jar of Flies is sold to Clarissa Zavala. That was my last copy if anybody wants to go on a waiting list. We got Barren Cross, State of Control. Barren Cross is new and sealed, and this is on red vinyl, $34.99. Brian Anderson wants Megadeth. That's sold to our very own Brian Anderson, and he's about 10 yards away from me, around the corner. That's sold to Brian Anderson. Thank you, Brian. And then Kiss, self-titled, is $33.99. Now we just got to get Paul to buy something. $33.99. He says he'll take it. He says he'll take it right now. There it is. We might start hearing that play here in a minute in the back, as long as we don't get copyrighted. We have Rush, Test for Echo, $39.99. Genesis 9, David Allan Coe 10. That's kind of like as quick as Steve got the Ramones record. We sold that Ramones record to Steve that works here, and Tanner texted me. He's like, Steve's already paid for the Ramones record and left with it. I was like, dang, I didn't even get to say goodbye. He wanted to make sure I did not redact, renege on that Ramones record. He paid for it and left the building with it. He was like, I don't want Chad changing his mind and not selling me this thing. Rush, this is Counterparts, $39.99, because I did think it was going to bring close to 3,000, and he was the only bidder on it. So at 2,000, so it's gone. It's when Steve's collection. We might not ever see it again. Rush, Roll the Bones, $33.99 on Rush, Roll the Bones. I've got King Crimson. This is Lark's Tongue and Aspic, $36.99 on King Crimson. $36.99 on King Crimson. That's a 200 gram. And we got Thin Lizzy Acoustic Session. This is on clear vinyl, $36.99. $36.99 on Thin Lizzy, the acoustic sessions. How about Fastway, self-titled live? That's on white vinyl. Fastway is $39.99. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook and the like button on YouTube? Jerry Cantrell is sold to Michael Schubert. That completes his comments. Michael, this is sold to you. Red vinyl 2LP, $36.99. Michael Schubert got Jerry Cantrell. Thank you. And then we've got Marilyn Manson. Here's another copy of Personal Jesus. This is live in the Netherlands, $29.99. Marilyn Manson, $29.99 there on Personal Jesus. We've got one copy here of Testament, The Legacy. Testament is $38.99. That's a new sealed music on vinyl pressing. $38.99 on Testament. And Red Hot Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar, Sex Magic, a sealed remaster, $39.99. So Genesis is at 10 with David Howard, and that's now sold. Robert went out. David Howard, thank you on Genesis for 10. And then David Allen Coe is at 10 with Vicky, and that means Ryan Eaton went out. The other bidder was John Gollin. John's out. Vicky, thank you. That's sold to you for $10. David Allen Coe promo. Appreciate that as always. Thank you, Vicky. Vicky showed up late like I did. She's already buying records. Appreciate that, Vicky, as always. She's right down the road from here, sort of, in my hometown, Gornsville, Tennessee. We're here in Lebanon, Tennessee, broadcasting live in Lebanon from Coletco headquarters, world headquarters, right here in Lebanon. The world headquarters of Coletco. And I have another auction going up, and this is the outfield. And let's do Oh Sherry by Steve Perry, and then we're going to put up our first LP. So here's the outfield, Since You've Been Gone, and the B-side is Better Than Nothing. Those are singles from Bang, or Bang In, I should say. The outfield, that's going to go up for a $7 start. And we have Steve Perry Oh Sherry. Steve Perry Oh Sherry, and that is going to go up for a $7 start as well. Also, we have Angel of Retribution, Judas Priest. That's sold to William Warner. Thank you, William Warner. That is sold to you. And that's everything that was claimed from the Hatchet Ed crates. So all those comments. Now, I still got to do the other videos, which we might do here in a second or later tonight like we did the other ones. Ace Frehley, Trouble Walking. Ace Frehley is sealed, or actually it's new. These records don't come sealed. They're from Friday Music, and they are colored vinyl. That's $46.99. And then let's go back to the top. Do you have any more Marshall Tucker? I hadn't got to that video. Jeremiah. Let me see if there's... I made it to go ahead and tell them to put you on a waiting list because that video is right here, and it has a lot more comments. Always the first one does. Let me scroll through here and see if anybody claimed it. MC... Donna put MCLB. I'm going to have to figure out what her comments mean. Donna put MCLB. And then Buffett, and yeah, the first person right off the bat claimed Marshall Tucker. So Jeremiah, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. Yeah, the very first comment actually bought Marshall Tucker. That was the very first comment. I'm about to do that crate next. Great new stuff showed up yesterday. I feel like a lot more of it should have sold. It did from that flip video for sure. Galactic Cowboys, the horse that Bud bought, $39.99 on Galactic Cowboys. The outfield's at 12. Steve Perry's at 7. Todd Doris bid first. Dio, the very beast of Dio Volume 2, colored vinyl. $44.99 on Dio. Judas Priest is $36.99. We got our first waiting list of the night, and that is for Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. I'll show that in just a second. I'll make that sure that's the first thing I pull. Rocky Horror Picture Show. We auctioned an OG last night. This is new and sealed on red vinyl, $28.99. We have Yngwie Malmsteen, Eclipse, $38.99. Pink Floyd is $38.99. Eddie Hazel, $38.99. And then T-Bone Walker, T-Bone Blues, $64.99. Rush Counterparts is $39, and Whitesnake 87 is $59.99. Whitesnake 87, $59.99. So that's what we have right there. Let me put all these best of warrants together over here. Those need to all stay together. What else can I kind of put together here? There's Kiss. I try to keep all the other stuff together. I think I can get most of this in this crate right here, which would be great. And that means all the Hatchet Ed putbacks is here in one crate. That worked out really good there. Let me put my phone here. Let's slide this over. And I want to thank everybody for spending Saturday night with us. If you're here for the whole show, welcome. If you're here for just a little bit, I'll try to show as much as fast as possible. We do this every night, and tonight is the last opportunity for $7 in limited shipping. What does that mean? That means right now, if you buy something for the first time this week, there will be a $7 shipping charge. If you've been buying since Sunday, it doesn't matter if you've already bought 2 whole crates full of records, like some people have. I bet there's some people that really calculate their savings on combined shipping, because I calculate our losses. But it's okay because people buy a lot of records. Some of these packages we ship out cost how much, Brian? $30, $40 probably, and we only charge $7, which is perfectly okay because I want people to buy as many records as they want, $7 in limited shipping. That's what we do here, okay? So, welcome. The outfield has a high bid for $16. Brian shipped one today for $47. See? I'm telling y'all, $7 is a great deal. Unlimited. Outfield's at $17. And then Steve Perry. Steve Perry's at $8 with Todd Doris. So Chad King, let me know if you want back in on Steve Perry. What is the B-side? And Donna said that was John Cougar and Motley Crue. Okay, thank you for the letters. I will be on the lookout for those right now. And we have Steve Perry, Don't Tell Me Why You're Leaving. Don't tell me why you're leaving. There's that. Do I have any clean cloths? Not that I think for sure. Not that I think for sure. Chad, glad to see you finally joined us. I know I was very late. I was later tonight than I have been all week. I was really late last night, and I was even later tonight. So I'll make up for it, and we'll start right at 5 on Monday. I promise. 5 o'clock on Monday. I was really late. Here we go. We have Lamb of God. This is $36.99. Here's some stuff that's sold. We got Buffett and Marshall Tucker, Alice Cooper, Skid Row, Motley Crue, and then Loverboy. I think, Donna, you meant LB for Loverboy. Spoon. Somebody asked more info on Smithereens, but there's not a Smithereens album. Easter Everywhere, Yes. Cowboy Bebop, Astra Weeks, Weekend, Talk, Avenged Sevenfold, Ashes of the Wake, Danger. I got to make sure Greg Preston don't already have one. Spoon again, Lamb of God. This one right here is sold to Matt Shiker. Matt Shiker gets Lamb of God, and then Mike Vandergit says Lamb of God all. He wants every one of them. So this one's also sold to Mike Vandergits. So Matt Shiker got a Lamb of God, and this is called Strum and Drang, Lamb of God 7. It's a 2 LP, $36.99. Matt Shiker got one. Mike Vandergits got one. And then we also have claims for Easter Everywhere, Van Morrison, The Skylights, Loverboy, Drive-By Truckers, Hollywood Bowl, another Jimmy Buffett, another Marshall Tucker, another Chevelle. Todd Tipton wants the other Lamb of God. This is sold to Todd Tipton. And then we got requests for Cigarettes After Sex, Joan Jett, Motionless in White, Drama, Chevelle again, another Marshall Tucker. Wow. Okay, we got a lot of stuff sold here. And as y'all can see, there's great titles coming up, and there should be extras. We just sold out of this Lamb of God. All 3 sold. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, that's called Strum and Drang. I had never had that one before. So that's the first time I ever had that. We've sold 3 copies. The outfield's at $22. Steve Perry got a new bid for $10 with Chad King. And then, Chad, look on my Facebook page and see my ugly sentence credit holds a ton of records. I'll have to take a look at that, Stacy. Or maybe I've already seen that. Was it kind of tan looking? And then we have outfield at 24 and Steve Perry. And Steve Perry is at 10 with Chad King. And the other bidder went out. Let's go ahead and sell Steve Perry for 10. And that's sold to Chad King, okay? Thank you. Now, let's get our first LP going of the night. Let me move down my phones so I can see these comments a little bit better. There's our stack of 45s already going. Tanner sent me a picture of his table, his kitchen table at their house. And he said, here's what I'm doing for the rest of the day. And he had 45s in boxes all over their kitchen table. He said, I'll be here all day keying in 45s. He said, when is this going to stop? And I said, never. It's never going to stop, Tanner. The 45s must keep coming. We are not going to stop selling 45s. He's not complaining. He's just amazed at how many we've sold just already this week. Again, I was like, don't worry, there's more coming. So I think Tanner keyed in 45s for like 8 hours today. I think Seth was here keying in 45s for like 8 hours today. So first thing we have is AC/DC, Highway to Hell. Paul has this tagged as an original 1979 specialty with a company inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. This is an original 1979 U.S. specialty with the company inner sleeve. It is VG Plus condition. It is a $25 start. $25 start. AC/DC, Highway to Hell. $25 start. Next record in here is Loverboy. This is first time I'd had this on new sealed vinyl. It's called Get Lucky. If anybody wants on a waiting list. A really good thing about going on a waiting list tonight, you're not going to be billed Monday. You're going to be billed the next Monday. So it'll be a while before you see a bill for these, but that means you'll go ahead and grab one and make sure you're going to get one eventually, right? So Loverboy is sold to Donna Hand Shoemaker. Thank you, Donna. That is sold to you. Loverboy is sold. We got 2 copies left of, I keep wanting to say Doritos. Duran Duran Rio. This is the classic album, remastered with Hungry Like the Wolf, and of course, Rio is on there. That is $33.99, remastered Duran Duran. I still got both copies in there if anybody wants one. That is $33.99. The outfield has a high bid of $24, and Calvin went out, so Chad King gets that for $24. We got a lot of outfield collectors. That's one I don't see too often. Since you've been gone, picture sleeve from Bang. Very cool there. That is sold. Let me set my empty crate here, and let's start grabbing some more 45s. So let me show y'all what's coming up. Y'all remember the box I showed last night, right? Well, we didn't make a dent in it, even after pulling out the Allison chains and everything else. Here is some more John just gave me. It looks like it's all 80s picture sleeves and 70s picture sleeves, but mostly 80s picture sleeves, one after another. This whole box is full, and some other stuff like Johnny Cash is in there, Cliff Richard, and then some 60s ones. Lots of 80s hit picture sleeves, though. Rock, pop, and a few country as well. And then there's some really cool children's records like Casper. We got some of the Gremlins. We got an amazing Spider-Man book and record. I think that's pretty cool. We're going to auction that here in a second. And let's go ahead and do this one here. I don't know if I've ever had Pinocchio before. So there's a whole box of 45. Stacy feels like she's in a dream seeing all those. And they're all going to be sold. Now what I'll do is I'll make sure you can get on as late as possible, because what we'll start doing is I'll filter through and I'll put up the stuff I think we should auction. And then near the end tonight, whatever's left, we'll be doing Buy It Now 45s. I think we did that last Saturday night. I went through every 45 that I hadn't got through. Not the New Orleans stuff, but the hit records and popular top 40 stuff. And we'll put all those up for auction. And then what I don't get to, we'll make Buy It Now tonight probably for $6.99, okay? So Casper and Gremlins going up. Those will be put up for auction. Here, we'll consider them on deck. We'll get to them very soon. We're going to try to keep 2 or 3 auctions going all night. Next is Pinocchio. John, make sure to put out the nicer ones. Pinocchio is a storybook and record. Walt Disney, very nice. No writing on the pictures. I open up a lot of these, and there's like scribbles where our kids took a crayon to them and stuff. Pinocchio does have a little bit of writing up here. It looks like a price on it. That's going to go up for a $7 start, Pinocchio. AC/DC is an original 79 U.S. specialty, VG Plus, and that is at $30, okay? Pinocchio's at $7. And then we have Motley Crue. This is called Too Fast for Love. This is sold to Donna Hand Shoemaker. That's a remaster of Too Fast for Love, $33.99. Stacy, that was the Police Carnival mirror. Just one bid for $35. And then, hello, Doug. Glad to see you on. We have Joan Jett and the Black Hearts. This is Joan Jett's Greatest Hits, new and sealed, for $29.99. Joan Jett and the Black Hearts. This one's sold. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, be sure to let me know. Joan Jett is officially sold to Clarissa Zavala. Thank you, Clarissa Zavala. That is sold to you. I appreciate that. Pinocchio has a bid for $7. This is the X-Files soundtrack. This is on limited edition glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $29.99. The X-Files soundtrack. This is new and sealed for $29.99. The X-Files soundtrack. And I think no one really claimed these over here. So we still got 2 available if anybody wants it. That is $29.99 for the X-Files. I got 2 of those. And we have Avenged Sevenfold. That's a gatefold 2 LP self-titled on red vinyl. Avenged Sevenfold is $34.99. Avenged Sevenfold is sold to Joshua Day. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We had 2 in here. Now there's 1 in here. If anybody else wants one, there it is. Avenged Sevenfold, $34.99 red vinyl. Let's go ahead and grab another picture sleeve, and this is the Monkees, D.W. Washburn, and It's Nice to Be With You. The Monkees is in the original 60s picture sleeve. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Really cool one there, the Monkees. That's going to go up for a $7 start. AC/DC's now a final call to Todd Saw for $30. Pinocchio just has one bid for $7. Just one bid for $7. Dokken, Tooth and Nail. Dokken's got a really cool lenticular cover, blue vinyl. Dokken is $44.99. And Jimmy Buffett, Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. And this is $34.99. Now, Rick Hall says, I'll take Buffett, Marshall Tucker, Alice Cooper, Skid Row. Let me ask him, which Jimmy Buffett? Rick Hall, if you're watching, you put Buffett, and there's actually two Jimmy Buffetts in here. If you wanted this one, Rick Hall, it's yours. If not, I got to figure that out. And then we have NoFX, Pump Up the Volume. Pump Up the Volume from NoFX. This is $28.99. NoFX. And I know one of these have sold. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. These are new and sealed for $28.99. This is sold to Matt Shiker. Thank you, Matt Shiker. That is sold to you. And then we have one, Talk Talk, It's My Life. Talk Talk is $33.99. Talk Talk, It's My Life. $33.99. Talk Talk, this is new and sealed. This is sold to Reed Gregory. Thank you, Reed Gregory. This is sold to you. If anybody else wants to Talk, that was happened to be our last copy, but I can put you on a waiting list. There's a new bid on AC/DC for $35. The Monkees has a bid for $7. So Todd Saw, you have been outbid on AC/DC. Pinocchio just with that one bid, though, for $7. Great price on that, in my opinion. Trace Miller on that for $7. Brian, I'm glad to see that your boxes were delivered, at least part of them. I promise the other ones will show up. Sometimes those things get stuck in limbo. I know it sucks, but they'll show up. They always do. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, $44.99 on Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. I apologize again for the delay. $44.99. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, $44.99. That's a 2 LP. And this is sold to Rick Hall. This is sold to Rick Hall. Rick Hall, that is sold to you. He also got the Marshall Tucker, Alice Cooper. We got to figure out which Jimmy Buffett he wants, though. This is the Best of Crocus. Stayed Awake All Night, the Best of Crocus. This is $34.99. It's a limited edition 1500 on translucent green and marble vinyl. That is $34.99. That is the Best of Crocus. Now, the Monkees has a new bid for $8, but Jason Boxall already bid $10. And then we have it, give me 1 second. We have a new auction coming up. And the next new auction is going to go up right now, and it's Fleetwood Mac. And this is Tango in the Night. Nice copy here. I mean, we usually mark these like $45, $55 or more. Always a desirable one because it's a later one. And this happens to be a really nice copy. It's an 87 US original. It's in shrink with the hop sticker. Tango in the Night. Fleetwood Mac is a $25 start. $25 start. Fleetwood Mac. This is VG++ EX. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink and hype. And this is a $25 start. The Monkees is now at 13. Todd Saw, just so you know, you were outbid on the AC/DC. It's now going back to her for 35. Here's the other Lamb of God. This is called Ashes of the Wake. It's a 2 LP, $46.99. Lamb of God is $46.99. And this is a 20th anniversary deluxe 2 LP with 5 bonus tracks. And Lamb of God. And this one is sold to Mike Vandergits. He wanted all the Lamb of Gods. So that's sold to Mike Vandergits. Also, this one right here, Ashes of the Wake. Ashes of the Wake was sold to, I saw somebody just comment that by itself. Ashes of the Wake, $46.99 here. This is new and sealed. Let's see here. Spoon, give me feature. John Grace. Thank you, John Grace. That's sold to you. So John Grace gets that by itself. Also, I just seen Dokken Tooth and Nail was sold as well. Dokken Tooth and Nail is sold to Mike Vandergits as well. That's sold to Mike Vandergits, Dokken Tooth and Nail. And then we have 2 copies of this great live Jimi Hendrix Hollywood Bowl, 1967, $33.99. I love this concert. Pressed at QRP, sourced from the newly discovered. This was they didn't know this existed when this came out back last year. It was an undiscovered live Hendrix concert. He comes out to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. One did sell. These are $33.99. New and sealed Jimi Hendrix live here, and this is sold to Clifford Umstead. There's one extra copy there if anybody else wants it. I've got 2 copies of the 13th floor elevators Bull of the Woods. Bull of the Woods is $34.99. This is a new and sealed half-speed master 13th floor elevators Bull of the Woods. Now, I know some people claimed Easter Everywhere. I don't know if we have any claims for Bull of the Woods. Let me scroll through here right quick. There's an Easter Everywhere. Yeah, Bull of the Woods is still available. And these are a half-speed master, $34.99. I think when the Easter Everywheres come up, I think those are already sold, just FYI. Here is another Lamb of God, and this is called Wrath. So I've got one Wrath left because this one is going to go to Mike Vandergits. He put Lamb of God all, so that is definitely sold to him. And if anybody else wants one, there's at least one more there. Now, I need to update this AC/DC right quick. I don't think anybody else bid. Todd Saw had got outbid. Donna had it for $35. Todd said he was out, and so this is sold to Donna Hand Shoemaker for $35. Fleetwood Mac is VG++ EX. VG++ EX on Fleetwood Mac. So it's right on that borderline from being VG++ or maybe EX. And the high bid on Fleetwood Mac is just a new bid just came in for $30. Now we have the Monkeys picture sleeve here. Got a new bid for $16. Welcome everybody for Saturday night. We have 45s going up. We got everything going up. We've got, I think somebody asked for Casper earlier. Here's Casper, the Friendly Ghost. Now this is an early kids record here. You got to make sure you have the right equipment to play this. It plays on a 78 RPM. This is Casper, the Friendly Ghost. That's yellow vinyl, and it plays on a 78 RPM. Even if you don't want to play it, it's a really cool piece in really good condition. Anything Casper is very collectible. The music is by Mitch Miller and the Sandpipers, and it has another story, Little Audrey and Little Audrey Says. Yeah, I think it's like 2 stories on there. Either way, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Lamb of God Wrath is sold to Cameron Porter. Thank you, Cameron. That is sold to you. Over here, we got Alice Cooper Trash. This is sold to Rick Hall. Thank you, Rick Hall. That's sold to you. He got the Alice Cooper Trash. Now, if you see me sell out of something and you want to go on a waiting list, all this stuff, you can go on any waiting list you see us sell out of. That is sold. And then Yes Drama was sold to Mark Barbosa. Thank you, Mark Barbosa. That's sold to you. Yes Drama. I appreciate that. Casper is a $7 start. Natasha, when you're bidding, make sure you put the number. So make sure you put Casper and then $7. However, somebody else has already bid $7. These are up for auction, by the way, if you're new. These are up for auction, and these are buy it nows. For example, Fleetwood Mac got a new bid. Somebody put F35. So now that's a new bid. And then over here, the Monkeys is at 18 with Jason Boxell and John Gollins out. Really cool picture sleeve there by the Monkeys. I've got Danger Danger. I got to make sure Greg Preston hadn't already got one. I think he was on a waiting list. But either way, this is sold to Mike Vandergits. He got Danger Danger here. And now there's one extra copy. If anybody wants it, $39.99. David Bowie, live in Berlin. That is an official press. I say that because there are tons of David Bowie live bootlegs out there. Tons. Like, it's incredible. David Bowie's catalog, how much is in print. I mean, I think at any given time, there's like 90 or 100 different David Bowie records I could order. I could order like 3 full crates of nothing but Bowie. So I try to be careful because there's a lot of Bowie in stock, including all the bootlegs, live concerts. But this is on orange vinyl, $33.99 for David Bowie. And we have Marshall Tucker. Now, there was a big demand for this. Let me go ahead and make a note right now. This one, the first person to get it was Rick Hall. Jerry Stone got one last night. This one is sold to Rick Hall. And then we're already going to have a waiting list. Jeremiah Stasich was first. And if anybody else, that's a 2 LP. They're $33.99. 100% analog, remastered, expanded with 2 additional tracks that I guess wasn't on that original CD release. $33.99. And then we have one sold to Rick Hall, that one. And then Jeremiah Stasich, already live tonight, said he wanted on a waiting list. So let's put Jeremiah Stasich on a waiting list. And then I think there's some people still on the video that wants on the waiting list. There is David Vilma. David Vilma wants on a waiting list on that as well. So now there's going to be 2, and there may be somebody else. I'll find their comment here in just a second, okay? This is Lamb of God Omens. Now, this one was claimed first by nobody. So this one sold to Mike Vandergits. That's sold to Mike Vandergits. Marshall Tucker is on 100% original band recording, 100% analog remastered for vinyl. Made in USA. It doesn't really say a label. Ramblin', yeah, R-A-M-B, Ramblin', 1801. So that's a great price for a 2 LP, and it's all analog. And of course, y'all know Marshall Tucker, Can't You See? Take the Highway on here. Fire on the Mountain's a good song. 24 Hours at a Time, I like that one. Can't You See? I think, like I said, we all know that one. Can't You See? Heard it in a Love Song. There's it. I was looking for. I was like, oh boy, surely they didn't omit Heard It in a Love Song. There it is. Heard It in a Love Song. So Take the Highway's a great song. Heard It in a Love Song. Very, very cool. So there's that. And we have Rascal Flatts, Greatest Hits. Life is a Highway, $34.99. This is new and sealed, $34.99. God Bless the Broken Road, $34.99. Rascal Flatts. The Kinks, Arthur. That's a Gatefold 2 LP, $36.99 on Kinks Arthur. That is available. That's a pretty cool 50th anniversary deluxe on 2 LP, Gatefold remastered. And like I've been saying, OGs of that can get pricey, $36.99. All right, let's sell some auctions. We got 2 extra people on Marshall Tucker, Michael and Stacy. Let's go ahead and sell this Monkeys, and when I'm done with this crate, we're about to pick up the pace of new stuff. Jason Boxel, with more new stuff, I should say. Jason Boxel gets that for $18. Are we done on Fleetwood Mac? It's at a great price, and it's a final call, and it's with Kathy Boyce at $35. We're about to sell that. Casper's now at $15. Casper's now at $15, and that's going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and put up this Spider-Man comic book and record. Ooh, cool. The Amazing Spider-Man comic book and record. Let's let this thing go. Now, far as grading on like a comic book, looks like it's got a little damage up here. I mean, it's, if you want me to like assign a numerical grade, I'm going to say like it's got some, looks like it's gotten a little wet on the pages. I'm going to say it's probably going to have to go down to like a good grade because of that, right, Brian? It's definitely like good, but there's nothing really like damaged with the artwork or actually the book.
Color.
Yeah, really good color on this. So yeah, it looks like at one point it's got a little wet. You can kind of see it up in here and a little bit of discoloration, but the inside artwork, yeah, really cool. And the cover is like slightly detached right there. You can tell where the staples rusted. So other than that though, it's readable, it's handleable, and the disc, the vinyl's like VG+. $10 start on Spider-Man. $10 start on Spider-Man. That is now up for grabs. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. $10 start. So that's a Spider-Man comic book and record. It looks like he's doing a story here with the Man-Wolf. The Man-Wolf. That's now up for bid. Michael Peevler, also on Marshall Tucker. Lamb of God, self-titled. We got one sold to Mike Vandergits, and Matt Scheicher got the other one. Matt Scheicher got the other one. So that completes his comments. That was Lamb of God. Thank you. Those are sold. I'm glad I ordered all those Lamb of Gods. We have Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy Buffett. Now, this is kind of a weird one here because I've got basically 2 Jimmy Buffett. Rick Hall didn't let me know specifically which one he wanted. And then after that, 2 other people wanted this other Buffett. So I've really got to, David Johnson was next on Take the Weather. Yeah, so David Johnson, you're next on that if he didn't want it. And then I think there was one other person. So I'm going to put these over here in limbo and see who wanted what. We'll figure that out. Maybe Rick will reply to my comment live tonight, and I'll be able to check on it. I'll refresh my comments in just a second. And then next is another half-speed master of Easter Everywhere. And Easter Everywhere is $34.99. This is the 13th 4 elevators. Rod Fuller got a copy. This is sold to Rod Fuller, half-speed master. We were selling some OGs of these this week. That was this week. Some big prices on these. And the other one, 13th 4 elevators. The other 13th 4 elevators was sold to Aaron Below. Thank you, Aaron Below. That is sold to you. Okay, now we have Metal Church, new and sealed for $39.99. Now, Kathy, at the strike of the last second, you have been outbid on Tango, and Kathy said she's out. I was going to sell that when I completed this crate. I've read through the last 2 records, and there's a new bid. So now, Lenny Bryan, I'm going to sell to you. Lenny Bryan, have you bought from us before? I'm pretty sure I've said your name, but I don't think I say it too often, so I need to confirm. You basically got a last-second sniper bid on that, and that's sold to you for $36. Now, if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. Or if you're like, Chad, are you kidding me? I buy from you all the time. Then I apologize. So that's sold to you. Now here is the Spider-Man comic book and record. And like I said, it looks like it got a little wet right here at some point. Like if I had to grade it by comic book standards, it would be like a 2.0, you know, but it's presentable. If you're kind of wanting just to hold it and read it, this is the copy to have, you know. If you're wanting to hold it and read it and listening to it, this would be the one to have. Tracy Miller on Spider-Man for $25. The high bid on that's $25. And then Casper, the friendly ghost here, I think it was at $15. And then that was to the person who corrected or requested it, Natasha Pickett. Natasha, this is sold to you for $15. Natasha, thank you. Have you bought from us before, Natasha? Have you bought from us before, Natasha? So let me know. That's sold to you for $15. And then what happened on the Tango? I got to make sure I hear back from Lenny Bryan and make sure he's registered. If not, let me actually put that in pending. We have some late night. Okay, good. Yes. Pizza. My mom had some pizza she ordered, and I ate Chick-fil-A before the show, but I'm looking forward to eating some pizza maybe after the sale tonight. All right, so Spider-Man's at $25. Really cool there. And there's another one after this. There's another comic book record after this. There was another one behind Spider-Man. $25 on Spider-Man. Are we done in this bin? I think I've pulled everything that everybody requested, and then I'll let you know if you're on a waiting list. We got Metal Church self-titled. We got the Kinks, Arthur. We have Rascal Flatts' Greatest Hits. We have David Bowie live in Berlin. Danger, Danger. The 13 for Elevators, Bull of the Woods. Jimi Hendrix at the Hollywood Bowl. The Best of Crocus. No FX. Avenged Sevenfold. The X-Files, Motley Crue, and Duran Duran. Natasha's a first-time buyer. Thank you and welcome. Make sure you do me a favor and you send our Facebook page a message. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? I need your email address and mailing address. If we ever have a first-time buyer that wins an auction, I always make sure they message us right away. That's why I got to make sure I hear back from Lenny Bryan. If not, then I've got to give this one to Kathy Boyce. So Lenny Bryan, if you're out there, make sure you let me know pretty fast if you're a first-time buyer or if you bought from us before, and then we'll get you registered, okay? And then first thing we have is Cutting Crew. I just died in your arms tonight. Cutting Crew. I just died in your arms tonight. Very cool picture sleeve there. $7 start on that. And REO Speedwagon, Here With Me. From their hits record, REO Speedwagon's a $7 start. Cutting Crew is $7 start. And now the Spider-Man comic is sold to Tracy Miller for $25. Let's get another LP going. Tim Jensen wants Avenged Sevenfold. Natasha also wants the X-Files soundtrack. $7 in limited shipping. Lenny Bryan, are you still out there on the Fleetwood Mac? Kathy, stand by, because sometimes that was a weird last-second bid. I just want to make sure he's still with us before I officially call that to him. I always got to make sure we get people registered, and then they know what to do. Otherwise, we don't let auctions linger very much longer. Next thing we have is an original 1980 U.S. OG specialty pressing. Oh boy, here it is. AC/DC. I'm back in black. I hit the sack. This is a very nice copy, an OG specialty. This is AC/DC, and it's mastered by Bob Lowig. It has RL in the dead wax. This is the OG RL cut of Back in Black, which is now regarded as an amazing sounding record. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover. A nice copy of Back in Black. $35 start on that. OG specialty, mastered by Bob Lowig. Natasha, Lenny Bryan's a local pickup. Thank you. Sorry, you must have a kind of delayed connection because your bid came in very late, and then your reply just came in very late. So you must have a very delayed. You almost probably missed Fleetwood Mac. I'm glad your bid came in, but also you must have had a delayed connection there. Okay, there we have it. Let's see what's going on here. We have Metal Church. We have the Kinks, Rascal Flatts, Bowie, Danger, Danger, Jimi Hendrix. I've already read through those, okay? And we sold 2 more. Great. Anybody else want anything in there? If not, I think I might go ahead and go through our first new vintage crate tonight. And here's this box of knives again that I thought we were going to put out today, but I guess they didn't get put out. So we'll do that another day. Somebody asked about Van Morrison. I have not got to those yet. I think I'm going to go ahead and knock out one more crate like that right now. I'm going to do that right now, and then we're going to do our first check condition bin, okay? All right, there's that and that. And then ACDC, ACDC, ACDC. Cutting Crew has jumped up to 15, and REO Speedwagon's at 7. Final call. All righty, I think it's time to officially get into like new stuff. So the 4 crates of new vinyl that came in yesterday, everything left there is in a half of a crate. Wow. I've got 1 crate here of some stuff I believe Laura marked, and I'm going to go through this right quick. Going to knock this out first. And then we're going to get into some of our new vintage stuff that both Tanner and Paul has marked. Or excuse me, John and Paul has marked. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second here and take a drink of this. All right. These 2 are sold, Cutting Crew. I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight. That's sold to Chad King for 15. Donna got REO for 7. Donna Hand Shoemaker. And welcome first-time buyers. Welcome people that are here every night. Welcome everybody. Okay, here is a record John handed me. This is a sealed copy of the Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. And he believes it's an 80s pressing. Do you have any Pink Floyd The Wall 45 on white vinyl? We sold one a few nights ago, and that's the only one I've had. That's the only one I've had. Here's Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Rick Griffin artwork here on the front. It is sealed, and John believes it's an 80s pressing. Now, how he arrived at that, I'm not for sure, but that's what he handed me and told me. And this is a sealed copy of the Grateful Dead, and let's put it up for just a $25 start. Just a $25 start. Grateful Dead is now up for bid. I'm going to say that again, just a $25 start, a sealed copy. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is Pat Benatar, Hit Me With Your Best Shot. Why don't you hit me with your best shot? Pat Benatar, $7 start, really cool picture sleeve there. First thing in here is The Weeknd. The Weeknd is called After Hours. It is sealed, $34.99. This is our only copy. This might already be claimed, but if anybody's interested in going on a waiting list, we can acquire these. The Weeknd is sold to Reed Gregory. Thank you, Reed Gregory. Reed also got Talk earlier, so the Weeknd is sold to him. And then we have Churches. Every Open Eye. Churches is sealed, and that is $29.99. That's on white vinyl with a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Churches, and that is sealed for $29.99. This is Beyonce Act 2, Cowboy Carter. Those are sealed for $34.99. Beyonce. We've got 1. We've got 2 there. Also, Foxborough Hot Tubs. This is Foxborough Hot Tubs. Stop, Drop, and Roll. Sealed for $24.99. Boy, that was a mouthful. Midnight Oil, Armistice Day. Midnight Oil is unopened, a limited edition of 1,000 on yellow vinyl. That is $49.99. We got Travis Scott Rodeo. Travis Scott is sealed for $29.99. We've got 2 of those. Yes, The Quest. Yes is sealed for $34.99. And yes, The Quest is sealed and now sold to Bob Goodyear. Thank you, Bob Goodyear. That is sold to you. Yes, The Quest. Also, 1, 2, 3 copies of Morgan Wallen. One Thing at a Time. That's at a great price. A triple LP, $34.99 on bone-colored vinyl. Pat Benatar's at 8, 10, and now 12 of Calvin Ward. The Grateful Dead does not have a bid. A sealed copy for a $25 start. Wow. Am I off on Blue Juice? No, I got Blue Juice yesterday. I'm just on a different Walmart mixture tonight. Jason Boxell has AC/DC for $60. We're about to sell that. Also, we have Sleater and Kenny. Sleater and Kenny is sealed on Sea Blue vinyl. $19.99 for Sleater and Kenny. Mark Bolan and T-Rex. That's a Zoetrope picture disc. That's a Zoetrope picture disc from Mark Bolan and T-Rex. Those are sealed for $24.99. Cigarettes After Sex. This is sealed, $19.99. I'm pretty sure 1 did sell, and this is sold to Clarissa Zavala. It is. That's sold to Clarissa Zavala. Thank you, Clarissa. That is sold to you, Cigarettes After Sex. And I've got 2 more copies there if anybody wants one. This is Cowboy Bebop, music by Seatbelts. And Cowboy Bebop is sealed for $34.99. I'm pretty sure one of these were claimed. I wasn't too familiar with this, but we had like 3 of them last night. Matt Lawson gets this. Thank you, Matt Lawson. You get Cowboy Bebop. That's sold to Matt Lawson. And then Playboy Cardi. Playboy Cardi is sealed for $24.99. We've got 3 of those. Foster the People, secondhand news. Foster the People is sealed for $19.99. Foster the People is sealed for $19.99. And we have Van Morrison, Astral Weeks. Van Morrison. One of these are sold to Matt Lawson. These are sealed for $29.99 on olive green vinyl. And the other one here, Van Morrison, is sold to Aaron Below. Thank you, Aaron Below. That one is sold to you. Now, if anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Pat Benatar is now at $17. Hit me with your best shot. Grateful Dead did get a bid for $25. Grateful Dead did get a bid for $25. And now we have a final call on that. Melanie Jennings, Seal Grateful Dead, $25. Pat Benatar, $20. And ACDC, $62. Jason Boxel, you're out, okay? Scott Oman wants a Foster the People. Those are sealed for just $19.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. So here's what's left in here. Foster the People, Playboy Cardi, also Cigarettes After Sex, Mark Bolan and T-Rex, Sleater Kinney, Morgan Wallen, Travis Scott, Midnight Oil, Foxborough Hot Tubs, Playboy Carter, and by Beyonce and Churches. If anybody wants anything in there, just let me know. They're going to go right here behind me. And now I'm going to go ahead and bring up our first crate of pre-owned. Right now, there's 8 crates, 8 new vintage crates. 8 new vintage crates. 8 new vintage crates. Let's get started right now. 8 new vintage crates. Now, that doesn't include what I hear Paul's price gun marking right now. Right, Paul? He said, yep. He's in the back, and Paul's marking new stuff right now. I'm going to try to find our check condition bin first, if I can. John's rolled me up. I'm not surrounded by records like you always hear me complaining about, like I was last night. I was pretty surrounded last night. It was honestly kind of hard to move and logistically move crates, but we've put in the time and got them ready to go now. Let's go through our first check condition bin. These are always popular, and I see, as usual, great titles in here. So let's go ahead and get started and see what's in this check condition crate. Here we go. First thing we have is AC/DC got a bid for $67, then $70. Pat Benatar is still getting bids. And then Grateful Dead, just one bid for $25, sold to Melanie Jennings. Wow. Sealed Grateful Dead, $25. And we're really unsure of the pressing. So if that thing turns out to be like OG and she opens that, or she leaves it sealed and we're able to confirm, or I guess you can't confirm. That's one of those you really can't confirm, I don't think, unfortunately. Anyway, that's a great price regardless. I mean, for anything vintage, sealed Grateful Dead there, just one bid for $25. Wow. Okay, let's keep going. I have the Cars. This is their self-titled album. This is their debut, Just What I Needed. Self-titled Cars in the original inner sleeve. VG condition, $14.99. The Beach Boys, Friends. Friends is in shrink wrap. This is VG condition, $19.99 for the Beach Boys. So the Cars, Beach Boys, Eric Clapton Backless is VG plus $24.99. And Cheap Trick, Dream Police, VG plus $14.99. And Ray Charles, Greatest Hits, EX edition, $17.99. Pat Benatar is sold to Samuel Kopich for $27. They're still bidding on this beautiful copy of AC/DC back here. Really clean, mastered by Bob Ludwig. Let's see what else Paul's got his tag for auction. Ooh, the Indigo Girls. The Indigo Girls is an original 1989 US with the original on her sleeve. The vinyl is in VG condition, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. The Indigo Girls, VG condition, $25 start. It has the original on her sleeve with it there, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Tim's out on AC/DC, so I'm about to sell that to Jason for $80. And here's our next comic book and record. This is Wonder Woman. Really cool here, Wonder Woman, 1978 DC Comics, Peter Pan Records. This one's a lot better. Not really much, no water damage on this one. It does have a corner ding over here pretty bad. Looks like maybe it did get wet down here on this side, just FYI. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Wonder Woman, comic book and record, $10 start on that. Next thing is Foxy Lady, Cher, VG plus on that. Foxy Lady by Cher, VG plus $14.99. Chubby Checker, this is Chubby Checker's Beach Party, VG condition, $9.99. And Chuck Berry's Greatest Hits, VG plus $17.99. And The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, VG plus $17.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, which is the original press. It's the one that's a gatefold with their textured cover. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane. There is some writing on the inside. Somebody wrote their name on Nipper the dog. Nice record there. Don't you want somebody to love? Next is AC/DC is sold for $80, and that is sold to Jason Vauxhall. Thank you, Jason Vauxhall. That is sold to you for $80. I greatly appreciate that. And now we have another record to show. ELO's Greatest Hits, EX Edition, $17.99. My first crate of the night here has really filled up, so let me do some switcherooing. Let me do some good old switcherooing here. That one's full, and let's start filling up another one. Let's try to fill up a bunch tonight. I think we can with all this new vintage stuff. And first thing we have here is Cheech and Chong, Los Conchinos. Cheech and Chong is EX Edition, $24.99. And we have Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Randy Newman, EX Edition, $17.99. Wonder Woman is at $25. Indigo Girls is a $25 start. And Craig just shared the track listing. There we have it. Let's get some new auctions going. First, here's a cool little novelty piece here. I don't know if you really want to store records in it. You could if you had some lower grade stuff, but it's a cool nostalgic piece, maybe for display. It's called the Rhythm Tote, and it has these retractable vinyl handles here. Definitely from the looks of it, and being vinyl, it could be early 60s by the looks of these gals here on the front with their cool turntable. And I'm thinking it's like early 60s, maybe mid 60s, Rhythm Tote, based on the way I've seen other records. So late 50s, early 60s, Rhythm Tote. So it's a really cool, you could have put your records in here, then went over to your best friend's house and played your Elvis records and your Carpenter's records and your Rotting Christ records, whichever you wanted to play. This is Rhythm Tote, and that's a $15 start. That's now up for bid. We got Wonder Woman, we got a Rhythm Tote, and we got the Indigo Girls. Chris Smith wants the Cars. That is sold to Chris Smith. Thank you. Also, we have James Taylor, VG Plus, $9.99. James Taylor Flag, VG Plus, $9.99. Dr. Seuss presents If I Ran the Zoo. Dr. Seuss Sleep Book. This is VG condition, $9.99 on Dr. Seuss. And then Johnny Cash at San Quentin. Johnny Cash is VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. Columbia 2i, Loverboy. Loverboy is EX Edition, $17.99 for Loverboy. Also, Buddy Knox's Golden Hits. This is VG Plus, $19.99. Indigo Girls did not get a bid, right? No bid on Indigo Girls. IG, buy it now for $25 if anybody wants that. BIN for $25 if anybody wants that. That is a buy it now. I'm going to put it right over here. The Rhythm Tote has a bid for $15. The Wonder Woman comic book has a high bid of who? Tracy Miller at $28. Now, Tim's out. David Howard, do you want back in? Tracy has it for $28. Next thing we have is Natasha Pickett on RT, and that's a bid on Rhythm Tote. How much is Dr. Seuss? Seuss is VG $9.99. And then Dustin Whitaker on Johnny Cash. Dustin Whitaker gets Johnny Cash. Also, we have Elvis Roustabout, EX Edition, $24.99. Donna was second on Dr. Seuss. And Bob Seger, The Distance, VG Plus, $17.99 on that. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's David Bowie, We Can Be Heroes Just for One Day. This is an original 1977. This is a Waddell pressing. It's OG VG with the original inner sleeve. Bowie's going to go up for a $25 start. We Can Be Heroes, VG condition, $25 start. The Dr. Seuss was sold to ST. Who asked the price on it first? ST asked the price, and then he got it, and then Donna, you're second. I'm making sure David Howard is done on the Wonder Woman comic. It's at $28 with Tracy Miller, and the Rhythm Tote has a bid for $15. We're about to sell that. Next thing is the Rolling Stones Some Girls, VG condition, $14.99. Joe Cocker is VG Plus, $19.99. The Golden Grass, the Grassroots, that's VG Plus, $9.99. And Peter Criss, the solo album, EX edition, $32.99. No original sleeve, but it does have the insert. It does have a clip corner. Peter Criss is $32.99. EX $32.99. That is available. All right, David Bowie has a bid for $25. Give me 1 second. I need to send my uncle a message. Okay. Sorry about that. David Bowie 25, Christopher Lee got Chris, and Bowie's at 30. All right, unfortunately, I lost David Howard on the Wonder Woman comic, but we'll sell that to Tracy Miller for $28. And our new buyer, Natasha Pickett, on the Rhythm Tote for $15. Thank you, Natasha. That's so due for $15. Appreciate that. That's all gone. Now Bowie's at $30. Now Bowie's at $30. And give me 1 second over here. We have Prince. Here we go. Prince is called Another Lover Hole in Your Head. Prince is the original picture sleeve. Nice all the way around. $7 start on Prince. And these are available. These are new check condition vintage arrivals. If anybody wants any of these, they are available. Over here, I've got a really cool record. This is a sealed Guess Who. Now, I've never seen one of these sealed. This is sealed. It is artificial. What is the actual title of this one? It's 1973, and it came in like this envelope bag, which I think is really cool that this is still sealed. It's kind of like a Led Zeppelin In Through the Outdoor type deal. I think it's called Artificial Paradise, but it's the Guess Who. It comes in this envelope packaging. It's sealed, 1973, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. That's a sealed Guess Who record. One, that you don't see very often, and two, it is sealed. One more quick read-through these check condition records. The Beach Boys was VG $19.99. Clapton was VG Plus $24.99. Cheap Trick, Dream Police, VG Plus $14.99. Also, Ray Charles' Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. Cher was VG Plus $14.99. Foxy Lady. Chubby Checker Beach Party was VG $9.99. Chuck Berry was VG Plus $17.99. The Worst of Jefferson Airplane, VG Plus $17.99. ELO's Greatest Hits, EX $17.99. Cheech and Chong, EX $24.99. Randy Newman, EX $17.99. James Taylor, VG Plus $9.99. Loverboy is EX $17.99. Buddy Knox is VG Plus $19.99. Elvis, Roustabout, EX $24.99. Bob Seger was VG Plus $17.99. Also, the Rolling Stones, VG $14.99. Joe Cocker, VG Plus $19.99. I love the music on that album. Michael Peveler got Cheap Trick, and we have Golden Grass, the Grassroots, their Greatest Hits. That's VG Plus $9.99, okay? So Bowie's at $32 with Robert W. And the last bid on that was Donna Mitchell. So Donna, let me know if you want in. Prince just with one bid for $7, and that is with Teresa Cunningham. And now the sealed Guess Who is a $25 start. No bid on that until right now. How can I get rid of the ads on Facebook? Unfortunately, you can't. I've tried myself. I actually have turned off our Facebook page where we don't make money anymore. We have enough followers and engagement. I can get paid from ads, and I turned it off because I didn't want y'all interrupted, and they still show ads, and I don't get any of the money. So I don't know what's up with that. I need to look into it, because if y'all are still getting ads, I should be getting direct deposits in our bank account. And for some reason, they're still showing y'all ads, and I'm not getting paid. So I think they want to force them even. I think they're forcing them in now, just saying, well, we just won't send you the money. And I'm like, hold the phone. If y'all going to do that, at least send me money. Because to me, it was more valuable for y'all not to see ads. than for me for what I was making on ads, which is not a lot. I mean, it was pretty good the first big time because a lot of it had accumulated. But I mean, I'd rather y'all not see ads than I want y'all focused and watching the show. It's not like I'm trying to make a living on the ads. I'd rather y'all be buying records. So I've turned it off and they're still showing ads. So, but some people said there's loopholes like deleting the app and starting over. So there's that. Just FYI. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Prince did not get another bid, right? Teresa Cunningham got Prince for $7. Thank you, Teresa. Guess who's now at 40? And Bowie has a new bid too. Bowie got a new bid for 33. So Robert W., you got outbid on the Bowie. ST wants RS, and I'm assuming that was for Rolling Stones, right? ST on RS. That was probably for some girls. This VG copy here. This is sold. And let's put that right here to ST. And let's go ahead. Now, these are non-check condition records here. Non-check condition records here. EX are better. Procol Harum, shot on brightly. Procol Harum, super clean, a little bit of cover wear, $19.99, has the original inner sleeve from A&M Records. Procol Harum, $19.99. John Lennon's Rock and Roll, that's a cover, of course, his the rock and roll standards like Stand By Me, $24.99. Bowie has a new bid for $35. And now the sealed Guess Who, Michael Butler has it for $40. I got to make sure Jason Boxell's done, okay? I got to make sure Jason Boxell's done on that. Jason Boxell, let me know on that, just FYI, okay? Here's our next auction. This is Journey, Open Arms. Journey's going to go up for a $7 start. Open Arms, original picture sleeve and record. That has a promo stamp on it. Has like a rubber promo stamp on it. $7 start on that. $7 start on that. That is Journey. Over here, we have Loverboy, Get Lucky. We've been selling some new copies this week. Here's an OG and shrink wrap, $19.99. We have Nick Orlando put Hiram, H-A-R, what was that, Nick Orlando, or was that a miscue? Fred Carnell wants Procol Harum. New bid on the Guess Who for $45. That means Michael Butler, you've been outbid. Journey's a $7 start, and Donna's out on Bowie, so this is sold to Robert W. for $35. Thank you, Robert W. That is sold to you. That was David Bowie. Now Michael's out on the sealed Guess Who. Sealed Guess Who's at $45. That's now a final call. Let's put up another sealed record. Actually, no, let's do something here from Paul's Crate. Let's do another AC/DC record from Paul's Crate. And this is OG 1984 Club with the original inner sleeve, EX Plus condition, a $35 start. A nice OG Club in shrink, a $35 start. An original 84 US Club with the original inner sleeve. So this is a club, but it's beautiful. It's going to go up for a $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's now up for bid. A very nice OG Club copy, a top copy on that. Journey's getting lots of bids. We got Loverboy here, no claims on that. Nick Orlando, that was for Procol Harum. Okay, so Fred Carnell, you were second on Procol Harum. He had a miscue there, but this is sold to him. Nick Orlando, that means Fred Carnell, you were second on that record. That's sold to Nick Orlando. So we still got Loverboy in there and the John Lennon. The Beatles' early years, that is $19.99. The Beatles' early years, and then the Beach Boys is $19.99. Also, I had a request for AFI and Rick Peabody. I'm going to get to that one right now. Let me get it on deck, okay? I'll get it on deck, and I'm about to slip in another 45 auction right quick. And the next 45 auction I have coming up, we're going to have a bunch of buy it nows later. But let's do another Yes. It's the Rhythm of Love. I love these 80s hit Yes singles here. Rhythm of Love. The B-side on that is City of Love. And Rhythm of Love is going to go up for a $7 start. The Beach Boys is called Keeping the Summer Alive. Keeping the Summer Alive is $19.99 on the Beach Boys. The History of the Guess Who. The History of the Guess Who. That is $24.99 on the History of the Guess Who. And Alice's Restaurant, Arlo Guthrie, $19.99. Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $19.99 on that. So there's our two singles. Let's go ahead and knock out the sealed Guess Who then. Sealed Guess Who is sold to Jason Boxell for $45. Thank you, Jason. That is sold to you. Also, we have Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 13. That is $14.99 in shrink wrap. We have Edgar Winter here. Let's see, how is this one billed? It's together, Johnny and Edgar Winter. That is $19.99. We have Yes for a $7 start. And Journey is out with Javi. That means Calvin has it for $15. It's a final call. Jason Boxell wants the Collector's Records. That was Volume 13. Thank you, Jason. The Guess Who rocking. The Guess Who's $14.99. Does AC/DC not have a bid? Whoa, AC/DC don't have a bid. An original 84 US Club and EX++ condition and shrink wrap. Looking for a $35 start. How does that not have a bid already? Final call on that to get a bid in for $35. Yes has a bid for $7 with Mike Bartlett. Over here we got Joe Williams, the overwhelming Joe Williams. Joe Williams is $14.99. And we have Liberty proudly presents Stereo, the visual sounds. Thank you, Brian. And this is in shrink. It looks like a compilation, like a demonstration compilation record. I see Julie London on there. So that's artists that would be on like Liberty. I saw Julie London's name, for example, $9.99. Teensville, here's another Liberty compilation. This one has Johnny Burnett on it, Bobby V, the Fleetwoods, $14.99 on that. And Vanity Fair, that has their hit song Hitchin' a Ride on it, $9.99 on Vanity Fair. All right, yes, first, Journey. Journey sold to Calvin Ward for $15. That's sold. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Oh my. AC/DC's a buy it now for $35. An OG 84 Club and Shrink EX Plus and the original under sleeve. It's a buy it now for $35. Yes, did get a new bid. It's now at 8 with Leslie Silvley. Jason Thomas on this. Did you mention having a Chevelle record? Yes, that's going to be in some of the recap bins that I posted. That was Neurotis, Ryan Eaton. That is in a flip video that I hadn't tagged yet. We'll be doing that. I'm going to try to mix those in here in a second because it's a lot of great new sealed stuff. So we've done vintage. I'll probably go ahead and do another one of those sealed crates of Laura's with some of that kind of stuff in it. All right, I've had a couple requests for AFI, and here it is. First thing you need to know, right now the cheapest one listed is $300, and it's from a new unrated seller on Discogs. So just saying. And that one's at $300. That's the cheapest. This is AFI December Underground. Sounds like this is a pretty good record, right, Paul? AFI. He said it's a fantastic record. This is an original 2006 with insert VG Plus condition. He honestly has no idea what I'm talking about. This is going to go up for a $255 start. This is an original 2006 US AFI with insert, and this is going to be a $245 start. What do we have here? $245 start. AFI December Underground Gatefold, $245. An original 2006 US with insert. That's $245. So who got who got AC/DC? Jason got AC/DC, then Carol, then William, then Scott, and then Thomas. And then Yes is sold for $8 to Leslie Silvley. Rhythm of Love. AFI is a $245 start. That's up for bid. $245 start. Almost seems a little early to put up something like that. Nothing to worry about though. Let me I'm just to go ahead and start sorting through some of our 45s here. I always think this is a cool record. We've had these before. This is called The Commemorative Record of Apollo 11, The First Man on the Moon. It's narrated by Hugh Downs. Really cool here. The First Man on the Moon. It's a promo kind of deal from MGM, and it's a $7 start. First Man on the Moon, $7 start on that. And then we have, let's see, some of these I'm probably going to make by, here's a good one. Journey, Don't Stop Believing. Boy, this one's crisp. Very crisp copy here. Journey, Don't Stop Believing. $7 start there on Journey. I'm sorting through some buy it nows right here. We'll probably make some of these buy it nows later. Oh my gosh, there's Scorpions, Urban Cowboy, Poison, Ooh, look at that Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper. Those are going to be the auctions. And then I got some here that I'll make buy nows. Those are going to be buy nows in just a second. So those are ones that probably don't need to be any more than 7. All right, let's go back to the top and see what we got here. Neil Sedaka, Circulate. Neil Sedaka is $9.99. Cheetah Beat with Sandy Nelson, $9.99 for Cheetah Beat. The Circle Neon, $14.99 for the Circle. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, American Dream, $19.99. And the Frost Music. The Frost is $39.99. And the Guess Who, Artificial Paradise. Hey, that is that record we just sold sealed. Here's the alternate cover from Germany, $26.99. Here's the alternate packaging and cover from Germany, Artificial Paradise, $26.99. That's a very nice copy there. Very nice copy there. How often do we ship? We actually ship 7 days a week. Right now, the backup is about 5 to 7 days. So expect a tracking within 5 to 7 days after you pay. That's kind of the backup. That's what I was just told, I think, earlier today. So expect a backup on there 5 to 7 days, okay? So they just got done packing stuff, and I think there's going to be some people here over the weekend. So they're almost packing stuff about probably 14, 15 hours a day. There's somebody here packing stuff. So it's almost a every day, 7 days a week type deal. But there's right now, our backup is about 5 days. So you'll get a tracking in your email whenever it does ship. Okay, so anybody new? That's a good question because I hadn't got to say that in a while. If you're new, after you pay on Monday or Tuesday, give us about 5 to 7 days and we'll get it out, okay? Everybody that works here is professional packers. They do an amazing job. It's very time consuming. I used to pack up stuff. If you've ever sold online, you know you want to make sure it gets there great and safe, so they do a great job. We've got our own boxes. We've got our own Coletco boxes that we've made to ship all y'all's records in. So it's amazing packaging they do. AFI, 245, 275, 280. Apollo 7, Journey 7, Journey 7, Journey 10, Journey 11, Journey 15, Journey 11, Apollo 7, Journey 17, AFI 285, Journey 20, Apollo 9, Journey 22, AFI 290, Journey 13, Mary, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, EX Plus, Steerment Minus, AFI 295, Journey 24, AFI 320, Journey 26, AFI 325, 330. We have not sold Aerosmith, 335, AFI 290. So AFI is already at 335, 335 on AFI. Journey's at 26 with Calvin, and the Apollo record, I think, is with Stacy at 9. Yeah, Stacy has the Apollo record for $9. Going once, going twice. Journey over here has jumped up to 26, and AFI is still at war right now, 350, new bid. Mary Miles got Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. That's sold to Mary Miles. Also, we have the Beach Boys, 15 big ones. This is the Beach Boys 15 big ones, $19.99. The Beach Boys American Summer, back-to-back Beach Boys there, $34.99. We have Chartbusters Volume 4. Wow, a Capitol compilation with the Beatles. That is unique, a Capitol compilation with the Beatles, $19.99. I want to hold your hand, and I saw her standing there. Just something I don't see too often, especially with an actual official song, and this is definitely from that era. That's pretty cool, honestly. If no one buys this, I'll keep it. $19.99. I don't think I have that. Chartbusters Volume 4. Apollo has a new bid for 10. Stacy, you've been outbid by Tony McDaniel. AFI is at $355. I'm about to sell Journey. 2013, Carl Reiner and Mel Brooks, $14.99. We have Jose Jimenez. Jose Jimenez, Our Secret Weapon. Jose Jimenez, $14.99. Of course, Jason's going to take my Capitol compilation. Thank you, Jason. That's sold to you for $19.99. And we have the most celebrated new comedian since Attila. This is the Button-Down Mind of Bob Newhart. That is $14.99. $14.99 on that. And the Weavers at Carnegie Hall, Volume 2. The Weavers is $9.99. Just as a reminder, if anybody wants anything in the bins, you don't ever have to put the price. That might save you a few keystrokes and save you some time claiming. You don't ever have to put the price. And in the back are auctions. You definitely have to put the price. And I'm about to wrap those up as soon as I take a drink of this water here. All right. Whoo! Oh, what a great neck and back adjustment right then. I hope y'all didn't hear that. That was all my bones from about my shoulders up popping back into place. Oh, whew. Here we go. All right, so Journey is sold for $26 to Calvin Ward. Thank you, Calvin. That's sold to you. Another really cool picture sleeve there. Let's bring over another one. Alice Cooper. Wow, from Friday the 13th, part 6. Alice Cooper, he's back. The Man Behind the Mask. Theme from Friday the 13th, part 6. Jason Lives. Whoa, I don't know if I've seen that one before. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Where are we on Apollo? Apollo 11, Apollo 12. AFI is a final call to Gabriel Chavez at $355. Josh Tanner, it's up to you. The other bidder is out. Alice already has a bid for 10. Let's see what else I missed here. So Jason got the capital comp. Holden was second. Natasha was third. Fred was fourth. Dustin Whitaker wants Bob Newhart, though. That's so to Dustin Whitaker. Thank you, Dustin. Jetstream was second. And now we have Carly Simon. Anticipation. Carly Simon is $9.99. The Band, Northern Lights, Southern Cross, $34.99 on the Band. Northern Lights, Southern Cross. Steelers Wheel is $19.99. Steelers Wheel is $19.99. And we have Boz Scaggs Hits. Boz Scaggs is $19.99. That's his greatest hits. Lido Shuffle. Lido Shuffle. The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel, $9.99 on Linda Ronstadt. And The Best of Ray Charles, $19.99. The Best of Ray Charles, $19.99. All right, so Alice Cooper 10, Alice Cooper 15, Alice Cooper 16, Apollo 13, Alice Cooper 16, AFI out. Mary Miles gets The Band. Mary Miles gets The Band. Alice Cooper's at 20. And then Holden, for about 3 times now, you've put Beat, and I'm not for sure what that's for. I know it's for the Beatles, but anything by the Beatles in here has already been sold. If you're talking about that compilation, it's long gone. And now the Apollo record is a final call to Stacy. She has Apollo 13 for Apollo 11. Apollo is at $13. The Alice Cooper's at 20. And now we have another out from the other bidder. So AFI is a final call to Gabriel Chavez for $355. Gabriel has this for $355, and we're about to sell it. We're about to sell it. Next is one more record, and we have Mel Torme. That's the Velvet Fog. The Mel Torme is $12.99. And Peter, Paul, and Mary in the Wind, $9.99 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. And we'll pause there with the legendary guitarist Jeff Beck on Flash, $19.99. One second, please. Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Pat Benatar is $14.99. And Cher, Heart of Stone. Cher is $34.99. Heart of Stone. All right. Stacy, congratulations on the Apollo. You get that for $13. We got Alice Cooper officially sold in to David Tate for $20. That's a really cool single there from Friday the 13th. That's sold to David Tate for $20. And let's go ahead and put up Poison, Talk Dirty to Me. Poison's going to go up for a $7 start. Talk Dirty to Me, another really clean, crisp picture sleeve, especially for as nice as that for the black cover. And then we got Urban Cowboy with Johnny Lee, Looking for Love, and the Eagles, Lion Eyes. That's really cool. Urban Cowboy, that's a $7 start. 2 picture sleeves there. Let's go ahead and sell the AFI. Thank you, Gabriel Chavez, as always. That is sold to him for $355. Thank you, Gabriel. That is sold to him. Let's get another new LP going. And I'm about to do our first Buy It Now batch of the night of 45s, okay? They're all 80s picture sleeves, and I'm about to do them for $6.99. A whole batch over here of 80s picture sleeves. They're going to be $6.99. I think they're all 80s. They should. Let's see what we got going over here. These are all $6.99, okay? Buy It Now, first come, first serve. I think I'm going to lay down 5. We have Huey Lewis and the News, Stuck With You. Huey Lewis and the News, Stuck With You. We also have the Doobie Brothers, You Belong to Me. We have Howard Jones, Everlasting Love. Was Not Was, Walk the Dinosaur. Tiffany, Could Have Been. And Steve Miller Band, Cool Magic. That is $6.99, all those 45s there. $6.99. That was Steve Miller Band, Cool Magic, Tiffany. We had Was Not Was, and then Howard Jones is sold to Richard Miller for $6.99. Javi Soto wants Was Not Was. That's sold to Javi Soto for $6.99. So that leaves the Doobie Brothers. Huey Lewis, Tiffany is sold to Stacy Metternich for $6.99. That leaves the Doobie Brothers, Huey Lewis. Huey Lewis is sold to Grant Peltzer for $6.99. That leaves Steve Miller and the Doobie Brothers, if anybody wants those. Let me step over here and grab a new LP from the batch that Paul has brought me. And the batch he brought me here is Aerosmith. Boy, we've had a lot of requests for this. Here it goes. Here it is. I mean, we've had a lot of requests. Why? Because this album's not in print. And it's from a band like Aerosmith. This is a 2012 U.S. original on red vinyl. It has both original inner sleeves and the CD that came with it. A $55 start from Aerosmith. Red vinyl. There's a 1 LP. There's a 2 LP. It does have the CD. And it has both original inner sleeves. Aerosmith is going to go up for a $55 start. That is now up for bid. Cool cover there. Music from Another Dimension. The Doobie Brothers is sold to Leslie Silvely for $6.99, and that just leaves Steve Miller Band Cool Magic, okay? Now, here's the high bids on our singles. We put down Poison, and it got bids for $15, $10, $16, and $20, and then Urban Cowboy got bids for $7 and $10. Aerosmith already has a bid for $55. Next in here is Ray Charles, Ingredients for a Recipe for Soul. Ray Charles is $19.99. Chameleon is 1982 Rock, $49.99. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Jim Croce is $14.99. The Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line. The Doobie Brothers is $14.99. Aerosmith has a new bid for $75. The band, Rock of Ages. The band is $44.99. Rock of Ages. Big Country, Peace in Our Time. Big Country, I don't recall seeing that one too often, $29.99. How about Brian Ferry, Boys and Girls? Brian Ferry is $19.99. Jay Ferguson with his hit song Thunder Island, $19.99. Check this out. Walt Disney Originals, 40 tracks on 2 LP, a UK compilation from Disney, $29.99 on that. Urban Cowboy is sold for $10 to Monty Reed. Thank you, Monty Reed. That's sold to you. Poison is sold for $20 to David Tate. Aerosmith's at $75 of Carol Puckett. Going once, going twice. Next single is The Scorpions, Rhythm of Love. And We Let It Rock, You Let It Roll. The Scorpions is going to go up for a $7 start. Next is David Tate. He gets the Walt Disney record. Thank you, David Tate. That is sold to you. Appreciate that, of course. Let's grab another record over here to put up for auction. And the next one is going to be this right here. This is the Gingerbread Man. The Gingerbread Man. This is going to go up for a $7 start, book and record. It's the Gingerbread Man. Nice disc, nice book, $7 start on that. Aerosmith is just at $75, and the Scorpions is a $7 start. Let's bring over a new crate, not before I just read these titles one more time. Let me just read these titles one more time. We have John Lennon, Rock and Roll, Lover Boy, Get Lucky. Also, the Beatles' early years. The Beach Boys, Keeping the Summer Alive. The Guess Who, Arlo Guthrie, Johnny Edgar Winter. The Guess Who, Joe Williams, Liberty Stereo, Teensville from Liberty, Vanity Fair, Neil Sedaka, Sandy Nelson, The Circle, Frost Music by the Frost, another Guess Who, The Beach Boys, Carl Rayner, Mel Brooks, Jose Jimenez, The Weavers, Carly Simon, Brandon Johnson wants Lover Boy. That was $19.99. That's sold to Brandon Johnson. Scorpions is now at $12. Gingerbread's at $7. And now Aerosmith's at $80. We have Boz Scaggs, The Best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Linda Ronstadt, Ray Charles, Mel Torme, Peter Palmieri, Jeff Beck, Pat Benatar, Cher, Chameleon, Ray Charles, Jim Croce, Doobie Brothers, The Band, Big Country, Brian Ferry, and Jay Ferguson. Now, what is my, I can't believe this didn't sell? Probably first, The Band, Rock of Ages. $44.99. just a little bit of cover wear up here at the top, maybe a little bit of a crackle, but it's a gatefold fold. Beautiful copy. No condition notes on the vinyl, and those usually get grabbed ASAP. That one's available for $44.99. That's probably the first I can't believe this didn't sell. The other one is Jim Croce. I Got a Name. I mean, usually his stuff gets grabbed. $14.99, especially if you don't have it. I mean, if you don't have a Jim Croce record at this point, you should probably be all over that. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer still in here. $19.99. There was one more. I was like, whoa, the Frost record probably. The Frost record, and there was something else pretty early. Probably the John Lennon. Those usually get grabbed a milli. How much was Johnny and Edgar? I believe they were together right here. Whoop, I just passed it. This one right here, this is $19.99. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer was also $19.99. Paul, am I crazy, or did you just bring up a crate? I think Paul just brought up a crate, $9.99. Can you show the Vanity Fair? That's the one that has Hitching a Ride early in the morning. It's in shrink. It's on page 1. It's only $9.99. Now, let's figure out what happened for auctions. Last thing I remember saying is D. Kong bid 80 on Aerosmith, and that was a new bid. The Scorpions at 17. Carol Puckett's out on Aerosmith. Mary Miles on the band. That's sold to Mary Miles. Johnny and Edgar was $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Vanity Fair for $9.99. And then Brian Ferry. These are all new arrivals. This is $19.99 on Brian Ferry. Which share? It's called Heart of Stone, $34.99. Share Heart of Stone, $34.99. DJ Jeff says he'll take the Vanity Fair. Frost info. Frost is right back here. And Frost is called The Music. Vanguard, it does have a clip corner, but there's no condition notes, $39.99. Dr. Zebo, you were second on Vanity Fair. Matt Lawson said he will take Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Now, we're about to sell Aerosmith for $80. Music from Another Dimension. The Scorpions has a new bid for $20. Gingerbread Man, just one bid for $7. We'll go ahead and sell that to our new buyer, Natasha Pickett. Natasha, you get the Gingerbread Man for $7. Thank you. That is sold to you. Appreciate that as always. All right, there's that and that and that. Anything else? Anybody else on that and that and that? And let's see what's going on over here. Okay. Oh, there's the crate Paul brought up. I thought so. Okay, now there was some still stuff right in here that I needed to, let's see here. Okay, I'll do that later. Let's go ahead and see what this crate is Paul's brought over. And that means right now at this moment, we've got 2, 4, 6 more John crates to go through. Yeah, 6 more John crates to go through. Here's the crate Paul just delivered. We'll keep this balanced with this. And these are all new arrivals. We've got nothing for new arrivals probably from now until at least midnight. New arrivals. It's been like that. We've had so much stuff priced this week. We haven't even really went through many discount bins. We have to slip them in like really early or like one of the last things we do because there's so much new stuff to go through. The Scorpions is officially sold for $20 to Chad King and D. Kong. I figured this would bring well over 100. I think between now and when the show started, at least 5 people asked when this was going to be sold. It sold for $80. I had somebody even say they thought it was going to bring well over 100. Any more 45s? Thousands of them. Thousands going up tonight. Not hundreds, but thousands of them. Here is the next one. Thousands. Not hundreds, thousands of them. We have 2 more picture sleeves here. First is, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a handful here to sort through these. Let's see what we have here. Let's do another lunar moon landing record. Paul's bringing up another crate. Excellent. We have Lunar Landing, Man on the Moon. Lunar Landing is going to go up for a $7 start. Paul's also heading out. Thank you. Lunar Landing is a $7 start. And check this one out. The Story of the Wizard of Oz. $10 start on that one. $10 start on the Story of the Wizard of Oz. The Lunar Landing, Man on the Moon. I love how that has the diagram on the back. That's up for bid, and so is the Wizard of Oz. Those are essentially 10 and 10 right now because Wizard is a $10 start. That one's available. Let's see here. Let me sort through these. We'll make that a bite now. 1 second. I'm getting a bunch ready for buy it now. Great picture sleeves coming up, okay? Now let's grab a new LP. Let's grab a new LP over here. Next new LP is going to go up right now, and this is Booker T and the MGs, Green Onions. This is a 1968 US stereo Terre Haute, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Booker T and the MGs, Green Onions, a 1968 US stereo Terre Haute pressing, VG Plus condition, a $35 start. Green Onions, Booker T and the MGs, a 68 US stereo, a $35 start. That is now up for bid. Here we go. First thing in here is Shooting Star. Let's see what Paul's brought here. Shooting Star, 3 Wishes, a 1982 US. That's billed as hard rock, $14.99. Shooting Star, this is $14.99. 3 Wishes, $14.99 on Shooting Star. Also, we have Spons. I don't know what this says. 2002 remaster, Spungle. Looks like SP Bungle, yeah. But Nothing Is Lost, a 2002 remaster, $29.99. And Foghat, that's their debut, $14.99 on Foghat. And Meyer Hawthorne Impressions, that is sealed for $17.99. Meyer Hawthorne Impressions, sealed $17.99. And we have Alabama Shakes, Boys and Girls. Alabama Shakes is $19.99. Let me pause there and figure out what happened since I walked away. The last thing that happened was Lunar 10, Oz 10. Fred Carnell wants Frost from the previous bin. I also just seen where somebody wanted Jim Croce from the previous bin. We can do those both very quickly. If anybody decides you want anything else from the previous bin, trust me, you're not bothering me at all. So let's sell this to Fred Carnell. Lunar, another $7 bid. Oz, $10. So next is Mark Berger got the Croce. Fred Carnell got the Frost record. Over here, we got Fred Carnell on SS for Shooting Star. That's sold for Fred Carnell. Thank you. We also have Gary Wellman on Foghat. That's sold to Gary Wellman. We have Melissa Bailey. This is Melissa Bailey got Alabama Shakes. Gary Wellman was second. And then Lunar's at 17. And we have Fred Carnell wants on the unpronounceable. That's a good way to put it. That is sold there, okay? We have Lunar and Wizard of Oz. And, okay. So the first thing we have here is Green Onions, Booker T and the MGs. Yes, this is a 68 US stereo. Now, let me make sure that's actually OG, a 68 US stereo. No, 62 is when this came out. This is a 68. Yeah, this is a 68. This is Green Onion, Booker T and the MGs, a 68 US stereo. This is in VG Plus condition, and this has a bid for $35. Yeah, Booker T came out in 62. That's a 68 US on that one. Now, Booker has a bid for $35, and then we have Mayer Hawthorne. Mayer Hawthorne Impressions is sealed for $17.99. We've got 2 copies of that. 2 copies on that. And then Weezer. Weezer is on blue and green white split vinyl, $124. I was about to say, I don't think I've ever seen that before. $124.99. $124.99. Let's go over here to Joe Williams from the previous bin. Let me try to find that right quick. Joe Williams from the previous bin. Joe Williams from the previous bin. Let's see what's going on over here. Joe Williams from the previous bin. Joe Williams. Joe Williams is $14.99. Mark Rendon. Joe Williams is $14.99. $14.99. This is the overwhelming Joe Williams. $14.99 on that. Now, over here at the top, Booker T 35, Lunar 22, Booker T 40. Sunday Morning Session sold on one of the Mayors, Booker T 38. And then we also have Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun. Rod Stewart's $14.99, Blondes Have More Fun. And Eddie Hazel, Smears. This is first time on colored vinyl, Electric Blue Pressing. Smears, is this? Oh, this is that same album, Games, Dames, and Guitar Things that they just recently reissued. This is a blue vinyl sealed for $29.99. Also, Mark Rendon on Joe Williams. That is sold to Mark Rendon. Joe Williams is sold. to Mark Rendon. So Wizard of Oz and Lunar is what I'm trying to figure out maybe what the high bid is. Wizard of Oz, storybook and record here. The last thing I seen come in was Natasha Pickett for $12. Natasha Pickett on this for $12. Really nice disc, storybook and record here from the Wizard of Oz. That's at $12. That's at $12. And now the lunar landing record. The last bid on the lunar landing record was Holden at $22. Holden has that for $22 over on that, okay? Now, Booker T is a 68 US stereo, Terre Haute VG Plus. Booker T and the MGs, Green Onions. Awesome. That has a high bid of 45 and 45 and now 48. Also, we have Ivan on Eddie Hazel. That's sold to Ivan R. That's sold to Ivan R. Thank you. Next is Al Stewart, past, present, and future in shrink wrap. $14.99 for Al Stewart, past, present, and future. And Mandy Moore, Silver Landings, sealed $24.99. Mandy Moore. We have 3 of those. We're right now in the middle of a Paul crate. Just FYI, the first thing I need to do is check on a Carl Rayner Mel Brooks album from the previous bin. And that was $14.99. 2013, Carl Rayner and Mel Brooks. That's $14.99. Lunar's at $25. Oz 13. Booker T 50/50. Lunar 27. And Gary Wellman wants AS. That's Al Stewart. Nice pickup there. I love Al Stewart albums. And then we got 1 copy of Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell. That's $14.99. Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, $14.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm going to take a drink of this and see if I need to reply to this message now or later. Okay, here we go. First thing we have, Mark Fallon. I hope you're feeling better soon. Glad to see you on the chat, though. Lunar 25, Lunar 27. Booker T was at 50/50. We pulled that. Booker T 50, Lunar 30, Booker T 55. And then Carol wants Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell. Thank you, Carol. That's so to you. And that means the Wizard of Oz did get a new bid for 13. That means, Natasha, you're outbid. Now, Natasha, by the way, if you want to keep bidding, make sure you let us know by bidding again. If you're ever done bidding, make sure you say out. But also, if you say out, that means you can't bid again. Just FYI, okay? If you bid again, or if you say out, you can't bid again. Let me check on a couple things here. Okay, sorry, we're back in business now. So first thing we have is we show the Mandy Moores. Boy, this is a bizarre copy. Procol Harum. It's a 2019 Record Store Day mono colored vinyl, $84.99. Looks like it's some kind of deluxe 2LP colored vinyl. Procol Harum, $84.99. Interesting. Wow, cool colored vinyl. It is from Fly, which I think was the original label when it came out in the UK. 2019 Record Store Day mono colored vinyl, $84.99. Ozzy's at 15, Booker T's at 60. And the Lunar record is out. First thing is this is sold to Donna Mitchell. That was the Carl Rayner Mel Brooks. And also we have Bjorn Torski BN. 2018 Norwegian electronic music there. $34.99. Booker T 60. Procol Harum is sold to Rob Fordham. Oz has a new bid for 15. Tommy Call says he's out. Now Booker T's at 65. Now Robert W. went out on the Lunar landing record. Holden 190 has that for 35. Okay? There's that. Now we're going to take a quick pause while I show some $6.99 buy it now 45s. Okay? I'm going to lay down at least 5 of them. These are all $6.99. Madonna, La Lisa Bonita, Randy Travis, Honky Tonk Moon, Mr. Kyria, Mr. Kyria, Kylie Minogue, The Locomotion, and let's do Bobby McFerrin, and this is Don't Worry, Be Happy. So Madonna, Randy Travis, Mr. Kylie Minogue, and Bobby McFerrin. Those are all $6.99. I'm going to put those right there. We'll see who gets what on those. Those are all available. Next record here is Kendrick Lamar. This is Good City, Mad City. Kendrick Lamar is sealed for $29.99. Sealed for $29.99. And the White Stripes, White Blood Cells, the White Stripes is $24.99. Now the Lunar record is sold to Holden, $190 for $35. Holden, you're a first-time buyer, right? And thank you and welcome. If you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. And then maybe after we're done on this Booker T auction, I need you to go ahead and register and then confirm that you've registered if you don't mind doing that. So Lunar Landing is sold to you for $35. I appreciate that. And then the Wizard of Oz is sold to our new buyer also tonight, which is Natasha Pickett. Natasha got that for $15. Thank you, Natasha. Now we got more coming up for auction. First, Holden, I just need to confirm that you're a first-time buyer. And then if you're not registered, make sure you do register and then confirm with me that you have registered. And please know that the link is in the description of this video, okay? So the link is in the description of this video. You might want to wait until Booker T's wrapped up because you're the high bidder right now at $75. Now, there was a lot of comments because I showed like 6 records here, and then I showed 2 or 3 in the crate. And first was Randy with David Tate. That was Randy Travis, sold to David Tate for $6.99. Mark Fallon put Mr. for Mr. That is sold to Mark Fallon for $6.99. Then Javi put Bobby for Bobby McFerrin. Then Robert W. was second. RK put Madonna for Madonna. That's sold to RK for $6.99. David next on Mr. Jason next on Randy Travis. Kylie Minogue, right, is sold to Melissa Bailey. Then Natasha Pickett. ST put BM. And that BM was for, well, actually, the KL might have been for Kendrick Lamar. We had a Kylie Minogue, and then we had a Kendrick Lamar. So, Melissa, what was your KL for? Same thing for Natasha. And then ST put BM. And I believe that was for Bobby McFerrin. Yep. And then Holden bid the 75 on Booker T. Ryan was next on Mr. Tony next on Bobby McFerrin. Chad next on Mr. Fred Carnell got White Stripes. Jason's out on Booker T. Teresa next on White Stripes. And Joe Barrios on Kendrick. And she said, no, mine was for Kendrick, and so was Natasha. All right, so this Kendrick Lamar is sold to Melissa Bailey, okay? That's sold to Melissa Bailey. That is sold, and that means, Natasha, you're second. The only thing that you didn't claim there was the Locomotion by Kylie Minogue. I'm going to put that one over there. And now let's go ahead and sell this to our first-time buyer tonight, Holden, $190 over on YouTube. That's sold to you for $75. Now, Holden, make sure you please go ahead and register, especially first-time buyers that buy some auction items. We make sure we have their information right away so we can send you an invoice on Monday, okay? So go ahead and register. That link is in the description of the live video. And make sure when you're done, you come back and you let me know you're registered so I can confirm it. And Kylie Minogue is sold to Mason. All right, great stuff tonight, as y'all can see, as always. I'm going to show one more record in here. And the first thing we have is, this is Come Home Kids, and this is $24.99. This is Jack Harlow. Yeah, Jack Harlow. Come Home, the Kids Miss You. $24.99 on white vinyl. Jack Harlow. And we have Zach Bryan, his newest self-titled album. This one is opened $24.99. $24.99, okay? Let's put up a couple new auctions now. And let's do another children's record here. This one's pretty cool. Winnie the Pooh. Walt Disney presents Winnie the Pooh and the Blustery Day with Sterling Holloway. Now, this one, I think I peeked at earlier. Yeah, this one is what I was talking about. Sometimes these kids' records, unfortunately, have some coloring. This last page, which was like a coloring book, unfortunately seen a couple crayons taken to it. There's no other markings in the actual storybook. Winnie the Pooh is a $7 start. Winnie the Pooh is a $7 start. That's up for bid. That is up for bid. And let's go ahead and get another auction going. Let's pull one out of an LP out of the Paul crate. Here's some of the stuff that's in here. Dave Matthews Band, which is an OG. Wow. Miles Davis Kinda Blue. Wow. Wu-Tang Clan. Wow. How about we put up some jazz? Wow. This is John Coltrane Ascension Edition 2. An original 1966 US stereo. A first press. A strong VG Plus with the company inner sleeve. And this is a $95 start. Can you run Van Morrison? I will. Let's take care of Coltrane. Here's Ascension, John Coltrane, gatefold, first press. It has the Impulse inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $95 start. Coltrane, Strong VG Plus. This is now up for bid. John Coltrane, Ascension. Winnie the Pooh's a $7 start. Next thing that was in here was a request for Van Morrison and a request for Dave Matthews. Also, Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats. Nathaniel was $24.99 with a note on the back. A note on the back from Paul says, great album. And then we have Mark Lanigan Band. Nice. Mark Lanigan Band. This is sealed for $26.99. Phantom Radio. Mark Lanigan Band, $26.99. Looks like we need another batch of singles, which I'm going to grab right now. At least A for auction or B for buy it now. And the first thing we have here is, those are going to be buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now. Buy it now, and buy it now, and buy it now, buy it now. Those are all buy it nows. Okay, great. We're getting a great stack here of buy it nows built. And I think I've already sorted these to be buy it nows. I have. Fantastic. Let me see what else is in here. Let's see what else I got here. Give me 1 second. I haven't got to look at any of these, so it's kind of like, okay. And, yep, and this, and this, and this, and this. Here we go. Duran, I don't recall seeing that one as much. Duran, Save a Prayer, and Save a Prayer from the Arena. Duran's a $7 start. Don't recall seeing that one, like I said, as much. And great. And there we go. So there's that. And I think I got one Johnny Cash here and then a ton of buy it nows. Okay. So first thing we have Natasha on Nathaniel Ratliff. That's sold to Natasha. Tracy Miller was second. Or no, Mark Fallon was second. Then Tracy. Then Fred Carnell. Stacy Brown wants a Jack Harlow. John Coltrane does have addition 2 on the Dead Wax. Yeah. Paul left a note here. It says addition 2. It says addition 2 in the Dead Wax. Addition 2. Yes, $95 start on that. And then those are auctions right over here. And we're good to go, right? Yeah, no other claims. Donna. Okay. Next thing we have is the Scooters. Young girls, the Scooters. This is in shrink, $9.99. We've got 2 of those, the Scooters. Also, Led Zeppelin, sealed, just $24.99. Sealed, $24.99. That's black vinyl at obviously a little bit cheaper price here, $24.99. $24.99. So one more call. No bid on Winnie the Pooh, $7. No bid on John Coltrane, $95. And then Duran's at $9. Duran is at $9. Tracy, yes, I'll put you on a waiting list for Nathaniel Night Sweats. Yes, I'm pretty sure I can still get that. Pepper, 1977 US, $9.99. This is, excuse the nudity, Halsley, sealed on colored vinyl, $29.99. And then we've got Lake Street Drive. This is sealed, translucent light blue vinyl, $29.99. And Screamin' Jay Hawkins, Record Store Day, Third Man Records pressing, 2020 on splatter vinyl, just $24.99 on that. $24.99. Now I'm going to do some buy it now 45s. And here are the buy it now 45s that's coming up at this moment. These are $6.99 each. We have Genesis, Invisible Touch. We have Steve Martin Brothers. Phil Collins, Two Hearts from Buster. James Ingram, Beverly Hills Cop 2. Doobie Brothers, Real Love. And let's go ahead and do the Jackson 5, State of Shock. There's some cool 80s picture sleeves there. Those are all $6.99 each on those. Genesis, Steve Martin, Phil Collins, James Ingram, the Doobie Brothers, and the Jacksons. $6.99 on those. Let's go back to the top, and we had Duran 9, Duran 8, Duran 10, and then Holden says he's registered. Thank you and welcome. Now, $7 in limited shipping. We'll invoice you on Monday. We'll have another show tomorrow. I don't know really what the schedule is, but we're definitely going to be selling comics tomorrow with Brian, and we may do an early record show with Paul just to get some records shown and sold. And then we might do some comics with Brian, or it may be nothing but comics with Brian tomorrow. So just everybody be prepared for that. So should be a couple cool shows for tomorrow. Mark Fallon gets Genesis. That's so to Mark Fallon. Fred Carnell gets Halsley. Halsley out of the crate is so to Mark Fallon. Calvin second on Genesis. Duran's 11. Fred Carnell on Screamin' Jay Hawkins. Mark Fallon on Soon. And also Doobie Brothers. If Soon was a claim, let me know what that is. But I do have you down for the Doobie Brothers. And then Ivan R. on Steve Martin. That's sold to Ivan R. Jan Ganther, you were second on the Doobie Brothers. And then John Coltrane does have a bid for 95. So Phil Collins is still available. The Beverly Hills Cop is still available. And the Jackson 5 is still available. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make Duran Duran a final call for 11 to Teresa. It was Doobie, not Swoon. Okay, so there nothing there. David Hoy, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $95. And now what I need to do is show the Disney record here. And I'm going to show this so there's no further delay so we can keep rolling. This has been up for a while. It was a $7 start. There is no bid. David Hoy, I'm going to sell you the John Coltrane. One bid, $95, and so did David Hoy. He bid. It was at the end of the clock, and so I'm selling it to him. Thank you, David. That's so to you. That is a nice pickup there. Fred Cardinale got Halsley. I said my name. Halsley was sold to Fred Cardinale, and he also got the Screaming Jay Hawkins. Those were the LPs and the bins. Now, the Duran Duran goes back to you, Mark, if you want back in or out. And then Winnie the Pooh. This is a $7 buy it now. And if George Jones wants it, he can have it. If not, somebody else needs to comment right now. It is a storybook and record. The disc is nice. There is some coloring on that one page. It is $7. Winnie the Pooh. Walt Disney presents Winnie the Pooh. That's $7 if anybody wants it. Now, George Jones asked right when I was going to make it a buy it now. No one had bid, so I'm just going to make that a buy it now if he wants it. If not, Tracy Miller does. George Jones says he does want it. Sell that to him for $7. Okay, now, surprised no one bid on that one. We have the Jackson still left, James Ingram, Phil Collins. And then from earlier, we still got Steve Miller Band, Cool Magic, and Milli Vanilli, Baby Don't Forget My Number. Those are still available, and the reason I'm showing those is I want to clean up my table over here before there's a disaster. And we already have a no-bid auction. Indigo Girls is an 89 U.S. original for $25. 85 U.S. original for $25. That's still available, just FYI, okay? So those are the ones already that's been shown. And now my table's a lot more clean. It looks a lot better over there. Lots of claims on Winnie the Pooh. And now we have Natasha wanting the Milli Vanilli. That is sold to Natasha. That is right back here. That is sold to Natasha. Stacy was second. And then Chad, does the State of Shock have the dance mix version? State of Shock, this was asked by Javi. And then Dr. Zebo is next. This is a white label promo. It's a State of Shock. And the B-side is State of Shock. It looks like it's double-sided. It doesn't really state that as well. So that is $6.99. And if you want that, let me know. Javi, if not, Dr. Zebo does. And then Fred Cardinale on IG. And IG was something. Indigo Girls. This is sold to Fred Cardinale for $25. And then Mark says, what's the Duran? I'm running slow tonight. The Duran Duran is at $11. And that is with Teresa Brookshire. That's at $11 with Teresa Brookshire. Now, we have State of Shock. This is sold to Javi Soto for $6.99. Dr. Zebo second on that one. Now, there's a lot. We have only read through this crate one more time. I'm going to knock it out very quickly right now. Meyer Hawthorne was sealed for $17.99. Weezer was $124.99. Rod Stewart was $14.99. We got 3 copies of Mandy Moore, Silver Linings. Mandy Moore is sealed for $24.99. Bjorn Bien, that's $34.99. Bjor Torski. Jack Harlow, one sold, one left, $24.99. Zach Bryan, $24.99. Teresa, you've been outbid on Duran Duran. That is now at Duran Duran is now at $12. We had a request for Dave Matthews earlier, but also we had a request for when will more Grateful Dead sell? How about we sell them right now? And then also we had a request for Van Morrison. Van Morrison, Grateful Dead, and Dave Matthews Band. So let's go ahead and put up 2 new LPs. We have Grateful Dead Dead Set. Well, I think we auctioned one of these last night. We auctioned about 5 Grateful Deads last night, I think. 1981 US with both original inner sleeves. EX edition. The Grateful Dead is a $35 start. $35 start, The Grateful Dead. And we have Van Morrison Moondance. Van Morrison is a 1976 US Jacksonville EX++, a $35 start. $35 start. This is $35 start. This is Grateful Dead and Van Morrison. Those are now up for bids. Also over here, we have Duran Duran now at $12. We have a request for Gremlins, Duran Duran 13, Mark's out. Rob Forham wants the Bjorn Torski. And now Dead has bids for 35 and 35. Next was the 3 copies of Mark Lanigan Band. Mark Lanigan Band was sealed for $26.99. And then we have the Scooters, Young Girls, $9.99. And then Zeppelin was $24.99. That's sealed. Van Morrison's EX++. Ryan, you were second on the Bjorn. And then Pepper was $9.99. And then Lake Street Drive is sealed, $29.99. Duran 14, and we have Grateful Dead at 35.35. David, I'm waiting to hear back from somebody else on that. I've actually got them right over here. You know why? Somebody commented Buffett, and they didn't put which album they wanted, and they were ahead of you. So I'm waiting to see what he says on Buffett. And if he wanted Changes in Latitudes, he gets that, and then you get the other. If he wanted Take the Weather, then he gets Take the Weather, and that means I think you're going to go on a waiting list. I hadn't really got the order down on that one. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic. Let's see. Rick Hall did reply to me. He says he wants Take the Weather. All right. So Changes in Latitude still available if anybody wants it for $34.99. And that means this is actually sold to Rick Hall. He was first on this. So David, I will have to put you on a wait. Well, I unmuted my mic and it died. Okay, what I was saying was Jimmy Buffett is sold. Jimmy Buffett is sold to Rick Hall. He did reply, and he did want Take the Weather with you. So this is sold to Rick Hall, and that means, David, I'll have to put you on a waiting list. And if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. This is Take the Weather with you. This is sold to Rick Hall. That's sold to Rick Hall. And then is Lake Street Drive on Clear Smoke. Lake Street is on Translucent Light Blue. Translucent Light Blue, which was the indie exclusive, $29.99 on that. Okay. There's that. And I think we're good to go right now. Let me see what else is going on over here. When I left off, we had Van Morrison 40, 45, 50. Dead at 40. Van Morrison 50. Duran 15. Van Morrison 55. Audio. Duran 18. All right, so Duran is at 18. Duran is at 18. And that is with Mark Fallon. Then we have a Grateful Dead set in 81 US. And this is tied. This happens quite often. We have a tie for 35 and 35, and no one has broken that tie. Aaron Below broke the tie. Aaron has this for 40. I have not heard back from Christopher Nagy. Christopher, this is an 81 US, both original sleeves and both Disc EX. Aaron has that for 40. Van Morrison is a 1976 US Jacksonville. 1976 US Jacksonville. Tanner ordered the microphones today. He sent me a link. He said, I'm buying these. I said, do it immediately. Next day shipping. I don't care how much they cost. $1,000, $100, $5,000. Van Morrison is sold, has a high bid with Brent Robley. Now we have I'll Take Lake. Lake Street Drive is sold to Tim Holloway. Thank you. Worst Kiss. You've already missed them all. Already sold. Next thing we have is going to go up right now. It's another new crate of vintage. Let's do this right now. This is newly priced vintage LPs that has been marked for tonight. Let's see what's in here, and let's go ahead and get them rolling. Ooh, that's nice. Let's put that up. Let's see what John's left me for auction. Sometimes he'll leave stuff in here. Sometimes he'll leave me little notes. And let's see what we got in here. Nice. There's a wide variety of some really good titles. Plus, Paul dropped off, I think, 2 more crates before he left. And then I got to tag some stuff from these Laura bands still. I got to tag This stuff from the Lorab crates that is people still asking about. People still asking about stuff. They're like, did I get tagged for this? And I'm like, I'm going to do that in just a second. I'm getting to it. Next is Nice and Van Morrison, Grateful Dead, and then Van Morrison and Duran Duran out. Okay, so here's what we're going to do on the Grateful Dead. This is sold to Aaron Below. Thank you, Christy, for letting me know you're out. That sold Aaron Below for $40. Van Morrison has a new high bid of +5. So Van Morrison's at $60. Brent Robley, you've been outbid. And Duran Duran is officially sold to Mark Fallon for $18. Thank you, that's sold. Here's our first stack of sold 45s. That's all sold for tonight. I'm going to take it in here in the operations room before we have a natural disaster and they all spill all over the floor. Let's try to sell like 5 more stacks like that. Before we do that, let's go ahead and show some more buy it nows. These are going to go up for $6.99. First thing we have here is Mary Jane Girls, Wild and Crazy Love, promo, Village People, 5 o'clock in the morning, and Food Fight. Elton John, Blue Eyes. We have The Sounds of Modern America. These, some sort of promotional, Dementia 13, Panic Buttons, Bob City, Foreigner, Say You Will, and April Wine. This could be the right one, April Wine. Those are all up for grabs right there. Those are Mary Jane Girls. We have Village People, Elton John, the Sounds of Modern America, Foreigner, and April Wine. Those are all available. Van Morrison is officially sold to Jason Boxell then. Jason gets this for the winning bid of $60. Thank you, Jason. That is sold to you. Next thing we're going to do is jump over here and put up a new album. This is really cool here. Guy Clark. Here's something we don't get very often. Guy Clark is going to go up for a $30 start. Guy Clark has the original on her sleeve. That's self-titled, 1978. Guy Clark is a $30 start. That's now up for bid. Does have a saw mark over there on the left side of the jacket. Next auction is a grail for a lot of people. This is a big one. Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. OG with hop sticker. Dave Matthews Band is an original, 1998 with both original on her sleeves. Paul says it's a beautiful copy. I've never sold one of these for less than $500. We had a sealed one time we sold for $1,200 back before it was reissued, and prices on this was really, really high. I sold one of these sealed one time for $1,200. This is Dave Matthews Band, Before These Crowded Streets. It's an original, 1998 with both original on her sleeves, and the vinyl is near mint minus, a $375 start. There's one LP, there's 2 ELPs, and this is going to go up $375. The Guns N' Roses are for next metal night. $375 on Dave Matthews Band. Guy Clark has a bid for $35. And now over here was the 45 claims. First on Foreigner. Foreigner was sold to Calvin Ward for $6.99. Mark put Fire, and I think he meant Foreigner. And then Richard Miller first on Mary Jane Girls. And then next was Mark Fallon correcting his comment for Foreigner. Calvin got April Wine. We have Ivan R. wants The Sounds of Modern America. Is Elton John a promo? Elton John has the wrong record in it. That has the wrong record in it. And then Village People. Village People is claimed by who? Stacy was next on April Wine, Grant next on Foreigner, Todd on April Wine, David next on Foreigner, David next on Foreigner, Chad next on Foreigner, and Village People was left unclaimed, $6.99. Guy Clark's at $35, Dave Matthews is $3.25. Next is Brian Ferry. This is in shrink wrap, $19.99. Brian Ferry, this is Another Time, Another Place. Brian Ferry is $19.99. Another Time, Another Place. Jay Ferguson, Real Life Ain't This Way. Jay Ferguson is $14.99. This is Marion Faithful, Broken English and Shrink, $19.99. Non-check condition here. The Firm, Mean Business, $24.99. We have the Fine Young Cannibals, $29.99 for FYC. Also, Brian Ferry, In Your Mind, $19.99. We have The Firm, their first album, Gold Stamp promo with hop sticker, $24.99. Final call on Guy Clark. Just one bid for $35. Going once, going twice, going once, going twice. Dave Matthews Band is at $375. No bid yet. Looking for a $375 start. If you want to bid, I recommend it right now. New arrivals, non-check condition And this is, I almost said non-check condition Scruggs, because this is Earl Scruggs Review. Super Jammin', $19.99 on that. Split Ends, Time and Tide, that is $19.99. David Howard Wants to Firm, that's sold to David Howard. And Billie Holiday, the original recordings. Billie Holiday is $24.99. About to sell those 2 auctions. Let's go ahead and grab some new LPs here, or some new singles. And let me set that right there, and let me see what I have here. We got stories. All right, let's do this right here. 1, 2, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, great. Great, here we go. So here's the Gremlins. And instead of doing these at $5 and $7 each, let's sell the whole set here. Gremlins, story number 1, story number 2, story number 3, number 4, and number 5. The Gremlins is a $25 start. That is going to be sold there, all, or at least the first 5 stories. Yeah, I think that's all of them. 5 stories there. The Gremlins, The Last Gremlin, Gremlin's Trap, Escape from the Gremlins, Gizmo and the Gremlins, The Gift of the Mogwai. That's going to go up for a $25 start. Now, Mason, you put Firm. There's 1 Firm album left if you want it, Mean Business. If not, the other one's sold. And then price on Fine Young Cannibals. Robert, that was $29.99. Also, Sinatra and Company, $14.99 for Sinatra. Also, The Best of Cat Stevens, a Decca label. Really cool cover there. Must be foreign. It is. It's a German press. $19.99. Gremlins has a bid for $25 and $25. Guy Clark is sold to Brent Robley for $35. $35 on that. That is sold. And I can't believe it, but Dave Matthews Band. And this is a buy it now for $375 if anybody wants it. Dave Matthews Band, $375. And I think Mark had that queued in, and he commented it, and he gets it. $375. And this is sold to Mark Fallon. 5 Young Cannibals. No, this is a full album. Mark Fallon, thank you. That's sold to Mark Fallon for $375. Dave Matthews Band, that's sold. Wow, can't believe they didn't bring like an air horn, honestly. I was expecting an air horn. Fine Young Cannibals, the full album. Robert, this is the full album, self-titled on black vinyl. The Gremlins has bids for $25, $26, $28, $29, and now $35. That's at $35 on those. Also, we have the Bee Gees. That's an interesting one there. The Bee Gees, that's another foreign compilation, $14.99. Pat Benatar, Wide Awake in Dreamland, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, Original Tower Records price tag, no condition notes, $19.99. Now the Gremlins is at $38. And now, the next thing we have is Butthole Surfers. Butthole Surfers is an original 1983 US, an original 1983 US EX edition, a $45 start. $45 start, the Butthole Surfers. An original 83 US, that's going to go up for a $45 start. That's now up for bid. Gremlins, $35, $38, now $40. Robert, if you don't want the Fine Young Cannibals, looks like Gary Wellman does. Let's do some more buy it nows for $6.99. First thing I have for $6.99 is Night Ranger. I Did It for Love, Night Ranger. Lisa Lisa and Colt Jam, featuring Full Force, Someone to Love Me For. Living in a Box. That is $6.99. Kylie Minogue again, It's No Secret. Milli Vanilli, Blame It on the Rain. And George Michael, Monkey. A little bit of wear on that one. George Michael, Monkey. Those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. So right now, we have the Gremlins at $50, Butthole at $45, and now before that was Butthole at $45, and then another Butthole at $45, and Robert W. does want Fine Young Cannibals. Now Calvin Ward gets Night Ranger for $6.99. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Brad Waite's next on Night Ranger. Gremlins $50, Butthole $48. Natasha on Milli Vanilli, Butthole $48. Nicole is next on Milli Vanilli, and that leaves the following here. Lisa Lisa, Living in a Box, Kylie Minogue, and George Michael. And from earlier, Village People. And let me set this Elton John aside because he got the wrong record in it. So that happens. Doesn't happen too often, but we've had it happen a couple times. Dustin Hodges got Monkey. All right, there we have it. So let's go back to this new Arrivals bin. We have Big Country, One Great Thing. That is a 12-inch single, $12.99. And Cheech and Chong is $34.99. Cheech and Chong. And this is Big Bamboo. It does have the rolling paper. It is a beautiful copy, and it's only $34.99. Plus, it has the rolling paper. So you can buy this, roll you a big doobie, and then you can live in a van down by the river. $34.99. Buttholes at $55. Brad Waits wants Lisa Lisa. Lisa Lisa is sold to Brad Waits for $6.99. And now, where are we on the Gremlins? The last bid on the Gremlins was Natasha at $50. Just FYI. Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry, $34.99. And the band, Moondog Matinee, $29.99. Give me 1 second, please. Sorry. Okay, first thing we have over here is, let me grab this next handful because I have another auction right here. And this is Prince. I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man. Prince is $7. Prince is $7. I Never Could Take the Place of Your Man. That is available. And let's see here. I got a new this. Give me a second. I got another buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. That's a buy it now. Buy it now, buy it now, buy it now, buy it now. Got some great buy it nows coming up. Buy it now. Yep, yes, yes, and that's interesting. Superstar, Murray Hand, that is all available. Okay, and then let's go back over here to this box and see what else I have in here. Whoop. 1 second. Sort through these 45s. I'm almost done with this box, and that means I can have all of our auctions lined up. That's definitely yes, yes, yes. Got it, got it. Nice. Yep. Interesting. Okay, okay. Yes. Yes. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Great. Fantastic. Got some great stuff there lined up for upcoming auctions. Okay. Let me move these off to the side. Sorry, I had to do that right quick. Now, let's see what we got over here is like this. The last thing I remember saying was the Gremlins was at $50 of Natasha, and then we had the Butthole Surfers at $55 and then $56. Is this a U.S. or a U.K. butthole? The Butthole Surfers is an original 1983 U.S., and that's an EX edition, and that's now at $60. Prince is a $7 start. That's a quick auction right there. And then over here is the next LP. Wow, nobody got Cheech and Chong. The crate is got a Cheech and Chong record in it. Wow, with the rolling paper. The Doobie Brothers, $14.99. That is the Captain and Me. Also, Crosby, Stills and Nash, CSN, $19.99. Jim Croce, The Faces I've Been, $24.99. Clapton's Rainbow Concert, Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, $34.99. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, Chameleon, Balance. Chameleon is an '83 rock album, $34.99. Cher, Take Me Home, Cher, and Shrink, $19.99. Pat Benatar is $14.99, and Jeff Beck is $19.99. Aerosmith sold for $80. Yep, Aerosmith sold for $80. The Gremlin Records is sold to Natasha. Thank you, Natasha. Those are sold to you for $50. Those are sold to Natasha for $50. Prince just got one bid, and this is sold for $7 to R.K. Tucker. That is sold. Tony McDaniel wants Cheech and Chong. That is sold to Tony McDaniel. That is sold. And now, who has the high bet on the Butthole Surfers? The high bid on the Butthole Surfers is Fred Cardinal at $60, going twice, going three times, going twice, going three times on that. We also have Sun House going up for auction. This is a 70s U.S. pressing, $35 start. Sun House, father of the folk blues, the legendary Sun House. This is a $35 start. The legendary Sun House, father of folk blues, $35 start on that. That's now up for bid. And now also we have our next auction is actually not going to be an auction. I got some buy it nows here for us, okay? These are all $6.99. First thing we have here is Ted Nugent, a promo of Hey Baby, double-sided promo of Nugent, Elton John, Flintstone Boy, and Ego. Flintstone Boy and Ego. That's a bizarre one. This is some sort of nudie deal here. I don't know who this is. Who is this? Brett Eklund? Some sort of nudie deal here. Brett Eklund. She was a Bond girl, wasn't she? And is that the person that's married to Ringo Starr? And then the Rolling Stones, 19th Nervous Breakdown. And then Queen, A Crazy Little Thing Called Love, $16.99. Or excuse me, those are all $6.99. $6.99 on those. Okay, so first thing we have here is Ted Nugent, TN. That's sold to George Jones, thank you. And then John Golden was second, then Chad King. And then Wade Lucas wants the Nudie deal. That's sold to Wade Lucas, Nudie deal. And then Chad King on B, which I think was for the Britt Eklund. And then Brent Robley got the Rolling Stones, Robert W. on Queen. And that leaves poor Elton, the Flintstone boy, for $6.99. Sunhouse doesn't have a bid. Looking for a $35 start on that. The Butthole Surfers is sold to Fred Carnell. Fred Carnell, you get that for $60, okay? Now, is Share Take Me Home unopened and sealed? These in here are all vintage original records in this bin. There shouldn't be anything new in here like modern pressings. This is a vintage bin here, $19.99. I'm not saying they're all first pressings, but that is an OG record there. $19.99 on Share. Neil Diamond, Just For You, really cool copy here in shrink wrap on Bang. Neil Diamond, $16.99. Also, we have Linda Ronstadt for $9.99. GTR, $26.99. Hey, there's that Diana Ross record again. He put the wrong record in here again. I left it on his desk. He must have not noticed. What's going on here? This isn't the right record, right? I left this on John's desk, and he did the same thing again. He put it back in there. He probably was like, what the heck? And he just put it back in there. John, if you're out there, this is not the right record for this jacket. That's the third time it's ended up in the crate. I'm going to make a big note and put it on there. This is not the right record. Not the right record. Oh, boy. That's like the third time that record's ended up in the bin. I keep laying it on his desk, and I leave. I put it like this. I keep on putting it like this. He must be laughing at this point. Because every time I've shown that, somebody wants to buy it, and I'm like, I can't sell it. It doesn't have the right record in it. I think he's doing it at this point just to mess with me. Okay, I'm going to go set it in here. I mean, like, this is not the right record. Oh, my gosh. Not the right record. That's what happens though with these records that's on the same label. You know, like it's easy to catch. It's easy to catch. Like if you pull out a Diana Ross record and it's on like a label that you're not used to seeing. But if it's on Motown and he's just cleaning them and flipping it over and cleaning them and looking at them and puts in there, he might not even look at the label because a lot of these, you know, we don't like run the matrix on them and confirm pressings. Paul and Laura really like look up each pressing on their stuff. John puts out a lot of stuff that you don't really need to know the pressing, if you get what I mean. Like, there is probably different versions of GTR, but it really doesn't matter where it was pressed unless you're just curious for yourself. So we can price a lot more records without having to look up the pressing plant. Now, a lot of people want to know, so Paul and Laura look up every pressing plant and try to know it. Now, John does on some records, but you know, some it just doesn't really matter. So he sometimes are just back there. He's cleaning the heck out of records, and they slip through sometimes. Okay, so let's go back to the top. And I left off by saying Sun House had a bid for $35. The Sun House is a 70s U.S. pressing. It's not OG. It's a 70s U.S. pressing. It has one bid for $35. Gary Wellman got Linda Ronstadt. That's sold to Gary Wellman. And then Robert wants to put back Fine Young Cannibals. Now, who was the backup person? Gary who? I forgot at this point. Who was the backup person? And then RK on Ted Nugent. That was for the 45. Now RK got Elton John, and now we are good. Do you have any more Page Plant in San Jose? I do not. I do not. Those are is a waiting list. Buffy Santa Marie is $9.99. Also, In Harmony, a Sesame Street record, $19.99. Smile, Laura Nero, $14.99. And The Occasions, Girl Watcher, $14.99. Styx, Equinox, $19.99. Styx, Equinox. Styx, Equinox. Let me grab the next LP over here out of the crate that Paul has prepared. And I see a nice Pink Floyd. And this is a 1969 U.S. Jacksonville VG Plus, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. A saucer full of secrets. I love this candy stripe tower label. It's VG Plus, a $35 start, Pink Floyd. There's a little bit of chipping over here. There is a little bit of chipping over here on the spine, so about a VG minus cover, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Holden wants the occasions. That is sold to Holden 190 over on YouTube. So who was backup on Fine Young Cannibals? Robert, do you remember Gary who? Let me know, because that's not ringing a bell. And now Sunhouse has sold one bid for $35 to Gary Wellman. And now Pink Floyd's a $35 start. And now our next LP is going to go up right now, and it's Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo Moxo. And this is a US 71 press, Terre Haute, and there's no condition notes on it. This is a beautiful copy, too. No condition notes on the vinyl. Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo is a $35 start. Gary Wellman got the Fine Young Cannibals. Change that to Gary Wellman instead of Robert W. Their Sticks, Pure Prairie League Dance. Pure Prairie League is $14.99. We have Babe Ruth, first base. Really cool record here. We had one the other night. Roger Dean artwork, very cool. Babe Ruth is $34.99. No condition notes on anything in this bin. Grateful Dead is $35. The Very Best of Gordon Lightfoot is $14.99. And Quiet Village, Martin Denny, this is $9.99. Grateful Dead has a bid for $35. Looking for a $35 start over there on the Pink Floyd record as well. Let me grab this other box of 45s that we were working on last night. Man, there's some good ones that popped up, like Alice in Chains and Pearl Jam. I'm still working on sorting through some of these right quick. And I'm going to go ahead and grab this next one, because there's some cool stuff in here. I got to get the rest of our auctions out. Here's our next auction. This is U2, I Will Follow. U2 is going to go up for a $7 start. I Will Follow. Very cool picture sleeve there. Early U2 song, I Will Follow. $7 start on that. It is available. Got some cool picture sleeves here I'm about to do. I'm going to try to find some 60 stuff. There's some Dylans. Got some cool stuff coming up, it looks like. Yeah, here's this other one here. This is the Rolling Stones. I was looking for this. I'm glad I grabbed the right handful. This was a promo copy. I don't know how early, but it's on this London label. I Can't Get No Satisfaction. It does have like a scribble on it. It says 1965 on a sticker that was placed on it later. It has a star, London, I Can't Get No Satisfaction, and the under-assisted West Coast promotion man. So the Rolling Stones is going to go up for a $7 start. It's in the original London sleeve. It's beautiful, and it's marked a promo. I Can't Get No. Da-da-da. What a classic. Ringo, Roto's Gravure. Ringo Star is $14.99. Just a Melody. Young Holt Unlimited. Young Holt Unlimited, that's cool. $19.99. Looks like there's a train on there, and that's the smoke coming up out of the train. Young Holt Unlimited is $19.99. Go Now, the Moody Blues, $29.99. And we have the best of the Guess Who. Ooh, with the original poster, a gatefold, the best of the Guess Who, $26.99 on that. So let's update our auctions. Grateful Dead got one bid for $35, final call. R.K. Tucker got Pure Prairie League. That sold to R.K. Tucker. U2 got a bid for $7. U2 got a bid for $8. Pink Floyd got a bid for $35. That's a final call. Rolling Stones $8. Rolling Stones $10. And now we have In the Eye of the Storm, the Outlaws, $19.99 on the Outlaws. Also, Charlie Daniels Band, Powder Keg. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Emmylou Harris Blue Kentucky Girl, $14.99. Bonnie Raitt, Street Lights. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. And Ohio Players, Honey. Ohio Players is $24.99. Ohio Players, Honey. These usually sell because of the jackets. Whoa. Ohio Players, $24.99. U2 has a high bid of Chris Bachek for $8. We're about to sell it. Craig's out. Stones has a bid for $10. RK, let me know if you want back in. And Johnny Rivers is called Outside Help. Has a promo sticker on the back. $9.99. $9.99. We have Gary Wellman on Charlie Daniels. That is sold to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary Wellman. And John Anderson's Greatest Hits, Swingin', $29.99. All right, time to sell some auctions. First is Grateful Dead. Aaron, you're getting these Grateful Deads, I believe, at great prices. That's a 71 Terre Haute OG. No condition notes. Beautiful vinyl, and so do you for $35. That's sold to Aaron below. Pink Floyd just got one bid for $35, and that was with Nick Dahmer. That just got one bid for $35. A Saucer Full of Secrets. Now Pink Floyd has sold, and now the Rolling Stones is at $12. That got a new bid, but we're done on U2 for $8. And Pink Floyd just got a very late bid with William Warner. Next thing we have is some picture sleeves here. Let's go ahead and do these right here. The first one I have is Jan and Dean, Surf City. This is all original 60 stuff here in the picture sleeve. Jan and Dean, the Fleetwoods, Run Around, the Tommy Kangaroo Down Sport, and the Big Black Hat, Wolf Harris. Very interesting one there. Sweeney Todd, Demon Barber, Funky Meat Pops. What a bizarre looking deal there. And then Bob Dylan, Drifting Too Far From Shore, and Silvio. And that's from 1988. And one more, Foreigner, Street Thunder. And there's the A-side, I Want to Know What Love Is. I want to take a little time to think things over. That's what I have to do every night. Take a little time to think things over. Back of the top was Gordon Lightfoot, Edmund Fitzgerald. I don't know if it's on volume 2 here or not. We'll definitely check. Gordon Lightfoot does not have Edmund Fitzgerald. Pussy Willows and Cattails is a great song, though. Bitter Green's a great song. $14.99 on that. Next is Marshall Bassett on the John Anderson. That's so to Marshall Bassett. Mason got the great Guess Who here, the OG gatefold with poster. That's so to Mason over on YouTube. And then Rolling Stones 14. And then Tim Holloway was next on John Anderson. And then Jay for Jan and Dean is so to DJ Jeff Copel. Calvin was second. Then Larry Smith. Lucas on Sweeney. Sweeney Todd so to Lucas. Then William Warner. Grant Peltzer on Foreigner. I Want to Know What Love Is. And then we have Fred Morris. You were second or third on Surf. However, I do have you down for Wolf. Tony next on Foreigner. Chad next on Foreigner. Unless one of y'all wanted the Fleetwoods. If so, it's still available and you need to let me know. And so is Bob Dylan. Now, let's get some new LPs up for auction. Next LPs up for auction. Next LPs up for auction are going up right now. How about the Velvet Underground? White Light, White Heat, an early 70s UK reissue and super clean. Very nice. Ooh, oh boy. $55 start. The Velvet Underground. Early 70s UK press. Early 70s UK press on the Velvet Underground. Nice. A $55 start. Very, very cool there. White Light, White Heat. That is now up for bid. Superb jacket too. Really nice jacket there. $55 start. Rolling Stones is still getting bids. And then right now, our next thing that I'm going to have is Fleetwood Mac. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. This is in the original picture sleeve, and Fleetwood Mac is going to go up for a $7 start. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. Christine McVie, Fleetwood Mac. Next LP in here is the Best of Jay Giles. Jay Giles is $19.99. We also have an Anthology of Bread, which has got a lot of tracks on it. Look at all that. It's like a greatest hits, $14.99. RCA Club copy, it looks like. We have Melissa Manchester's greatest hits and Shrink and Hop, $12.99. America's Greatest Hits, $19.99. And Big Country Wonderland in Shrink, $29.99. $29.99. All righty. So first thing we have is Dave Siretna on the Jay Giles Greatest Hits. Kelly Cook second on that one. This crate over here has almost filled up. But first we have a bid on Fleetwood Mac for $10 and Holden $190 wants Bread. Maybe I'ma Want You. That is sold to Holden. Velvet Underground is a $55 start. The last bid on the Rolling Stones that came in was $18. RK's out. So that's sold to Michael Butler for $18. Satisfaction promo. And then Fleetwood Mac's a $10. There we have it. Let's go ahead and let's see. Let's bring over the other Paul crate. Going to try to keep this balanced, and we'll bring over the other Paul crate right now. Give me 1 second, please. And let me step right over here and do this. And okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for spending Saturday night with us. We are moving through a lot of 45s tonight. Not really wasn't my plan. Of course, I never know what my plan is till we show up and start selling stuff, right? I sometimes don't know what we're going to do. But I know this. We got a ton of vintage LPs to go through, like those kind of crates. A lot of stuff still left in that one. And great titles, too. Let's go ahead and bring over this other crate that Paul had delivered before he left. There was the half of the crate of stuff that's left. And let's bring over this crate. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates. I know I'm doing a lot of chit-chattering. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for $11. Velvet Underground just has one bid for $55. I think it's time for another handful of 45s. Those seem to be the hot topic tonight. Let's see what we have here in the next handful. These are all $6.99. We have Steve Perry, She's Mine. I don't recall seeing that one as often. That's another one from that solo album. Kenny Loggins, Footloose from the soundtrack. Bruce Springsteen, One Step Up. Leon Russell, If I Were a Carpenter. Saga, The Flyer. And then DeBarge, Who's Holding Donna Now? That's some pretty cool stuff there. Those are all $6.99 on all those. $6.99 on all those. Just FYI. Those are all available. Hope everybody's paying attention. Now, R.K. Tucker, you're out on Fleetwood Mac. Let me know if you want back in. There's only one bid on Velvet Underground for $55. These are all $6.99. Grant Pelter was first on Steve Perry, then Dave Seretna. I'm going to leave the other ones over here to see who claims them. Next LP, first from Paul's Bend, Roy Harper. This is Folk Joke Opus. This is sealed, $29.99. 2019 remaster, fantastic British folk album. Even Led Zeppelin named a song after him. Hats off to Roy Harper, which is a track on Led Zeppelin 3. That is $29.99. Roy Harper, sealed, $29.99. 2019 remaster. Never seen that before in any kind. Don Nicole wants the DeBarge record, and then Richard Miller got Saga. So that leaves Leon Russell, If I Were a Carpenter, Picture Sleeve. Bruce Springsteen's One Step Up, and Kenny Loggins, Footloose. Let's go ahead and sell Michael Butler, The Velvet Underground. Michael Butler, thank you. That's sold to you for $55. Thank you, Michael Butler. That's sold to you for $55. The only one bid. Kind of find that surprising, but it's sold. I lost R.K. Tucker on Fleetwood Mac, so let's go ahead and sell this to Chris Baycheck for $11. Thank you, Chris. That's sold to you for $11. Now, let's set this right over here, and let's swap out crates. That one's full. Let me grab a new empty one. Have I condensed a crate yet, or am I going to have to step over here and get one? Let me step in here and get one then. All righty. Fantastic. Where's my caffeine at? I think we're going to need it. RK, just bid. RK, I lost you there for a while. I apologize. I thought you were done. Trust me, I'm never not going to take a bid. Tim Jensen wants the Kenny Loggins for $6.99. Let me go ahead and show a few more records. Then we need new auctions, don't we? Whitty Morgan and the Big 78. Is that Whitey or Witty? I think it's Witty. Sealed $49.99. And then we have 1, 2, 3 copies of John Moreland, Visitor. That's sealed on cream-colored vinyl for $32.99. And we have Monophonic, Sage Motel, sealed for $29.99. Javi was next on Kenny. Price on Roy. Roy Harper was sealed for $29.99. Christopher Nagy, sealed for $29.99. All right, let's see what else we got up for auction. Miles Davis, Wu-Tang Clan. We have Muddy Waters, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Bob Marley, Pink Floyd's, Allman Brothers, more Grateful Deads, more Grateful Deads, more Grateful Deads, Little Walters, Big Mama Thornton's, Bob Dylan's, more Pink Floyd's, more Fleetwood Macs. Let's do Wu-Tang Clan here. Wu-Tang Clan is a 1987 U.S. original. Disc 1 is VG Plus. Oh, excuse me, Disc 1 and 2. This is a 4LP. This is a 4LP. This is a Disc 1 and 2, VG Plus, and Disc 3 and 4, EX. Wu-Tang Clan, Wu-Tang Forever, an original 1987 4LP. Let's put that up for a $75 start. That's Wu-Tang Clan, Wu-Tang Forever. Also, actually, that Grateful Dead was next here on my thumb, meaning I was about to sell it next. And this is Grateful Dead. This is demos and outtakes from Terrapin Station. This is called Grateful Dead Outtakes. Terrapin Station, VG Plus condition, vintage Grateful Dead bootleg there, $35. We got a request for more Deads. We got a request for Roy Harper, Christopher Nagy. There's one more in there if you do want one. And that is sold. And 1997. What did I say? Original 1997. An original 1997. And then we have Monophonics. This is sealed for $29.99. There's another copy of that. Also, original motion picture soundtrack, music by Mogwai of Ken. Sealed on red vinyl for $19.99. So we got Wu-Tang, we got the Gret, we got the Dead, and we have Alt J. Paul has another one back. Great indie record. Alt J is $22.99. Neil Diamond, Taproot Manuscript. Neil Diamond's in shrink wrap. EX edition, $14.99 on Neil Diamond. And we have Bridges. Gil Scott Heron and Brian Jackson. That's pretty cool. It's a 77 US. VG Plus, $59.99. Gil Scott Heron, VG Plus, $59.99. All righty. So, let me step back over here to my gigantic box of 45s, and here we go. Might as well jump. Van Halen, original picture sleeve. Let's put this up for a $7 start. Very clean, might as well jump. And the B-side is House of Pain. That's now up for bid. And here's where I left off. We had Grateful Dead at 35, 35, 40, 50. And then Wu-Tang's a 97. Sorry, I misspoke and said 87. Grateful Dead 35, 41, and then 60. 60. Michael Butler, you did get a Roy Harper, and there's one left. Jason Hughes got Alt J. That's sold to Jason Hughes. Thank you. That's sold. Also over here, we have Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love with Hop Sticker, Sexual Healing. VG Condition, $14.99 on Marvin Gaye. This is an album by the Black Keys. The name of the album is Brothers. That is EX $32.99 for Black Keys Brothers. The Shirts, Streetlight Shine. The Shirts is VG Plus $9.99. What is the name of the Monophonics album? Sage Motel. Sage Motel, it is sealed $29.99. Sink into a soft pillow of soulful psychedelia. That sounds very cool. Sealed for $29.99 on that. Also America, that's their greatest hits. That's EX $12.99. We had a non-check condition one earlier for $20. Peter Frampton, Frampton Comes Alive, EX $22.99. And McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman. McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman, EX $12.99 on that. The Van Halen just has one bid for $7. The Grateful Dead is now at $77. And Wu-Tang does have an opening bid for $99. $99. Scott Oman on Marvin Gaye. I got some M's and G's mixed up there. That's sold to Scott Oman. Corey Caston got Brothers, and that was Black Keys sold to Corey Gaston. Holden 190 on America. That is America. Thank you, Holden 190. That's sold to you. And then Mary Miles on McGuinn, Clark, and Hillman. That's sold to Mary Miles. Are we really about to sell Van Halen for $7? If so, that's okay with me. But the next thing we're about to do right now is show some more $6.99 buy it nows. These are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. First come, first serve type deals here. First is Dr. Hook. This is the cover of Rolling Stone. $6.99 on Dr. Hook. The Sounds Machine, EP2, Living Color, Screaming Life, Blue Messiah, Queensryche, and Voivod. Oh, I didn't realize what that was. I should have auctioned that. That's okay. That's got Living Color, Queensryche on it, Voivod. Frank Sinatra, EP, an original, Wee Small Hours, Frank Sinatra. Also, Hooters is $6.99, Day by Hooters. And Lisa and Cult Jam, Head to Toe. Lisa, $6.99. Lisa, $6.99. Those are all available. Those are all available. Now, over here is the first thing we sold. Christopher Nagy wants the other Roy Harper. Thank you, Christopher Nagy. Roy Harper is sold to you. And then we had Van Halen with a new bid for $8. Next is George Jones on Dr. Hook for $6.99. That's sold to George Jones. Craig Thomas first on EP2. That is sold to Craig Thomas. And then Fred Cardinal does want the Monophonics. That is sold to Fred Cardell. Thank you. John Oliver next on EP2. Then Calvin Ward on EP2. And then Ivan on EP2. And then Tony put question, exclamation point D. And then Kelly next on EP2. And then John Dodd on EP2. Mark Chesler on Sinatra. Chris Bachek next on Sinatra. R.K. Tucker next on EP2. David V next on Dr. Hook. Fred Cardinal on SBM. And then, not for sure what that one was. And then Lisa is sold to Robert W. RK next on Sinatra. Jump has another bid for $8. Brad next on Lisa. And then we have Miss Frampton Details. So Hooters is the only thing there that I don't think got sold. Wu-Tang just got one bid for $99. And this is sold to Ivan R. for $99. Now Van Halen's at $9 with John Oliver. And the last bid I remember saying on Grateful Dead before my feed just absolutely exploded with 45 claims. This is with Michael Butler for $77, and I think the other bidders went out. That's a final call on that. Van Halen's still getting bids. The details on this is EX $22.99. Kelly Cook got Hooters. Did I miss that? Kelly Cook. Okay, that was right after Fred's SBM. Okay, so Hooters went to Kelly Cook, and then Robert W got Lisa. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. No, they are all sold. There we have it. Okay, so here we go. First thing we have is Ray LaMontagne Trouble. Ray LaMontagne's VG Condition, $14.99. And we have Samantha Fox, Touch Me. Samantha Fox is EX Condition, $12.99. And the box tops, non-stop box tops. Oh, I saw my records falling. Couldn't catch them in time. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. This is almost empty. I'm going to have to go get some more to wake me up even to the next level. Dustin Whitaker did want Peter Frampton. Let's sell that to Dustin Whitaker. Thank you. Frampton comes alive. Van Halen out. Is Van Halen House of Pain B-side? Yes. Mary Miles wants Ray. Ray LaMontagne sold to Mary Miles. Jeremy Gallagher was second. That means Michael Butler, this is sold to you. And Michael Butler, this is sold to you for the winning bid of $77. Thank you, Michael Butler. That is sold to you. Now, we have how much on the box tops? That was EX Edition, $17.99. Gary asked, then Holden asked, and now Van Halen. The last bid that came in was Brad Waits tied Teresa, and Teresa came in first at $10. All right, now we did a new LP, and the new LP is going up right now. And this next new LP is probably going to be a grail for somebody tonight. Here we go. So let's be very careful with the details here, because the details on this jacket or the details on this pressing is very important, okay? Very important, all the little minor details. This is one of the most coveted albums of all time. Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. This is an original 1959. Let me just leave this right here so I can read it word for word for you. This is an original 1959 U.S. pressing in mono. It does have the misprint jacket where Adderley is misspelled. Should be misspelled right here. They misspelled Adderley. And then, and on the tracks, and tracks on side B are reversed. So yeah, there's two things. They misspelled Cannonball Adderley, his last name, and then the tracks are misprinted in the wrong order on the, which is only two, but they misprinted them, okay? So this is VG Plus, and that's a conservative grade from Paul, and this is a $295 start. A $295 start. Wow. I'm liking what I'm seeing. So this is the original with the misprinted track listing and misprint on Cannonball Adderley. You're going to be very happy with this. I mean, for this for 1959 on a 6i VG Plus, that thing could go EX if you wanted to just like glance at it. Just saying. Miles Davis, $295 start. Okay, so we had a pass on box top, so that's still available. Brad Waits is out on Van Halen, so Teresa got that for $10. Van Halen sold. Let's show a few more LPs. We got Santana. Here's one I was talking about the other night that's on a transition label. That was on both 2i and this one here, kind of for OG pressings, $17.99. Also, we got Kiss off the soundboard, EX Condition, $32.99. Des Moines, Iowa, $32.99 for Kiss, $32.99. And we have the Outlaws bringing it back alive, EX $17.99. Miles Davis is a $295 start. Next LP here is, next 45s. Let's see what I have here. Oh, here we go. Oh, I found two easy ones here. Oh, wow. Here we go. Here's two easy ones here. Led Zeppelin, Immigrant Song. Now, this will be around a Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? Another nice copy. This is probably the most popular Led Zeppelin single because, one, it's Immigrant Song, and two, once again, it has that B-side single. That was the way you can get it. And that was a big radio song, too. I mean, I didn't grow up in the era of actual radio play when these songs are out like probably most of y'all did. However, I did grow up in the Nashville area listening to 105.9 The Rock. Okay, so if anybody else is from the Nashville area, I kind of got a lot of taste of music from 105.9 The Rock, and they used to play that a lot. And from what I told for everybody, that was a big radio hit, Hey, hey, what can I do? Hey, look, there's Miles Davis. I've got Miles Davis zeroed in right there. And then there's Led Zeppelin. So this thing's clean. It's not the first press. It's a 75 Rockefeller. That's like a mid-70s pressing. Immigrant Song. Hey, hey, what can I do? Boy, I can listen to that any time of the day. $10 start on Led Zeppelin. And we got Kiss. We got Beth. And we got Detroit Rock City. And this is the second label or the second pressing where they made Beth the A-side. Beth and Detroit Rock City, that's also gone up for a $10 start. Jeff Reed wrote his name on one side of the sleeve. You can just say that's the front, and there's no writing, but there is writing there. So Kiss is a $10 start. Zeppelin's a $10 start. And then final call on Miles Davis to get a bid in. Mark Riley got Santana. That sold. Info on Bridges. Info on Bridges. Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson is a 1977 U.S. Gold Stamp promo. VG Plus $59.99. $59.99. You calling us old? I'm calling y'all veterans, okay? Y'all grew up, most people watching grew up in a lot better music era than I did, okay? So I don't know what was even on the charts when I was a senior in high school. I was a senior in high school in 2014. Probably a bunch of crap was on the charts in 2014. Nothing like in 1974 or 1971. Boy, the charts in 1971, between 68 and 72, the charts were loaded. Oh my gosh, that's like some of my favorite music ever from that era. We have Commodore's Anthology. That's a 2LP. EX $12.99. The Commodore's Anthology. FM Live. This is Climax Blues Band. Speaking of FM radio, Climax Blues Band, FM Live. VG Plus $14.99. We have Photo Glow. Photo Glow was VG Plus $14.99. And Tom Powers, Love and Learn. Tom Powers is EX edition, $9.99. That's a singer-songwriter. Tom Powers, Love and Learn, EX $9.99. All right, let's go back to the top. And we had Led Zeppelin at 12, Kiss at 10, Kiss at 10, Kiss 11, Kiss at 12, Kiss at 12. We have Miles Davis at $2.95. What is the Miles Davis details? Kiss 14. We have Gary Wellman on the Commodores. That is sold. Kiss 15. David next on the Commodores. So one more time on Miles Davis, because it does have a bid. It does have a bid for $295. Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. This thing is clean. Paul has graded it a conservative VG+. I think you are going to like what you get, whoever ends up winning this auction. Miles Davis. This is a jazz grail. This is just a record collecting grail in general. And then this is an original 1959 U.S. mono misprint jacket. This is the OG mono from the United States. It does have the misprint jacket with Cannonball Adderley misspelt, and it has the tracks in the incorrect order. So this is OG, okay? OG. And that is a final call. OG VG Plus with the misprint jacket, $3.95. Happy. Yeah, that is, who is that? Bruno Mars? Who does that? Happy? Oh my God, I wasn't even listening to, I was listening to the same stuff I'm listening to now back in 2014. Rush, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles. Yes. Oh boy. Yeah, I wasn't listening to any Happy. Who is that? Bruno Mars. I know that song. Happy, blah, 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 blah. We have Whitty Morgan, and this is sealed, $49.99. $49.99, two of those. Also, John Moreland, Visitor, sealed for $32.99. John Moreland, Visitor. And then Monophonics, Farrell. Yeah, Farrell. I don't know his name. He just goes by Farrell? No, Farrell Williams. Hey, that's my name. Williams, sealed, $29.99. One Monophonics left. We have Mogwai, sealed for $19.99. Mogwai, Neil Diamond is EX $14.99. Neil Diamond. The shirts was still available. VG Plus $9.99. Samantha Fox is EX $12.99. The box tops is EX $17.99. Kiss is EX $32.99. The Outlaws is EX $17.99. Gil Scott-Heron, VG Plus $59.99. Climax Blues Band, VG Plus $14.99. Photo Glow was VG Plus $14.99. And then that Tom Powers, okay? Let's go over here, and it's time to sell the Miles Davis. Wow. Brian O'Donnell, nice pickup here, $295. Brian O'Donnell, that sold you for $295. Nice. You can check that one off your list. A grail in all realms. A record collecting grail, a jazz grail, etc., etc. Did you get my claim for Kiss? Now, earlier, I didn't know if y'all were buying Kiss or if y'all were bidding on Kiss, okay? Now, Kiss, that was, okay, RK got Kiss. There's Santana, and then way up here, RK got Kiss. He was claiming this. And that was the same time I was putting this up for auction. So I thought maybe he was jumping the gun. But he was actually wanting Kiss in the bin, okay? And I think Mark Chesler did the same thing, so he was second. And then somebody else just claimed it. Okay, that was down here. Somebody else just claimed it. And then Mr. Sticker Mania wanted Rolling Stones. Is there a Rolling Stones in here? And then Kiss 17, 18. Matt Lawson wants Moreland. Moreland is, that was a John Moreland. I have 2 more of those left. They're sealed for $32.99. That means, Chris, you were third on Kiss. And then we have, we're good to go. Okay, so did Led Zeppelin just have one bid for $12? An EX near mint minus copy of Led Zeppelin Immigrant Song. Calvin has it for $12. Led Zeppelin's at $12. Hey, hey, what can I do? An Immigrant Song. And the Kiss single's at 19, which is Beth and Detroit Rock City. Beth is the A side, just FYI. Okay, here is, give me 1 second. Okay, here are some more buy it nows for $6.99. These are $6.99 buy it nows, just FYI. The first thing I have here is Kim Wilde, Cambodia. Kim Wilde is $6.99. That looks pretty interesting. Paul McCartney, Take It Away. Hank Williams Jr., If the South Would Have Won. Roberta Flack, Killing Me Softly. And Just Like a Woman, OG in the company sleeve. Amadeus, Amadeus, Rock Me Amadeus. Falco. And Culture Club, It's a Miracle. Culture Club is $6.99. Those are all $6.99 there. Now, if anybody else wants anything in this bin, now's the time before I swap them out. We still got a bazaar of records to auction. And the next one is going to be OG Terrapin Station. Excuse me, a 77 US Club. This is a 1977 US Club with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus Grateful Dead, a $25 start. $25 start. Do you have more flip crates of our claims? Yeah, like 2 more. I think I'm going to go ahead and do one right now, really. I need to get some of that stuff checked off. But first, and we can show records at the same time. So Kiss was at 1920. New bid on Led Zeppelin for 15, then 17. Tony McDaniel put H, and I'm assuming that's for Hank Williams Jr. So Tony got H for Hank Williams Jr. That sold to him for $6.99. DJ put RB, and I'm assuming that was for Roberta Flack. So DJ got RB for Roberta Flack for $6.99. Shane was next on Hank Williams Jr. Javi Soto got Falco, Rock Me Amadeus. Chad King was next. And then Grant next on Roberta Flack. Tim Voldens next on Hank. Chad King. Now, Chad, are you a first-time buyer? Chad King over on YouTube. CC on Culture Club. That sold you for $6.99. Then Brett Thieves. Then Dennis next on Roberta. Kiss 21, Kiss 22. So nobody on Paul McCartney and nobody on Kim Wilde, Cambodia. So Cambodia and Paul McCartney. Kim Wilde and Paul McCartney still left there for $6.99. Now, the last bid on Led Zeppelin that came in was Michael Butler out. So, Calvin, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you for $17. Kiss is now at $22, and Grateful Dead has a bid for $25. There we have it. Let me condense this with the other crate that Paul has marked right here. All righty. Excellent. Excellent. No, I switched from Facebook. Okay, Chad King. Maybe that's what's thrown me off. That's probably what's thrown me off. Let's go ahead and introduce a new LP. How about Dark Side of the Moon? This is a 1975 U.S. Los Angeles press, EX Plus, so a nice disc. It has 1 postcard and 1 poster. 1 postcard and 1 poster. Nice vinyl, though, a 75 pressing. It does have the Pyramid sticker, and it has the Pyramids poster. Has the Pyramids poster and the Pyramid sticker. Gatefold, Dark Side of the Moon, a $35 start. That is now up for bid. All righty. Now, I had somebody ask me earlier about a flip crate that hadn't been tagged yet, and I said, sure thing. And let's go ahead and knock this out. It won't take too long. If you're curious on vintage crates, I still got, oh my gosh, I still got 5 new vintage crates from John. And this won't take too long, but a few things in here has been claimed. So let me go ahead and pull up the video. And this might have been some stuff. Laura was bringing up new crates at midnight last night. Laura was bringing new crates up at midnight last night. So it's pretty overwhelming. Let me first jump over here and see what we got. And let me find this right here. I think it's this bin, Saturday morning new arrivals. Yeah. This right here. Okay. The condition of Grateful Dead was VG+. And then are we done on Kiss? Kiss is out. And that means Brad gets this for $22. R.K. Tucker got Paul McCartney for $6.99. And Teresa got Kim Wilde for $6.99. Grateful Dead's at $27. Pink Floyd $35, $35, $40. That can only leave one thing. That means we need some more auctions. And let's do that right here. Let me grab a handful out here and do some more sorting. We got plenties of buy it nows. Plenties of buy it nows. Let me go ahead and do this right here. And here's another Zeppelin. This is a cool one here. Led Zeppelin, Full in the Rain. An original from In Through the Outdoor. The B-side was Hot Dog. Very clean, very nice. Led Zeppelin's a $10 start. Led Zeppelin's a $10 start there. Those are up for bid. Now, first thing we have in here, I believe this is sold. This is Drive-By Truckers. If not, I would recommend, because it's only $19.99. Drive-By Truckers. Let me scroll through here. Let me get myself familiar with these comments again. $19.99 on Drive-By Truckers. This is available. It is new and sealed. It's $19.99, and this is actually sold to Aaron Below. Aaron Below, that's sold to you. Thank you. You got Drive-By Truckers. That was sold to him for $19.99. I've got 2 copies of Spoon, Gimme Fiction. Spoon is sealed for $24.99 on red vinyl. This one's sold to Eric Fisher. Thank you, Eric Fisher. That's sold to you on Spoon, Gimme Fiction. And then this one here was sealed for $24.99. And Spoon was sealed for $24. And this is sold to Rhonda Stansberry. That's sold to Rhonda Stansberry. So those are sold and sold. Next thing I have in here is Morgan Wallen. Now, I'm pretty sure these are both still available. Morgan Wallen is sealed for $29.99, if I know me. And I haven't been able to order those in a while, but that's available for $29.99. The Grateful Dead got a new bid for $28. Led Zeppelin has bids for $10 and $10. Grateful Dead's at $30, and Pink Floyd's at $40. If you're bidding on Pink Floyd, let me know if you're in or out. Charles, David, y'all been outbid by Chris X. 2 Morgan Wallens there. This is J. Cole, Born Center. J. Cole is sealed for $29.99 for J. Cole. Still got both copies of Cockatoo Twins. Blue Bell No, remastered Cockatoo Twins. Those are sealed for just $24.99. I've got several copies here of Juice WRLD. Juice WRLD is sealed for $29.99. Juice WRLD, and those are called Death Race for Love. Juice WRLD is $29.99. And then Drake, Take Care. Drake is sealed, a 2 LP, $29.99. New bid on the Dead for $30. Led Zeppelin just has 1 bid for $10, and now Pink Floyd's at $45. We have 2 Bruce Springsteens, Born in the USA, 40th anniversary. 40th anniversary on red vinyl, includes a lithograph and a booklet. Bruce is just $29.99. Brett Thies got the Cockatoo Twins. There's 1 Cockatoo Twins left if anybody wants that. And we have 1 Coheed and Cambria left. In Keeping Secrets of Silent Earth 3, 20th anniversary, lavender-colored vinyl, $39.99. The Obits Die at the Zoo. The Obits is sealed for $19.99. And we still got 3 copies of Trout Mask Replica, Captain Beefheart and His Magic Band. These are sealed. There's a note on the back from Laura. Grail, $39.99 on Captain Beefheart. $39.99 on Captain Beefheart. Those are available. Just FYI, okay? We got 3 of them. Also, Motionless in White. Motionless in White Reincarnate. Those are sealed for $29.99. One is sold to Clarissa Zavala. Clarissa Zavala. That is sold to her. Thank you, Clarissa. That completes her comment. She got a Cigarettes After Sex Act earlier and a Joan Jett. We still got a few copies of that. Now, here is the Chevelle album I was talking about. Chevelle, and this is Neurotis. This has been asked about ever since I teased it earlier. Mentioned that somebody had bought it. It was like, what Chevelle? Because on Thursday Night Metal Night, Laura had put out one of these, and there was like 7 claims. And then she found some more from this batch of sealed stuff. These are 24. Nobody bought one last night. And then I put it in the flip video. And now Chevelle, $24.99. And Chevelle is sold first to who? Chris Kirkley got a Chevelle. That is sold to Chris Kirkley, $24.99. And Chris Smith got a Chevelle. And he hopped on here and commented that 2 hours ago at 7:06. That was smart. So if anybody else wants one, let me know. I'll try to order them for you. We have the Smiths. The Smiths is sealed for $29.99. And then also we have 1 Mumford & Sons left. Mumford & Sons is on cream-colored vinyl for $24.99. Chief Keef, Mansion Music, that's sealed for $24.99. And then we have Nova Twin, Supernova, sealed for $24.99. And then Soul Glow, Disapora Problem, sealed $29.99 on that. So Led Zeppelin got new bids for 12 and then 15. Grateful Dead is sold to Brett Thieves for 30. And then Pink Floyd is sold to Alvo Dabney for 45. The Roy Harper was earlier. It was a sealed remastered copy. We had 2 copies, and they're long gone. Now, Ryan, if you want me to try to order you a Chevelle, I have somebody else wanting some other Chevelle stuff, but I hadn't been able to check yet. Calvin has that for 15. If anybody else wants in, let me know, okay? And let's see what else I got to pull. I think the only thing I really got to pull is the Lover Ska Lights from the other bin. And I think that might be about it, just the Ska Lights from the other bin, which I might just wait to do that later, okay? Will Abels Mumford. I think y'all, Robert, y'all bought one yesterday, I'm pretty sure. This is on Island, 2012 cream color vinyl. I think Kelly bought one, or you bought one yesterday. Led Zeppelin, waiting for Mark Riley. Let's get some new LPs. Now, I'm going to bring over another crate of new vintage stuff. Here is a really cool Elvis single, actually. This is a UK, look at this label for Elvis. Something pretty cool here. This is Elvis, Wooden Heart. Elvis, Wooden Heart. And the B-side is Tonight, I'm So Right for Love. It's in about VG condition, but what a VG Plus condition. But what an interesting label on that one. Tonight is So Right for Love. This is Elvis, and this is a $7 start. Let's go ahead and sell Led Zeppelin for 15. Unfortunately, I lost Mark Riley there for a few minutes. Calvin gets Led Zeppelin for 15. Thank you. Let's swap out crates, and I'm about to get back hot and heavy into some of our Buy It Now 45s, okay? If anybody else decides you want anything in there, let me know. Don's in on Elvis at 7. That's a very interesting label there, like I was saying. And let me go ahead and pull the Ska Lights, and I think that's the only other thing. That way I don't have to go through this whole crate, and we can go through some different stuff here. Let's go ahead and pull the Ska Lights, and I have one extra copy if anybody wants it. The Ska Lights, the Ska Light is sold, and this was sold over here to Aaron Below. Thank you, Aaron Below. I have one other copy of this if anybody else wants it. It's unopened, $34.99. I think I got everybody else's claim from that video. Now, it looks like there's some more new claims on the other video. There's somebody claiming Bon Jovi earlier, and then somebody else, and then somebody needs to put something back. I've been liking comments, and I've seen 2 people reply saying they did put something back. That's not good. I'll have to go back and fix that later, or they'll have to do that on Monday. And now let's go ahead and put up a new vintage crate. Now, this crate here was next, I guess, from last night that I never did get to. And it looked like it had some pretty good titles. I see an 80s classic right here on top. And let me flip through these and make sure I've pulled everything else that I wanted to auction. And we're going to be doing a lot of 45s while we're going through these LPs in here. So I'll be doing lots of 45 Buy It Nows while we're going through this crate in here, just FYI, okay? Here we go. First thing, Elvis has one bid for $7. It's time for more LP auctions for sure. And the next LP auction I have going up right now is this. It's looking very interesting. I thought it was pricey, yeah. This is a pricey record. No one's really asked for it, but I knew it was good because Paul marked it. And second of all, I've seen pictures of it before. This is called Silver Apples. It's an original 1968 U.S. mono, rare, a Pinckneyville press, no poster, EX. The last time this record sold was for $400. This album has had a huge influence on groups like Suicide, Stereolab, Portishead, etc. It's called Silver Apples, a very rare and desirable record, a $275 start. Silver Apples, a mono promo. It's a mono promo EX, and the last one sold 3 years ago for $400. We got ours up for a $275 start. Before I even show the first LP, let me go ahead and start grabbing our next Buy It Now 45s, which is going to be this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. And these are all $6.99. Never Gonna Give You Up. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Let You Down. The Rolling Stones, Fancy Man Blues. Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror. Crowded House, Something So Strong. Roy Orbison, You Got It. Roy Orbison. And Milli Vanilli, Girl, I'm Gonna Miss You. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99. Let me see what the next auction LP should be over here. And let me reply to him before I forget. Okay. Here we go. So, Elvis got a bid for 17. Don Nicole first on Rick Astley for $6.99. Robert W. was second. Javi Soto first on R.O. for Roy Orbison. Thank you. And then Michael Ruttman on MJ for Michael Jackson. Tony next on Michael Jackson. Natasha first on Milli Vanilli. Michael next on Roy Orbison. Elvis 18. Kristen on Crowded House. And Matt Lawson on Rolling Stones. Wow. That was a clean sleep on those. Elvis has a new bid for 20. First thing is The Fix, Reach the Beach. One thing leads to another. The Fix is $24.99, Saved by Zero. We have The Carpenters, Horizon, $9.99. The Best of Firefall, $12.99 on The Best of Firefall. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, $14.99. And Julie London. Julie London is $19.99. We have Elvis at 20 with Don Nicole. That is going once, going twice. Here is our next auction. This is Van Halen, Finish What You Started. And the B-side is, I don't know. Let's see what the B-side was. Finish What You Started. And the B-side is Sucker in a Three-Piece. Sucker in a Three-Piece. Van Halen from the Van Hagar era. That's going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start on that. Just saying. That's now up for bid. Van Halen. Next is Starship, Knee Deep in the Hoopla. This has the hit song, We Built This City on Rock and Roll, $19.99. What is the Julie London price? The Julie London price, or the Julie London title, is called Julie London. It appears to be self-titled, $19.99. Richard Miller got Firefall, Van Halen 7 and 7. Info on Silver Apples. Silver Apples is an original 1968 U.S. mono white label promo, rare, Pinckneyville Press, EX. The last time this record sold was 3 years ago for $400. We have ours up for a $275 start. Huge influence on groups like Suicide, Stereolab, Portishead, etc. No bid. We're looking for a $275 start. $275 start on Silver Apples. Very desirable record there. Leo Sayer, Just a Boy, $9.99 on Leo Sayer. Also, Frank Sinatra, One More for the Road. Frank Sinatra is $14.99. The Electric Horseman with Willie Nelson, $19.99. And Peter Frampton, Winds of Change, $9.99. Next is Elvis, and Elvis is sold to Don Nicole for $20. Thank you, Don. That's sold to you for $20. That is sold. Van Halen's at 14, 15, 13, 15, 15, 14, 13, 14, 14. Next is Larry Smith on Julie London. That is sold to Larry Smith. Gary Wellman on LS, and LS was Leo Sayer. That is sold. Next thing we have is, let me grab a handful right here. And the next thing we have, these are going to be $6.99. I have an auction. I have, yeah, we might want to put that one up for auction. And we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, we have 4, we have 5 here. Let's go ahead and do 6. All right, so first thing I have here is Supertramp, Cannonball, Supertramp. We have Heart promo, This Man Is Mine, double-sided promo from Heart. Heat Wave, Always and Forever, another double-sided promo. She's Gone from Hall & Oates, another double-sided promo. Slime the Family Stone, another double-sided promo. And Cher, We All Sleep Alone, Cher picture sleeve, and the B-side's Working Girl, $6.99 on that. Those are all available, just FYI. Next thing I had over here was we sold Julie London and Leo Sayer. Gary Wellman also wants Peter Frampton. And then we have a whole batch of 45s I just laid down right here for $6.89. Final call on Van Halen at $16. Final call on Van Halen. DJ Jeff on HW. That's Heat Wave. That's sold to DJ for $6.99. DJ also got Hall & Oates for $6.99. And that one was right here. And then Calvin was next on Hall & Oates. Brad Waits got Heart. Brad Waits got Heart, which is right here. Tony McDaniel got Sly. Next was Scott on HW, and then Chris next on Sly. That leaves Supertramp and Cher, the picture sleeves here. Van Halen is sold to Calvin for $16, and the Silver Apples is a buy it now for $275. Silver Apples is a buy it now for $275. Probably won't be taking much less for that one. I'd put it on Discogs for $500 best offer. We have Jerry Jeff at $19.99. Jerry Jeff, as in Jerry Jeff Walker. This is $14.99. Orson Welles, first time ever, records the songs for all seasons. That's interesting. Orson Welles record. Also player, this has their hit song Baby Come Back on it, $24.99. The Packers Glory Years, the Green Bay Packers, $19.99. And then Julie London sings the choices of Cole Porter in Shrink, $19.99. Nice pickup, Rod. I feel like that was a $400 or $500 album, in my opinion. That sold you for $275. Nice pickup there. Thank you, Rob. Next is KK with Aaron Below. I think he meant JJ for Jerry Jeff. That sold Aaron Below. RK Tucker on Super, and that was for Super Apples. Wait a minute. What was the name of that album? That was called Silver Apples. Wait a minute. What was Super? RK put Super. I'm not for sure what that was. And then Aaron Below got Jerry Jeff, and then Gary Wellman was next on Jerry Jeff. Okay, we need more LP auctions. Next LP auctions. First is Muddy Waters, the Real Folk Blues. Muddy Waters is an original 1966. This is a U.S. mono VG Plus condition, a $45 start. This is an original 1966 U.S. mono VG Plus condition, a $45 start. The Real Folk Blues. A little bit of wear down here on the bottom of the jacket, right there. VG Plus, $45 start on that. Super, oh, that's from the 45s. You wanted Super Tramp. Super Tramp is sold to RK for $6.99. And then Jim Davis got Julie London. Larry Smith was second on that one. Next is Billy Ocean, Tear Down These Walls. Billy Ocean is $9.99. Next 45 auction is I Want You to Want Me. And this is Cheap Trick. It's a promo, 1978 promo. The B-side is California Man. That is going to go up for a $7 start. I Want You to Want Me. The Alan Parsons Project, Eve. Alan Parsons Project is $19.99. That's Eve. Also, James Taylor, JT. James Taylor is $14.99. And John Denver, Seasons of the Heart. John Denver is $9.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is New Order, Waiting for the Siren's Call. New Order is a 2015 remaster, a $75 start. New Order, $75 start on New Order. That's now for bid. Cheap Trick at 7. Cheap Trick at 7. Here's our next buy it nows. Let me sort them here. Yes. I'll wait on that one. We can't have those back to back. And then we'll do this one. And then we'll do this one. And this one. And this one. These are all $6.99. First thing we have is Rick Springfield, Celebrate Youth, picture sleeve. Fleetwood Mac, Save Me from 1990. That's from Behind the Mask. From behind 1990. Don Johnson, Heartache Away, picture sleeve. Sheila E., A Love Bizarre. Mr. Broken Wings, and Glass Tiger, I Will Be There, picture sleeve. Glass Tiger. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on all those. Just FYI, just saying. Those are all $6.99. Muddy Waters, let me check that for you. And Muddy Waters was an original 66 mono. Yes, 66 U.S. mono. Todd Doris wants the Packers record that's in the crate. That's sold to Todd Doris. Cheap Trick's at 8. What's the condition of Cheap Trick? Cheap Trick is near mint minus. Beautiful. Near mint minus on that. The first claim in here on any of these is none, right? I don't see any. None. I don't see any. Rick Springfield, Fleetwood Mac, Don Johnson, Sheila E., Mr. and Glass Tiger. That's a good point. I'm going to go ahead and take these to the back. There's our second stack of sold 45s of the night. Thank you. I'm going to put these right over here. These are all sold as well. I asked John, I said, are we making a dent in the 45s? He said, no, because I keep unboxing them from this most newest collection. He said, we already had a lot before. He said, but I keep unboxing them. I keep on finding boxes stowed away back here where we unloaded the trailer and kind of tucked stuff on shelves. He said, there's even more back here than what we had for a couple months ago. So we're actually growing in 45s. Even at the rate we're selling them, I think he's still finding some back there. So that's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. We're still finding 45s that hadn't been really brought out yet. Cheap Trick 910, New Order 75. What's the condition of New Order? If I really don't say anything on these kind of deals, they're usually EX plus near mint minus. So if I never really mention condition on a 45 or an auction, I usually definitely mention on auctions. But yeah, this is a near mint minus record. This is a near mint minus record. Any MJ 45s. You've missed a bunch of them. We've already had a bunch of them tonight, but there's more on the way. I've got about 500 back here I'm trying to sort through. Moody Blues, Voices in the Sky. The Best of Moody Blues, $14.99. The Best of Moody Blues, that's a cool record. Melanie is $9.99. Also, Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain. It's got a clip corner. It has to have the original inner sleeve. $14.99 on that. We have Bread. Bread is $12.99. And Billy Joel Songs in the Attic, $14.99. Yeah, we have great crates that hold 45s. They're like little mini file crates right here. Yep. I don't like putting it right here because it sometimes gets off balanced. And so I'd rather stack them. It actually works a little bit better. But we take them in there and then they put them in those crates. We got hundreds of those little crates like that. That's what they put them in after they sort back through them. Nielsen, that's the way it is. Nielsen is $19.99. And we have The Best of Keith Jarrett, $19.99. New Order does have a bid, right? Yep, Brett has it, just one bid for $75. Cheap Tricks now at $13, a promo of I Want You to Want Me. Muddy Waters just got one bid, and Muddy Waters is officially sold to Brent Robley for just $45. Wow. Muddy Waters sold. It's one bid for $45. That's sold. We have a question on B-side of Rick Springfield. What is the Billy Joel songs? The B-side to Rick Springfield was Stranger in the House, Celebrate Youth. Next thing we have here is Gary Wellman on Nielsen. That's sold to Gary Wellman. We got John Mayall with the Blues Breakers, $26.99. $26.99. Classic 4 Traces. Classic 4 is $9.99. And then I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die. Country Joe and the Fish. $19.99 for Country Joe and the Fish there. Gary's pending on Billy Joel. Now there's two Billy Joels in here. There is Billy Joel, The Nylon Curtain, and Songs in the Attic. Now, Gary, let me know which two of those you want. If not, Donna Mitchell wants one of them. And Donna, let me know which one you want. Javi said he's sold on Rick Springfield for $6.99. Cheap Trick, Calvin, you're out. I'm about to sell it. Just got to make sure you're done. We have Gloria Estefan, Let It Loose, and Shrink and Hot. That's $14.99. And George Benson, In Your Eyes, $9.99. Nice not to be watching for auctions. A lot of stuff's getting 0 or 1 bids. Everybody's sleepy on this Saturday night. I've wore them out all week. Next auction is Bob Marley, Exodus. Bob Marley is a 1983 U.S. specialty press. It does have the original inner sleeve. It is EX Plus condition. It's a $35 start. $35 start. This is Bob Marley, Exodus. $35 start, Bob Marley. Next thing we have is Charlie Rich, Original Golden Hits. Charlie Rich is $9.99. Also, the Judds, Heartland. The Judds is $26.99. The Judds, Heartland's $26.99. Al Jarreau, Breaking Away, $9.99. And Rick James, Cold Blooded, $19.99. Rick James, Cold Blooded, $19.99. I see what Gary's trying to say. He says he wants Songs in the Attic. I thought you want me to pause and read you the songs on the album. We had a communication breakdown. I thought you were trying to say, and I think a couple people's trying to help you too, the way that was worded, I thought you was wanting me to read the track listing on that. Gary Wellman got Songs in the Attic, and Donna got Billy Joel, Nylon. Next is Mike Bartlett, got the Moody Blues, Voices in the Sky. That's sold to Mike Bartlett. Now, Cheap Trick, unfortunately, I lost Calvin Ward, so let's go ahead and sell that to John Gollin for $13. Brett Thies, another one bid on a New Order record. Wow. Brett Thies, you get that for $75. Thank you. That's sold to you. And now Bob Marley has no bids. It's an 83 U.S. specialty, looking for a $35 start. No bid right now on Bob Marley. 0 bids. I've got another really cool Elvis UK single here. Little Sister, a great one. Little Sister and his latest Flame. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Elvis, Little Sister, a UK single there. Very cool. $7 start on that. Final call. There's currently 0 bids on Bob Marley. Currently 0 bids on Bob Marley. I'm going to read through these one more time. However, I'm about to lay down some more 45s for what? A $6.99 Buy It Now Fest. This is going to be a $6.99 Buy It Now Fest. First thing we have is Andy Griffith. What Was Football? Andy Griffith, $6.99. How about John Belushi doing Louie Louie? John Belushi. Mr. Mister, Is It Love? Mr. Mister, Is It Love? Ian Deary. Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll. Ian Deary. How about Midnight Oil? Beds Are Burning promo. How about Marvin Gaye? Just Like. Marvin Gaye, a double-sided promo, 1985. Those are all $6.99 there. That's some great ones. $6.99 on all those. Bob Marley did not get a bid. Bob Marley did not get a bid. This is a $35 buy it now, an 83 US specialty of his classic album, Exodus. $35 on Bob Marley. No bid on that. Next comment is John Coltrane. It sold earlier, just one bid for $95. Condition on BM. Gary, I'm just now seeing that. It was EX Plus condition. I'm just now seeing that. And then Elvis has a bid for 7, 7, 8, and 10. And then now we have George Jones. First on Andy Griffin for $6.99. That sold to George Jones. George Jones also got John Belushi for $6.99. Elvis has another bid for $10. That tied. And then Chad King got Mr. Mister for $6.99. Michael Ruttman got Midnight Oil for $6.99. Michael Butler got Ian Dury for $6.99. And then Gary Wellman can get the Bob Marley. He gets that for $35. Now, there was no bids, but what I did was he asked the condition, and I had already said buy it now. He has dibs. $35 sold to him. Nobody else bid. Ivan was second. Brett Thies is third. Then Gary got it, and the only thing left there is Marvin Gaye for $6.99. Looks like you are on a hot streak for 45s. 45s have outsold albums tonight by far. Elvis is at 10 and 10. And the first bid for 10 came in with Chris X. So you're out on that, Robert W. Just FYI. Looks like everybody's on a hot streak for some 45s, which, listen, I can deliver for you. We've got them. We've got plenty of them. I can deliver the 45s, believe me. All right, let me grab a new crate of vintage stuff right quick. If you change your mind and you're like, you know what, Chad, I messed up, go ahead and give me everything that's left in that crate. I kind of just want to go ahead and take everything. I'll be like, no problem, and I'll go ahead and just put your name on every single record in there. In the meantime, I'm going to bring over a fresh, brand new crate. I've got fresh, brand new 45s. I've even got some fresh donuts over here. Krispy Kreme, chocolate glazed. The hot light was on. I'm totally joking. We don't have a Krispy Kreme here, but that would be pretty killer right now. I would definitely take a break with a big old whole, ice-cold whole milk. I'll even take some 2%. I'll even take 2%. I could eat a dozen donuts right here, no problem. Has anybody ever done that? I can eat a dozen donuts, no problem. Boom. Chocolate glaze from Krispy Kreme or with the hot light on. Big old thing of ice-cold milk. Wow. Whoa. Milk. Donuts. Did I get another? I don't know. I hadn't looked at our deliveries up front today. I don't think I've stepped behind the counter. My mom sends me pictures, but I don't think I've opened my mom's text. I haven't. She probably hates me. She sent me a text at 6:29, 12:43, 1:15, 1:45, 2:10. She sent me another text at 3:13, 4:23, and then 4:33. She's going to be so mad. No chocolate pie for me. I was asleep. What was I supposed to do, Mom? I'm asleep. Oh, my gosh. That's how my phone looks when I wake up. It's pretty wild. Okay, so we sold Bob Marley, and then Elvis is out. So this UK pressing of Little Sister, VG Plus condition, Chris X has it for $10. Chris X has it for $10. And I don't think I missed anything else. $10 on that, okay? I don't know why I started thinking about donuts, but I did. All right, here is some more Buy It Nows. These are, actually, no, these were our two auctions. Here we go. We've got Duran Duran, Notorious, a promo on clear vinyl. I don't know if I've seen that before. Duran Duran, that's going to go up for a $7 start. And then Journey, Suzanne. Journey, Suzanne from Raised on Radio. This is a promo. Journey, Suzanne, a promo. Beautiful, $7 on that. Okay, here we go. Elvis has a new bid for 12. So we got 345 auctions up right now. I'll put up Pink Floyd and everything else in just a second, okay? And call my mom right now. I hope it's out of the delay. I'd have to censor her. She sometimes uses explicitives when I call her. Next thing I have here is Urban Chipmunk, 1999. She said the store was, one of those messages said the store's busy, where are you? Because she probably needed a price on something. I take stuff up front that's in my way and I just lay it up front and don't have prices on it. And then people show up and they want prices, and then my mom's mad at me because I put something up on the counter that doesn't have a price. Okay, Urban Chipmunk is $19.99. Urban Chipmunk is $19.99. Urban Chipmunk. Next thing we have is the Hollies Romany. The Hollies is $14.99. The Hollies Romany, $14.99. 3 more records, and I'm going to put up a new LP auction. The Bee Gees Idea. The Bee Gees is $19.99. Carla Bonoff, Restless Night. Carla Bonoff is $9.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash, CSN. CSN is $19.99. CSN is $19.99. Just saying. Okay. Now, Chris X, I don't know if you heard me, but you got outbid on Elvis. Don bid 12. Then Duran Duran 7. Then Duran Duran 7. Then Journey 7. Then Duran Duran 7. Then Duran Duran 7. Then Duran Duran 8. Then Duran Duran 9. Then Duran Duran 8. Then 10. Then 10. Then 12. Then 12. Then 14. Then 15. So $15. $15 on Duran Duran. Journey has one bid for $7. I'm waiting for Chris X to say if he's in or out on Elvis. I have not heard back from him. And the high bid on Elvis is at $12. Next thing in here was Sandy Nelson, The Beat Goes On, $9.99 on Sandy Nelson. And Fats Domino, Blueberry Hill, $9.99. One more record, Bizarre. This is Vacation, non-person, 2015. Billed as Punk. Vacations, $19.99. Elvis is sold for $12 to Don Nicole. Thank you, Elvis. Thank you, Don. That's sold for $12. Now, Duran Duran's hit $18, and Journey, Suzanne promo, just got one bid for $7, and that's sold to Grant Peltzer. $7 on that. All right, next thing we have is our next auction. Somebody asked earlier about Pink Floyd Metal, I believe, and it looks pretty good to me. This is a 1977 German import. EX Plus, and this is going to go up for a $45 start. This is Pink Floyd Metal. Awesome. Pink Floyd Metal. This is going to go up for a $45 start. Metal. A German, Paul says beautiful copy. It is a $45 start. Gatefold. It's now up for bid. Too bad this thing wasn't autographed. If you open that up and it was all signed, that'd be pretty sweet, wouldn't it? Oh, wow. Pink Floyd, a $45 start. That is now up for bid. All right, Duran Duran's at 18. Next LP in here. Actually, you know what? It's time for some 45s. It's time for some 45s. That's where I was pausing for a new auction. And now let's grab a handful of good old singles over here, okay? First thing we have. These are all $6.99. Where do we want to start? Where do we want to start? There's too many in a row. Well, that really messed me up. There's too many in a row there of the same artist. Let me grab a different handful. Here we go. All right. First thing we have is Tina Turner. What's Love Got to Do with It? What's Love Got to Do with It? Elton John, Bite Your Lip. That's a promo. B-side on that one, Bite Your Lip. Tony Joe White. This is Womp Out on You and Soul San Francisco. Tony Joe White, The Eurythmics. That is Who's That Girl, The Eurythmics. And we have ABBA, Take a Chance on Me, I'm a Marionette. ABBA picture sleeve, $6.99 on ABBA. Let's do one more. The Carpenters, I Need to Be In. That is the Carpenters. Let's pause right there. The Carpenters. The Carpenters, okay? Let's pause and sell Chris X, Duran Duran for $18. Pink Floyd does have a bid for $45. We have Tina Turner sold to Charles Siebert for $6.99. Don Nicole was second. R.K. Tucker first on Elton John for $6.99. Christopher Broughton on ABBA for $6.99. Larry Smith on the Carpenters for $6.99. R.K. Tucker next on ABBA. Then Robert W. on ABBA. That leaves Tony Joe White and the Eurythmics, which is a promo of Aqua and Who's That Girl. Let's pause right there. And there was one I had in my hand for auction. Give me 1 second here. It was this, which I don't see too often. John Lennon, a John Lennon, Yoko Ono, Plastic Ono band. Mother and Why. I don't recall seeing that one too often. With the picture sleeve, that is. Nice. And this is going to go up for a $7 start. $7 start. Final call on Pink Floyd for $45. Next in here is the Jags. That is $9.99. That's Evening Standards. The Jags. The Eurythmics is sold to Chad King. Thank you, Chad King. That's sold to you. The Gordon Lightfoot Collection. That looks cool. Wow, 20 tracks, $19.99. Gordon Lightfoot Collection. Could it have it on here? Does it have it on here? It does not have it on here. It's wild. He has a lot of compilations that don't have the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. He does. He has a lot of compilations out there that don't have the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. That's got 20 tracks, the Gordon Lightfoot Collection. It's not on there. Isn't that wild? It's not on there. But that's still pretty solid. 20 tracks, Gordon Lightfoot. That's very clean, $19.99. Eric Burden is here. Or Eric is here, Eric Burden and the Animals. Eric Burden is $24.99. Eric Burden. We have Dan Fogelberg Exiles. Dan Fogelberg is $9.99. Also Chicago, and this is Chicago 6, $9.99 for Chicago 6. The Righteous Brothers Greatest Hits, $12.99 on the Righteous Brothers, $12.99. Also Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 2. Volume 2. We've had a couple people been buying all these. That's $14.99. And Bee Gees Trafalgar. The Bee Gees Trafalgar is $19.99. That's a gatefold, no condition notes on that. Wow, just one bid on Pink Floyd, $45. And this is sold to William Warner for $45. Another surprising auction. A 77 beautiful German copy sold. Now John Lennon's at 8. Now it's at 12. Now it's at 12. Now it's at 13. Now it's at 15. And Chris Bachek has it for 15. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And the next auction is going to be, let's see what's going on here with Fleetwood Mac rumors. Let's see what's going on with Fleetwood Mac rumors. This is an original 77 Monarch. Too nice of a copy, not the auction, Paul says. It's too much nice. This is way too nice of a copy, he says. It's an OG first pressing with the insert, and it's near mint in shrink. It's a top copy with hype sticker, with the Album of the Year sticker. That's really cool. So if you want a beautiful OG Rumors, just top copy, complete, this is the one. What an album. $25 start on Rumors. $25 start on Rumors. John Lennon has also hit $25. And let's keep going here with some Buy It Now 45s. And the next handful of Buy It Now 45s are right here, $6.99. We've got New Edition, Lost on Love, Bobby Brown, Every Little Step, Reba McEntire, Somebody Should Leave, Madonna, Who's That Girl, Madonna, Who's That Girl, Loverboy, Dangerous and Too Much Too Soon, and there's McCartney, another copy of Take It Away. Paul McCartney, $6.99. So New Edition, Bobby Brown, Reba, Madonna, Loverboy, and Paul McCartney. Those are all $6.99. Those are available. $6.99 each. Now, John Lennon's a final call for $25 with John Reniski. Fleetwood Mac has opened at $25 and $25 and another $25. Calvin First on New Edition for $6.99. Javi Soto on BB for Bobby Brown. That's sold for $6.99. Calvin Ward got Loverboy. That's sold for $6.99. Chris, you were next on New Edition. There's a new bid on John Lennon for $27, and we have a three-way tie on Fleetwood Mac. I just need somebody to go ahead and bid $40. That would be the best thing to do. Nobody on Madonna, nobody on McCartney, and nobody on Reba. If you change your mind, they're right over here. Next LP is Melanie, beautiful. Melanie is $9.99. Melanie is $9.99. We have Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. Bing Crosby, The Radio Years, Volume 2. Bing Crosby is $9.99. And Ballads of the Hills and Plains, Hank Williams Jr. That is $24.99. Hank Williams Jr., earlier one there. Strangers in the Night, a classic from Sinatra, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac's at $35. And we have Harry Chapin, Legends of the Lost and Found, $12.99. So John Reniski, you were outbid on John Lennon. The new bid is at $27. This is Apple. This is Mother. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. This A-side here is Mother. No condition notes. It looks like it is a Scranton press. Bell Sound 45-X-47426 Z1, Bell Sound SFIAM, which is the Scranton marks in the triangle. The B-side is Yoko Ono Y with the plastic Ono band, and there is the sleeve, okay? The Madonna is Who's That Girl? George Jones put B, and I'm assuming that's for Bing Crosby. I hope so. That's so to George Jones. B for Bing Crosby. The Madonna was called Who's That Girl? That is $6.99. The B-side from that that's from the movie Who's That Girl? And is it double-sided? It is White Heat's the B-side. White Heat's the B-side. Chris X gets Sinatra. That's so to Chris X. Now Fleetwood Mac's at $39. Rumors is complete with shrink wrap, the hop sticker, the original Peaches price tag. It has the lyric insert. The vinyl is near mint minus. It's a beautiful top copy, yes. And it's a Monarch copy. It's beautiful. Rumors. Secondhand news. Dreams. Never going back again. Don't stop. Go your own way. Songbird. How about The Chain? You Make Lovin' Fun. I Don't Want to Know. I like that one. Oh Daddy and Gold Dust Woman. Nice. It's beautiful. It's an OG Monarch. It has the lyric insert right here. Very cool. Listen to the wind blow. Watch the sun rise. Run in the shadows. We have Never Going Back Again. Secondhand news. I know there's nothing to say. Someone is taking my place. When times go bad, times go rough. Won't you lay me down in tall grass and let me do my stuff? Wow, such an incredible album. That one will go down forever as timeless. Truly. Some people view that famous viral video where that guy was driving around on a skateboard and he was listening to, what is it, Dreams? And that thing went viral. That put that back on the charts, like, again, with, I think, a younger generation. And it's just like, I mean, I think you can't really put a year on it, like, far as who's going to be listening to it. I mean, I think it's good. I think it's good for the next 50 years. People's going to be listening to it. Speaking of, it has a high bid of $39. It has a high bid of $39. John Lennon has a new bid for $30. We've already sold Sinatra. Christopher, sorry, we've already sold Sinatra. Lennon's at $30, now $35. Will Robinson wants the Paul McCartney single from earlier. That's sold to Will Robinson. Phantom Canuck wants Melanie. Melanie is right here. That's sold to Phantom Canuck. Lennon has another bid for $40. John Lennon has another bid for $38. Fleetwood Mac's now at $40, $42, $42, $45, $40. And now John Lennon's at $50. We have Dean Martin, Gentle on My Mind. Dean Martin's $9.99. And we have Atlanta Rhythm Section, a rock and roll alternative. That has the hit song, I'm So Into You. That's Atlanta Rhythm Section. Beautiful. OG Terre Haute, that is $9.99. John Lennon, $50. John Lennon, $50. Fleetwood Mac is at $42 with Teresa Brookshire. Here's our next batch of $6.99 45s. $6.99 45s. We got Eddie Money, Club Michelle. Eddie Money, Club Michelle. Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So. Don Henley, Not Enough Love in the World. I Am the God of Fire. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. Phil Collins, Something Happened on My Way to Heaven. And we have, I already had an Eddie Money, so let's do Superstar. Superstar, Murray Head with the Trinidad Singers, $6.99. All really cool 45s there, $6.99 each on there. So we got a tie on John Lennon. Chris came in first. We have just a couple people within a few dollars of each other. Fleetwood Mac's at $45. Next thing we have is the first claim. We pulled that. The first claim is ST on Atlanta Rhythm Section. That's sold to ST. Shannon Mashaka on Eddie Money. Shannon Mashaka on Eddie Money. That was Club Michelle. That's sold to Shannon. Shannon gets Eddie. And then John Gaulding gets The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. John Lennon has a new bid for $55. Chris Bachek on MH. That was for the Murray Head. That was Superstar. That is sold to Chris Bachek. R.K. Tucker on Don Henley. And then that leaves Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So, which is a promo. And then Phil Collins. I don't recall seeing this before. Something Happened on My Way to Heaven. Oh, that's a later one from, But Seriously. I was about to say, that's got to be later. That's from that album, But Seriously. 1990, a German. I wish it would rain down a demo press, a demo track. That's pretty cool. I was about to say, that's definitely one I don't see too often. Phil Collins and Hall & Oates, those are still available. All right, so let's show some more new LPs then. We have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, American Dream, $19.99 on that. Emmylou Harris, Luxury Liner. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. Hugo Montenegro, Love Theme from The Godfather. Love Theme from The Godfather, $19.99 on that. And then, oh boy, I hate this title, Henry Mancini. I'm just going to say Henry Mancini. $19.99 on Henry Mancini. And then Frank Sinatra sings the Select Cole Porter, and that's $14.99. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for $53. That is an OG top copy of Rumors. We're talking like OG, you know, hop sticker. It's a loaded top copy. Like Paul said, way too nice just to put a sticker on it. Just got to auction. Now, John Lennon did get a new bid for $55, which means Chris Bachek, you're out on John Lennon. And Chris just came back in at $57. So new bid on John Lennon at $57. Charles Siebert does want the Phil Collins single. That's sold to him for $6.99. All right, so if anybody wants anything in here, we're going through new vintage stuff. Price is marked. Crazy Horse is a 1971 white label promo. Here's a promo copy of this with the promo sticker. That's $49.99 on Crazy Horse. And Sounds as a Roach, Max Roach and Abby Lincoln, $19.99. One more copy here, Boz Scaggs, Down to Then Left, $19.99 on Boz Scaggs. New bid on John Lennon for $65. New bid on John Lennon for $65. Let me step over here and see what the next thing we need to do is. What is the next thing we need to do? We need to probably show some more 45s. We probably need to grab a new handful right here. Here we go. First thing we have Loverboy, When It's Over, Loverboy, Till Tuesday, Voices Carry, very cool, Men Without Hats, Pop Goes the World, Janet Jackson, What Have You Done For Me Lately, Kylie Minogue, I Should Be So Lucky, and Cher and Peter Cetera, After All, the love theme from Chances Are, Cher and Peter Cetera. Those are all $6.99. Boy, do we have the 45s tonight. It is Saturday night 45s. We've got them. All kinds of new vintage stuff too. I still got 4 crates of new vintage stuff that's never been shown. I've got some discount bins that I'll probably get to tonight as well. And in the meantime, I'm going to show vintage LPs and I'm going to show 45s. Then I'm going to put another 45 up for auction. Then we'll show more vintage LPs. And then I'll put another album up for auction. Then I'll show more vintage LPs. And I think we've got this kind of system going for quite some time. Here is a really cool Johnny Cash promo. People ask me why I always dress in black, why I never have bright colors on my back. Johnny Cash, a promo of Man in Black, double-sided. It is mono stereo. Very cool there, mono stereo. Yes, those labels are supposed to be different colors. It's in the original sleeve. Johnny Cash, Man in Black, that's a $7 start. $7 start on that. Now, the last bid on our auctions was Fleetwood Mac was at $60, and John Lennon was at $65 with Mr. Sticker Mania. So that's a final call for $65 and a final call on Fleetwood Mac for $60. The first claim here was Loverboy, sold to Calvin for $6.99. Melissa Bailey got Till Tuesday. These are all $6.99. Javi Soto gets the Men Without Hats. Pop goes the Word. And then Grant put L for Loverboy. That means you're next. Calvin on JJ for Janet Jackson. Charles was next on Tina. Holden next on Men. Krista next on Men. Chad next on Till Tuesday. Brett next on Hats. Stephen Riley next on Men. RK next on Till Tuesday. Grant gets Cher. Robert next on Cher. And then Johnny Cash 7, Johnny Cash 8, Johnny Cash 9. The only thing claimed there, only thing that didn't get claimed was Kylie Minogue. Somebody asked to show the Hall & Oates. The Hall & Oates is right here. Say It Isn't So and Say It Isn't So. Tan promo label, $6.99. Fleetwood Mac has a new bid for $61. Or are you going to do New Orleans tonight? Yes. I guess I need to start trying to work one in. We just got all this other stuff that's bumped, the New Orleans stuff. But yes, I'll try to start working them in. And then we have a new buyer, Mr. Sticker Mania, over on YouTube. Looks like he's a 45 collector because his profile picture is a label. It looks like a 45 Parlophone Beatles label, it looks like. So we may have a Beatles collector in our midst. You have found the right channel for sure. Now, Mr. Sticker Mania, what I need you to do, this is sold to you for $65. there's a link in the description of this video. It has a link to our website. It's a first-time buyer form. Click on that, fill that out. Let me know that you have filled that out. And thank you and welcome. We do this every night. This will ship to you for $7. If anybody internationally is watching, international shipping is done at cost. The $7 is United States, including Hawaii and Alaska. International is calculated. So if you're watching over on the UK, if you're watching down in Argentina, if you're over in the Congo, it is calculated international shipping as much as you want to buy. And what we do is we send you an invoice. After you pay for your invoice, we pack your order. We'll send you an invoice for the postage, and then you pay. So if anybody international is watching, that's how that works. They're still battling over Fleetwood Mac. Let me go grab a handful of our New Orleans records since we had a request for those. I guess the first thing I'm going to do is just grab a new handful of them. I'm kind of blocked off to them right now. Let me try to move this, and we'll try to keep a couple more because we still got quite a bit of LPs to auction as well, but eventually those will probably run out before we're done for as late as we're going to be going tonight. So here we go. Here's all kinds of New Orleans. Look at all these. Oh, man, all kinds of bizarre, interesting-looking stuff here. Perfect. I wonder if RK's watching. I know Teresa's watching. What about Robert Warner and Craig Thomas and RK Tucker? And where's Bobby B? And where's Tim Voldness? There we at. We're about to put those up right now. So Johnny Cash is at $15. Man in Black promo. And Fleetwood Mac is sold to Teresa for $62. Thank you, Teresa. That is sold to you, $62. Excellent. Let's put that right here. We got the Chesterfield Kings going up. The Chesterfield Kings is going to go up for a $5 start. Barbara Ann and Girl Don't Tell Me, $5 start on the Chesterfield Kings. Johnny Cash is at $15. And let me step up front. I am dying for a bottle of water. And I'll be back in 10 seconds. And I'm about to finish up this crate. Let me mute my box so you don't hear me. This is a sticker price crate. We got new arrivals for quite some time. Ricky Skaggs, Kentucky Thunder. Ricky Skaggs is $24.99. The Judds Greatest Hits, $29.99 on the Judds. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 20. Wow. Volume 20, $14.99. Also, the very best of the, almost said the Hollies. What does that say? The Oldies? The very best of the instrumental oldies. $9.99 on that. And boy, this is heavy. It's Jesus Christ Superstar. That's why. $14.99. Chesterfield Kings, one bid for $5. Johnny Cash is at $20. Next LP is going to go up for auction, and this is the Grateful Dead. Live Dead. It's a 1970 U.S. Terre Haute. Both discs are EX condition. Live Dead is going to go up for a $45 start. Johnny Cash is at $20. Man in Black promo. There's one LP. There's two LP. There is the Gatefold. And Grateful Dead is going to go up for a $45 start. The Chesterfield Kings has a new bid for $6. Johnny Cash has a new bid for $21. Holden wants the Jesus Christ Superstar. That's sold to Holden. The Best of the Best compilation, $9.99. Rod Stewart, Do You Think I'm Sexy? $9.99. Also, we have Lady Smith, Black Mambazo, Yolande Olankanwele. That's at 85 South American, $9.99. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, $24.99. And Pat Benatar, 7 the Hard Way, $14.99 for Pat Benatar. Chesterfield Kings has bids for 6 and now 7. We have Johnny Cash at 21. And Chad King wants Rod Stewart. That is sold, the 12-inch single of that. And then what's on the Dean Martin? The Dean Martin that's in here. Is there a Dean Martin in here? Gentle on My Mind. Dean Martin. This has Not Enough Indians, That Old Feeling, Honey, Welcome to My Heart, By the Time I Get to Phoenix, Gentle on My Mind, That's When I See the Blues, Rainbows are Back in Style, Drowning My Tears, April Again. Here's what's left in this bin. Dean Martin, Pat Benatar, Waylon Jennings, Ladysmith Black Mambazo, The Best of the Best of, The Very Best of Oldies, Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, The Judds, Ricky Skaggs, Bob Skaggs, Max Roach, Crazy Horse, Frank Sinatra, Henry Mancini, Hugo Montenegro, Emmylou Harris, CSNY, Harry Chapin, Hank Williams Jr., Emmylou Harris, Bee Gees, Collector's Records Volume 2, Righteous Brothers, Chicago, Dan Fogelberg, Eric Burden, Gordon Lightfoot, The Jags, Vacation, Fats Domino, Sandy Nelson, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Carla Bonoff, The Bee Gees, Hollies, and Urban Chipmunk. Will, make sure if you're bidding on the Grateful Dead, you put a price next to it. It is a $45 start. The Chesterfield Kings is at $8. Johnny Cash is at $26. I'm about to swap out crates, but first, I've got more 45s for you at $6.99. The first one is the Irish Rovers, the Unicorn. We got Cher, We Sleep All Over. That one looks like a little bit better copy than the one we had earlier. Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime. Rock the Boat, Don't Rock the Boat Baby. That's the Hughes Corporation. Frank Sinatra, A Swingin' Affair, EP, Cardboard EP. And Kim Wilde, You Keep Me Hanging On. You Keep Me Hanging On. Those are all $6.99 there, $6.99. Let's go back to the top. We had Chesterfield Kings at 8, Johnny Cash at 26. Info on Vacation. Vacation was right here, JK. It's a 2015 press. It's a punk record. $19.99, no condition notes. Chesterfield Kings 9. Will Is on the Dead at 45. Johnny Cash is at 30. Mark Chesler wants the Sinatra EP for $6.99. Joshua Day got Mungo Jerry, In the Summertime. Aaron Below next on Mungo Jerry. RK next on Sinatra. Chad King on Kim Wilde. Teresa next on Kim Wilde. David V next on Mungo Jerry. Irish Rovers on with Mark Price. And we have the Hughes Corporation still available. And Cher is still available. Those are going to go right over there. If you change your mind, just let me know. So we're about to sell the Dead, one bid, $45. The info on Pat Benatar, if you're referring to 7 the hard way, no condition notes, clean, $14.99. Johnny Cash is at 31, and the Chesterfield Kings is still getting bids. The Chesterfield Kings is still getting bids, and the last bid was $9. I got to make sure Clay Moore set out. Mark, these are all sticker price. I've got 1, 2, 3 more crates of new arrivals. This is stuff that's never been shown, a.k.a. sticker price. So they're going to be all sticker price records for anybody watching for quite some time. We've got 1 crate, another crate, another crate, another crate. I am trying to get caught up. They have been marking so much stuff because Paul and Laura have been marking all this sealed stuff we bought. And they can price like 7 crates a night, something crazy, plus John's normal 5 or 6, etc., etc. So we've just been putting out a ton of stuff this week. I'm still showing stuff from last night that I didn't get to, and I still got tonight's stuff to show. So this is stuff that he actually brought me last night that I never did get to. 2 nights in a row, we've had crate after crate of stuff I never have got to, which is unheard of. Grateful Dead is sold for $45 to Will Robinson. Thank you, Will. That's sold to you. Now, the Chesterfield Kings has a new bid for 10, and now Johnny Cash is at 36. Another 1-bid auction. Boy, if you saw the hot pictures tonight and you wanted something out of the hot pictures, you can count on it probably just getting 1 bid. That's what most of them have got. So if you still hadn't saw your record come up, I would stand by because most have been getting 0 or 1 bids, but everything has sold. There's nothing left behind. Let's go ahead and try George Clinton. And George Clinton is a 1983. Paul has graded it a strong VG condition record. This is called You Shouldn't Nothing But Fish. George Clinton. It's in VG condition, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. That is going up for bid right here. Now, Chesterfield Kings is at $12 and Johnny Cash at $36. That was an amazing deal on the Grateful Dead. Usually we sell those for, well, usually when John marks these, I think that's why Paul had it at a $45 start. These in nice condition like this, we usually put close to $100 on them. That just sold for $45. Great deal on that. Let's go through some new LPs here. We have the Eurythmics. This is $9.99. It's a 12-inch single. Would I lie to you on the Eurythmics? Electrolyte Orchestra, nice. $24.99 on ELO. This is their album called No Answer, or self-titled. No, wait a minute. It's just self-titled, right? What is going on here? Yeah, it presents the services of ELO. Yeah, $24.99. $24.99. It's got a weird, the label, it looks different compared to what like is actually on the cover there. And the Fabulous Thunderbirds, Butt Rockin', in Shrink, $19.99. Chad King got the Eurythmics. All right. Johnny Cash is still getting bids. Chesterfield Kings is sold to R.K. Tucker for $12. Shane's out on Johnny Cash. That's sold to Kelly for $40. And now we have going up for auction. This is Bang. Here's our next New Orleans single, Bang, Wild Blood. Let's put that up for a $5 start. And then next over here is going to be some 45 Buy It Nows. And the next one we have here for $6.99 is Share, I Found Someone. How about another Eurythmics, There Must Be an Angel. Cumberland Gap, Lester Flatt, Earl Scruggs. That's an interesting deal there, a 33 1/3. We have Milli Vanilli, Girl, I'm Gonna Miss You. Ooh, here's a good song, Devil Woman by Cliff Richard. And then the Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays, Always Bring Me Down. Those are all $6.99. I got some more there to show in just a second, just FYI. Got some more there to show in just a second, just FYI. And then here is our next single. Boy, is this an original? Wow, this is killer. Chad might want to bet on this. I'm speaking in the third person. Take a look at this. This is the Mamas and Papas, Monday, Monday. It appears to be a Spain and California Dreamin'. Spain, yeah, Madrid. Velasco, Madrid. This is a Spain, I'm assuming, original. Definitely the right label for around that era for RCA, the foreign label here. California Dreamin' and Monday, Monday. A foreign picture sleeve here from the Mamas and Papas. A $7 start. The disc is like EX. Very cool. That's really cool, actually. That's like I'm highly interested myself. So y'all don't make me feel bad about selling it. So let the bidding begin. Mamas and Papas is a $7 start. That is now up for bid, okay? The last bid that came in was George Clinton at $15 with Derek Estrada. Bang got a bid for $5. Don Nicole got Milli Vanilli for $6.99. Brett Thieves got the Eurythmics for $6.99. Bang got another bid for $5. Chad King got Share. That's sold to Chad King. Teresa got Devil Woman for $6.99. Now Rod also bid $15 on George Clinton. Larry Smith wants the Lester. That's sold to Larry. RK was second. Regina wants both Share. That one already sold, Regina, but I can give you this one. Give that one to Regina. Mamas and Papas 7. Is Carpenters a promo? Is Carpenters a promo? No, but the disc is beautiful. The disc is beautiful, but it's not a promo. The B-side is Saturday. There is some discoloration on the picture sleeve. All right, there's that, and there's that. So George Clinton, Greg, Rod, you're out. George Clinton is called You Shouldn't Nothing But Fish. It's an 83 US, a strong VG, and this is an 83 US original, a strong VG condition record. We just got a new bid for $16.17. Mamas and Papas is at $13. Lisa Montgomery was at $12, and then Bang. Bang is on Teen Sounds Records. It's Wild Blood, Cousin Clyde, and Unknown Band, a New Orleans single there, and that's up for bid. ELO still left. ELO still left, and Fabulous Thunderbirds. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. The Guess Who Road Food, $19.99. The Guess Who Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant, $19.99. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America, $24.99 on the Beach Boys. And The Very Best of Cher, Volume 2. The Very Best of Cher, $19.99. And The Beatles, Talk Down Under, The Beatles, $19.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Gabe, was $19.99. Mamas and Papas is at $13. George Clinton's at $19. And actually, where are we on Bang? Bang has two $5 bids. RK bid $5, Robert bid $5. RK bid $5, Robert bid $5. That's where we got to on those. I'm going to pause right there and be grabbing the next handful of singles here for a BIN. That means buy it now. So let me get these in the right order. We got a couple of the same artists back to back here. Let me mix those up so we can do the other artists later. And Gabe said sold on, let me lay these over here. Gabe said sold on the Fabulous Thunderbirds. And then Levi Hilton wants Alice's Restaurant. And now George Clinton's at 20. Now the Mamas and Papas is at 20. Info on George Clinton. This is an original 1983 U.S. strong VG condition. An original 1983 U.S. strong VG condition. And then the Mamas and Papas. The last bid I seen on the Mamas and Papas was $21. It just came in. And I think Bang just got one bid for $5. Am I right on that? Bang just got one bid. Well, it was tied, but RK came in first. And this is sold for $5 to RK Tucker. Okay? That's sold. I'll do another one in just a second. I was about to lay down some more 6.99ers. And the first one I have here is the soundtrack to Live and Die in L.A., Wang Chung, $6.99. Next is Tiffany. Tiffany is Could Have Been. Tiffany. We sold one of those earlier. Tiffany. Also, Judy Collins, Chelsea Morning. B-side, Pretty Polly. That's pretty cool, Judy Collins. Here's one I don't see as often. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, How Do You Catch a Girl? The Love You Left Behind. And Eddie Money, Endless Nights. Eddie Money, Endless Nights. I don't know what this is, so I better put it up for auction. We'll make this the next New Orleans record, even though it didn't come from there, but it looks like something that could have come from there. The Higher State. The Higher State. It may have. I'm not for sure, but it was mixed in here with the other stuff. The Higher State is a $5 start. The Higher State, $5 start on that. We'll discard that sleeve. Okay, now George Clinton. The last thing actually on my feed I remember saying was info on George Clinton, and then Levi put AG. That was Arlo Guthrie, Alice's Restaurant. Levi got that. Mamas and Papas, 21. George Clinton, 22. Christopher Dean got the Electric Light Orchestra. Mr. Sticker Mania got the Beatles. Mamas and Papas, 23. George Clinton out. Butthole Surfers is long gone. And then WC, Wang Chung. This is sold to Charles Siebert for $6.99. George Clinton, 24. Brett next on Wang Chung. Mamas and Papas, 25. Hire got a bid for $5. Another bid for $5. And Chuck Haley wants Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. That's sold for $6.99. That leaves Tiffany, Could Have Been, Judy Collins, and Eddie Money. Those are all available. They're right over here. All right, let's show some new LPs. Next LP is Jeff Beck, There and Back. Jeff Beck is $19.99 for There and Back. Also, Big Country, Look Away. That's a 12-inch single. Big Country is $14.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company, Be a Brother. Big Brother and the Holding Company is $34.99. Big Brother and the Holding Company. We have Cheech and Chong, Let's Make a New Dope Deal. Cheech and Chong is $29.99. And Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry, with one of my favorite Clapton songs, Hello, Old Friend. Beautiful copy here, $34.99. $34.99. Donna Cole got Tiffany. Tiffany is sold to Donna Cole. AFI sold? Yes, it's sold for $355. $355 on AFI. George Clinton. I think $355. Tim Voldness had George Clinton for $24. We're about to sell it. That's the high bid on my feed. If anybody's in higher or you want to be in higher, now is the time. This record here got three $5 bids. Three $5 bids, and it hadn't moved. Teresa was the first one to bid $5. RK, you're out. Robert, you're out. The Mamas and Papas. Monday. A foreign Spain picture sleeve, also with California Dreamin'. Really cool here. John Gollin has it for $25. Next question is, which Cheech and Chong? Let's Make a New Dope Deal. $29.99. The Doobie Brothers Stampede, $14.99. From Lulu to Love, $34.99 with Lulu. And another copy of Loverboy, Get Lucky. Everybody's Working for the Weekend. What is George Clinton at? George Clinton was a final call for $24. Mamas and Papas is a final call for $25. The Higher State has a new bid for $6 and now $7. One more record, Modern English, Ricochet Days. Modern English is $19.99. Modern English, $19.99 for Modern English. We'll pause there. That's a great one to pause on. Let's grab some more 45s here. for buy it now. Let me grab a handful back here out of the back and see what we got here. All right. Here we go. Very cool single here. That's going to go up for auction. There's a good auction. That's a good one. What's the B-sides? That's a good one. 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 Wow. Okay. Wow. I'm looking at stuff for the first time, so I'm kind of overwhelmed. I'm looking at some stuff for the first time. So let me put these right there. Okay. All right. So there's that, and that. First thing here, these are $6.99. Madonna, La Isla Bonita. Madonna is $6.99. Baseball, the first 100 years, narrated by Kurt Gowdy. The Untouchables, What's Gone Wrong? The Untouchables. Kim Wilde, Kids in America. The Art of Noise, Peter Gunn. And Bryan Adams, Straight from the Heart. More great picture sleeves here. They're all $6.99. George Clinton has a new bid for $25. Mamas and Papas has a new bid for $28. Teresa, you're outbid on Mamas and Papas. Higher is at $10. So all those auctions just got new bids, it looks like. George Clinton has new bids. Mamas and Papas has new bids. The Higher State has new bids. First thing here for $6.99 is going to be the following. We had Steve Riley on Kim, and that was Kim Wilde. Steve Riley first on that. Kim Wilde, $6.99. Craig Thomas got the Untouchables. That's so did Craig Thomas. RK went out on Higher State. We had George Clinton with a new bid at $27. Craig Thomas on the Art of Noise for $6.99. Robert's also out on Higher State. Brett Thies got the baseball record. That's so did Brett Thies. George Jones on Bryan Adams. Lucas next on baseball. Chad next on Bryan Adams. Teresa next on Wild. And Madonna is the only one left unclaimed. La Isla Bonita. Now, George Clinton, the most recent high bid was Tim Voldness at $27. Teresa, you're out. They're still bidding on the Mamas and Papas. However, the other two bidders went out on the Higher State. So the Higher State is official sold to Teresa for $10. Next thing I have here is Norman Greenbaum, a UK copy, an original 1969 Spirit in the Sky. It's beautiful too in the original company sleeve. The B-side is Milk Cow. That's a very cool single. Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky. We all know that opening guitar riff. $7 start on that. They're still bidding on this very unique foreign picture sleeve there. And I got to make George Clinton a final call. Tim Voldness has it for $27. That is the high bid with George Clinton. Next LP, John Lennon, Mind Games. John Lennon is $24.99. It is on the Apple label. John Lennon, $24.99. We have Belafonte, Sings of the Caribbean, $9.99. And Never Before, Never Forever, Kate Bush. $39.99 on Kate Bush. 1980 Canadian press on Kate Bush. Give me 1 second over here. Before I do anything else, I need to check on something right here. Okay, sorry. All right, sorry about that. Now, first thing we have was Mamas is at 31. Mamas, 32. George Clinton, 29. Norman Greenbaum, 9. Mamas, 33. Greenbaum, 10. Greenbaum, 7. Derek Zazzaro, first on the Kate Bush. That is sold to Derek Zazzaro. Kate Bush is sold Derek Zazzaro. Spirit, 13. Spirit, 12. Spirit, 11. 15. 15. Next LP, Blondie, Eat to the Beat, in Shrink, $24.99. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, The Half-Speed Master, 1980, $59.99. Beautiful, Half-Speed Master, $59.99, CBS Master Sound. The Four Seasons, second vault of Golden Hits with Sherry, Sherry Baby, $9.99. George Clinton. I feel like we're still bidding on this. The last bid on GC was Teresa Brookshire for $29. The bid before that was Tim Voldness. Tim Voldness, you're out on the George Clinton. Teresa has it for $29. She also has the Mamas and Papas for $35. And then Joe Salamo on Blondie. Joe Salamo gets the Blondie record. Christopher Broughton on the Four Seasons. Sold to Christopher Broughton. Now, Norman Greenbaum. The last bid was John Reniski at $18. John Reniski on that at $18. We have Golden Goodies, Volume 4, $9.99 on that. And Homer and Jethro at the Country Club. Homer and Jethro is $14.99. The Mamas and Papas is at $35 of Teresa. John Gollin says he's out. That's a final call. I was waiting for one person on George Clinton, but we got to wrap it up soon. Belafonte, Harry is $9.99. And Joe Cocker, this is his album. It's called Joe Cocker, ! Original on her sleeve, nice. $34.99 on Joe Cocker. Looks like it's time for some more 45s, eh? Let's go ahead and do it. Next thing I have over here is, let me grab this handful. Where did I get to here? Let me see what's in this hand. Let's see. I said that was going to auction. Let's do some here. Here's some stuff that I don't get very often. Martina McBride, Losing You Feel So Good, and That's Me, 1992. Martina McBride, $6.99. Trisha Yearwood, this is Wrong Side of Memphis, 1992. And Lonesome Dove. Hall & Oates, One-on-One in the picture sleeve. The Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? That's pretty cool. The Supremes, Where Did Our Love Go? And this is Elvis, a promo. Elvis. It has a sticker on the back, light yellow promo label, $15. How about $6.99? It's the Elvis medley, the Elvis Presley medley. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99 on that. Let's jump back over here and see what happened on these couple items I had pending over here. Okay, and that was Derek Cesaro put JC. And JC was for Joe Cocker. Details on the Simon & Garfunkel. Simon & Garfunkel was a half-speed master, 1980, no condition notes, audio file, beautiful. EX++ Nearmint minus, $59.99. It's a beautiful copy. Lee Steigert asked about it, and then Christopher Dean. First on MM is Martina McBride. That's sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. And then also Trisha Yearwood is sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. Norman Greenbaum has a new bid for $20. Norman Greenbaum has a new bid for $20. And then Chris Smith on SU. That's for the Supremes. Levi Hilton got the Elvis. Then Christopher. Then Don. Then RK. Chad King got Hall & Oates. That is sold. And now George Clinton is officially sold. George Clinton. And this is sold to Teresa for $29. There for the longest, I didn't think that was going to get a bid for $15. Half hour later, we have dropped the hammer on it. P-Funk stuff like that is very popular right now, to say the least. Hall & Oates, or excuse me, Mamas and Papas is sold. That was quite a battle. I feel better about selling it. Teresa gets that for $35. That is sold. Next thing is, if anybody, Lee, let me know on Simon & Garfunkel. He says it's yours. All right, so let's sell this. This is sold to Christopher Dean. And then Norman Greenbaum. Norman Greenbaum had a new bid come in pretty much at the buzzer. Chris Farrar has the UK Spirit in the Sky. That means Slicker and John Reniski's out. I don't know if they've actually set out, but Chris is leading it at $20. I'm going to go ahead and take this stack of sold singles. This is about the third stack like this we've sold tonight. Let's go ahead and put these right over here. Thanks, everybody. It's been another great night for 45s. Those are all sold. All right, we got to photograph these. It's interesting. There's been a lot of people lately, like, you know, I get notifications to our inbox, of course, that people message us on Facebook. And not every day, but we get a message quite often. Hi, I watch your sales quite often. Do you ever sell any 45s? And we pretty much have saved a response now to send people like, yes, we sell 45s about 8 hours a night, 7 days a week. You just got to watch. It's just like LPs. There's no really rhyme or reason. These things come completely at random. Who knows what's going to be sold next? Big Mama Thornton, the way it is. Big Mama Thornton is an original 1969 US, strong VG plus condition. Big Mama Thornton, the way it is, $35 start, which is something we used to hardly ever bring them out, but we've really, built up an incredible amount, so we've had to start trying to definitely put them up. But this way works pretty well. Chris Bryant said Chris Smith. Chad, you said Chris Smith on the Supremes. Did you mean actually or a Chris Smith? The Supremes record was sold to Chris Bryant. The Supremes record sold to Chris Bryant. Now, Norman Greenbaum is sold to Chris Ferrara for $20. That is sold. This is going to go up Big Mama Thornton for a $35 start. Next thing we have is a new 45 auction. This is another really cool UK single here. This is Fleetwood Mac Dreams and Songbird. Dreams has a pretty ugly looking scuff right there, but it's really something you can't feel. Kind of a superficial mark there. That's a UK single, really cool UK label there. $7 start on Fleetwood Mac Dreams. And then over here from the New Orleans stack, we got Church Going, Compulsive Gamblers. Church Going, Compulsive Gamblers. This is on lemon peel. It has the insert with it. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Compulsive Gamblers. Let's get back to the LPs, and then, of course, plenty of more 45s coming. First thing we have here is Johnny Cash sings Precious Memories. Johnny Cash is $14.99. We have collector's records of the 50s and 60s. That is $14.99, volume 8. Dean Martin, My Woman, My Woman, My Wife. Dean Martin is $9.99. Frank Sinatra sings For Only the Lonely. Sinatra is $14.99. We have Best of Bee Gees. This is a French pressing, a 2LP, $24.99 on Best of Bee Gees. Joe Jackson, Night and Day. Joe Jackson is $19.99. Also, the Best of Eric Burdon and the Animals, Volume 2, $24.99. The Best of Eric Burdon and the Animals, Volume 2. The Carter Family Sings, the country album. Carter Family is $9.99. Crosby, Stills and Nash, Daylight Again, $19.99. The Circle, Neon, $19.99. Also, Carla Bonoff, and Carla Bonoff is $9.99. No one bid on Big Mama Thornton. This is a $35 buy it now. This was an original 1969 US, a strong VG Plus condition record. No bid. Big Mama Thornton is a how much? A $35 buy it now. That was fast because no one bid. $35 buy it now. That is now up for bid. Actually, George Clinton has the most activity of any auction tonight. That's now a buy it now. Big Mama Thornton. Let's sell that to George Scherer. That's sold to him for $35. And now let's update these auctions. I have an opening bid on Compulsive Gamblers for 5. Fleetwood Mac 13, another 5, another 5, another 6, a 10, a 6, a 10. Kelly W. wants Johnny Cash out of the crate. This is sold to Kelly W. Johnny Cash out of the crate. And then Compulsive Gambler 6, 8, 10, 10, 12, 13, 15, and now 16. Fleetwood Mac's the final call for 13. Our next 45 auction is going to come up. Well, never mind. Next LP auction. First, this crate's really full, so let me take this off. And let me set this over here. Let me grab a new empty crate. We've managed to fill up another crate of LPs. That's great. Still selling a lot of LPs tonight, as usual. Need that happening quite often. Need that happening all the time. All right, let me grab this empty crate here and set this right over here. So first thing we have is Carla Bonoff, and this is sold to Melinda Daring. And now Fleetwood Mac is sold for $13. That was the one and only bid to R.K. Tucker. Thank you. Fleetwood Mac is sold. Next 45 single, I'll go ahead and put this up. Twisted Sister, We're Not Gonna Take It, and You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. Twisted Sister is going to go up for a $7 start. This one's like in VG Plus condition. Definitely have some scuff marks on it. Twisted Sister, We're Not Gonna Take It. Compulsive Gamblers is at $20. And now it's time for a new LP auction. Next LP auction going to go up right now, and that is going to be, let's try this Santana Abraxas, another half-speed master. Paul says this is a 1981 US half-speed master. It's a strong VG Plus EX. Abraxas is going to go up for a $65 start, a half-speed master. And can I put back Johnny Cash? Let me go put it out of the last crate over here. And that was from this previous crate, right here. This one here. If anybody wants Johnny Cash, this is available. Here's what's left in here. Johnny Cash, $14.99. The Circle, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. The Carter Family, The Best of Eric Burden, Joe Jackson, The Bee Gees, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Collector's Records, Belafonte, Homer and Jethro, Golden Goodies, Belafonte, John Lennon, Modern English, Loverboy. Modern English was 19. Loverboy was 19. Lulu, Doobie Brothers, Cheech and Chong, still available, $29.99. Weird. Eric Clapton, Big Brother, Big Country, Jeff Beck, Cher, Beach Boys, Guess Who, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Now, Compulsive Gamblers is at $22. Twisted Sisters at $7. I think it's time for some more Buy It Now 45s. These are all $6.99. The first one is Madonna, True Blue, $6.99 on Madonna, True Blue. We have the New Seekers. It's the Real Thing Coke. Buy the World of Coke. Coca-Cola. Dinah Ross and Supreme. Someday We'll Be Together. He's My Sonny Boy in the original Motown sleeve. We have let me do this guy right here. Dean Martin, Can't Remember Helping You, or Can't Remember Remembering You. And then Pet Shop Boys, What Have I Done to Deserve This? Pet Shop Boys with Dusty Springfield. Those are all $6.99 there. Those are all available. Just FYI, just in case you didn't know, those are available. Let's jump back over here. And before I swap out crates, let's start with Compulsive Gamblers 2225. Michael Ruttman on Madonna. Was it on black or blue vinyl? It's black vinyl, but it's sold to Michael Ruttman. And then NS, the New Seekers, that's sold to DJ Jeff. Chris Bryant on Dinah Ross, that's sold to Chris Bryant. RK next to Madonna, Mark next to Madonna, John Reniski on Pet Shop Boys, then Javi, then Grant, then Chris, then Teresa. That leaves Dean Martin, I Can't Help Remembering You, and Little Old Wine Drinker Me. Dean Martin, $6.99. I'm going to put that right over there. Nobody bid on Santana. That's a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now on Santana Abraxas. And then Mike Straws is in on the Compulsive Gamblers for $25, and now there's a bid for $30. So $30 on the Compulsive Gamblers. Twisted Sister got one bid with Richard Miller for $7. AFI has already sold. It sold for, I think, $355. AFI sold for, I believe, $355. Another no bid buy it now. Mark Riley got Santana for $65. Excellent. Let's go ahead and bring over another new crate. I'm going to do that right now. Another new crate of vintage LPs being shown for the first time. Let me take a quick flip through them. And let me adjust my neck. Oh, that felt amazing. Well, there's some interesting stuff in here. Ooh, there's some great titles in this one. Great titles in this one. Yep, should be a lot of stuff sell out of here. Let's go ahead and bring this one up. And we got new LPs while we continue to show lots of great 45s and other auctions. Loverboy was $19.99. Loverboy, $19.99. Compulsive Gamblers is at $32, $32, $35, $35. Church Going Compulsive Gamblers, $35, now $40. Mike Straws has it for $40. New single. This is really cool. It's a picture sleeve from Creedence Clearwater Revival. You Better Run Through the Jungle and Up Around the Bend. Two classics there and a really cool picture sleeve. CCR is going to go up for a $7 start. CCR, $7 start on that. Next LP auction is going to go up right now. And the next album is going to be Bob Marley and the Wailers. This is a 77 US EX Plus. This is Bob Marley and the Wailers, early music featuring Peter Tosh. That's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start. Compulsive Gamblers is a good one. It seems like it. Based on this bidding, it seems like it. I have no idea. It seems like we've hit a good one from the New Orleans collection. Let me check on it myself. This is called Church Going, and this is Compulsive Gambler, 7-inch EP. Oh boy, it is. There's only one for sale right now for $99. No wonder. And it's in Canada. It's in Canada. This is a $100 record all day long, it looks like. So if you're bidding, y'all have it right now at half price. It's at half price, it looks like. That's a good one. That's at half price right now. CCR, and this is sticker price. This is new arrivals. There's another crate of new arrivals after this. We got new stuff for a little bit longer. These are great titles in here from what I've seen. Emerson, Lake, and Powell, and these are non-check condition. Emerson, Lake, and Powell is $19.99. Emerson, Lake, and Powell. We have Philabilia. This is East to West, gold stamp promo, $19.99. CCR is at $10. The Compulsive Gamblers is at $44. Church going. Thomas has it for $44. CCR is at $10. We have Samantha Fox, $19.99 for Samantha Fox. Also, we have Father Guido Sarducci. This is live at Sir Douglas Convent, $14.99. New bid on Bob Marley for $36. Fatal Flowers, gold stamp promo, 1986, $14.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, hot number, $19.99. And Walter Egan, Wild Exhibitions, $9.99. Compulsive Gamblers is at $50, new bid. CCR is at $10. Bob Marley's at $36. And we have the Eurythmics, and this is $19.99. Also, Every Mother's Son, $14.99. Every Mother's Son. MGM, very clean record there. $14.99 on EMS. Every Mother's Son. I wonder if Facebook's held up. I hadn't seen a Facebook comment in a couple minutes. Actually, since Christopher asked, let me see what I have over here. Is Facebook hung up? I bet Facebook's hung up. Let me click over here and see what's going on Facebook. Nope. Everybody's just quiet. Okay. Everybody's just gotten really quiet. I was wondering if it's hung up because I showed about 3 records there that I thought would immediately sell. Bob Marley, just one bid, sold for $36. Another single bid, Bob Marley sold for $36. And also, there's like 5 people outbid on CCR, and no one has set out. No one has set out. John Reniski bid 10. RK hadn't set out. John Reniski hadn't set out. Or excuse me, Mark Chesler hadn't set out. Charles Siebert hadn't set out. That's what I was afraid of. Hung up meaning comments don't come through. Yeah, that means y'all are bidding, but I can't see it. And now we have a new bid on that for $52. I was wondering because there was like, the bids on CCR was like 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which means like 3 people were outbid and no one has said anything. And then nobody else bid on Bob Marley. And now Church Going has a new bid for $52. And now no one still has set out on CCR or bid. And the high bid's 10 with John Reniski, a final call. And I already thought 2 or 3 of these in here would sell, like Samantha Fox and Fatal Flowers. However, next is Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works. This is $19.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer Works. Vanessa Williams, the Comfort one, $19.99. Christopher Lee, these are new arrival sticker price. These are new arrival sticker price. Pseudo Echo, Love Me and Adventure. Pseudo Echo is $19.99. Heart Magazine is $24.99. And Weather Report, Sweet Night, or Weather Report, $14.99. And Stevie Nicks, Belladonna, $19.99. CCR has a new bid. CCR has another new bid. Final call on Compulsive Gamblers for $52. You're hypnotizing everybody, evidently. I'm surprised. Who's going to bid $100 first on this? Who's going to bid $100 first on Compulsive Gamblers? That's the question. I bet it's Jim B. I bet he'll bid $100 first. We'll see what happens. Now we're out on that. Let's go ahead and grab a new handful of 45s here. And let me grab some from over here. I got some more bite nows. I grabbed the wrong handful over here. I'm hypnotizing. Maybe I'm putting everybody to sleep. Maybe I should blow the air horn randomly because like everybody's got to wake up. Got to wake up. Here's some more, but this may be a wake everybody up. Here we go. Here is some $6.99. If you want to see somebody wake up, we'll put down some $6.99 45s. We have Brewer and Shipley, one toke over the line. Brewer and Shipley in the original company sleeve. The Monkees, Daydream Believer. That's a double-sided promo. It's a little bit later pressing, but still very cool. The Blues Brothers, Rubber Biscuit, $6.99. We also have Carpenter's Tarp of the World for $6.99. We have Carpenter's Goodbye to Love for $6.99. And we have Melanie for $6.99. Let me figure out what song and what's going on with Melanie here. I don't really know, but we're about to find out. So let's bid at the, let's figure out what happened. So CCR 11, CCR 12, CCR out. Kristen Barnett on Stevie Nicks. That was a steal. I've always told John, I think these are sometimes a little bit underpriced at $19.99. However, that is sold to Kristen Barnett. RK was second. Grant Williams got the Vanessa Williams. That's sold to Grant Williams. And then we have Compulsive Gamblers at $53. A new bid, $53. Thomas Hujar, you might just want to go ahead and bid $75 on that. Compulsive Gamblers is at $53. Thomas Hujar, you're outbid. You might as well just go ahead and bid $75. Stephen A. Young on BB. And BB was for the Blues Brothers. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $6.99. John Reniski on the Monkeys. That's sold to John Reniski. Chris Bachek got the Carpenters. That's sold to Chris Bachek. RK next on the Monkeys. Chris next on the Blues Brothers. Larry next on the Carpenters. Brewer and Shipley still available. We have Heart Please. Heart Please. There's actually two Carpenters. Chris Bachek, there's two Carpenters. There's Good Die to Love and Top of the World. Let me know which one on that, Chris Bachek. Larry Smith saying, and then Christopher Dean wants Heart. Heart Magazine in here sold. Javi, we've already sold Vanessa Williams. Now, Melanie is called, I was about to check it, The Nickel Song and The Nickel Song. It's a double-sided promo, Melanie, The Nickel Song. And then Brewer and Shipley. Those are still available. Okay, Chris wants Top of the World. So Larry Smith, that leaves Goodbye to Love, a double-sided promo if you want it. New bid on Compulsive Gamblers for $54. That's not the $75 I was looking for, but I'll take it. Now Jim B's out. Jim B's next bid will be $55. Maybe he'll bid $56 though. CCR, this is sold to RK Tucker for $12. That's sold to RK for $12. Jim B's next bid is $55. John Reniski on Melanie. What is the Melanie track? Phantom Canuck, let me know if you want that. If not, John Reniski wants it. Brewer and Shipley. Brewer and Shipley is officially sold to Chris Farrar for $6.99. He passes on the Carpenter, so I'm going to put that over here. Now, the new bid on that's $55. Thomas, if you want to just go ahead and bid $75, just let me know. And then Melanie is pending to two people, and we'll see who gets it. Next LP in here is Looking Back. That's a 3 LP compilation on Stevie Wonder. $34.99 on Stevie Wonder. Melanie Hajara. Melanie is $19.99. Melanie Hajara. Original on her sleeve. Nice. Or excuse me, Joni Mitchell. I think I was saying Joni Mitchell. What was I saying? Joni Mitchell Hajara. $19.99. This is sold for $6.99 to John Reniski. RK Tucker wants the other Carpenters. That's sold for $6.99. Church-going Compulsive Gamblers has a bid for $55 with Jim B. Next is Suspense. Suspense is $12.99. We have Raggedy Ann and Andy. Raggedy Ann and Andy is $14.99. And Scandalous John, that's a Walt Disney record, $19.99, the original soundtrack to Scandalous John, Walt Disney Vista. Next LP is going to go up for auction, a classic. This is an original 1972 U.S. Terre Haute with the insert. Both discs are EX condition. This is the Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach. The Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach. And this is an original 1972 Terre Haute. It is both disc EX, $35 start. Thomas is out on the Compulsive Gamblers. High bid's $55 of Jim B. Final call. Does anybody else want to bid? Church-going Compulsive Gamblers. It's at $55. It's at half price. Boy, if you've been tuned into auctions tonight, some of the auctions, great prices in my opinion, great prices. Half off auctions. I don't get to say that often. Half off auctions. The jacket is in like VG Plus condition, and this is a $35 start on OG Allman Brothers. It's worth it just for the track Melissa. It's worth it just for Melissa. Let's go ahead and put up another single over here for auction, and the next single up for auction is going to be let me see what's over here. Not from the New Orleans. It's still over there. What happened here? All right, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, this is an Elvis picture sleeve here. This is Elvis. Please don't drag that string around. And the B-side is his hit song, Devil in Disguise. The vinyl is in about VG Plus condition. The picture sleeve has some writing on the front. $7 start on that. Compulsive Gamblers is sold to Jim B for $55. Jim B said, thanks, Thomas. You just made Jim B a profit of $50. Now he has more money to buy stuff. That is sold to Jim B for $55. Thank you. And now the Allman Brothers is a $35 start. We have the Trade Winds Excursions. The Trade Winds is $19.99. Also, The Sound of Music with booklet. The Sound of Music is $19.99. Joni Mitchell is an OG copy. OG copy. Satch and Josh, Count Basie. Count Basie encounters Oscar Peterson. $19.99 on that. And Vanilla Fudge, Rock and Roll, $19.99. Next New Orleans single is Some Loves. Some Loves, Now You Know. Some Loves is going to go up for a $5 start. Some Loves, Now You Know, that's going to go up for a $5 start. Elvis is at $7 and now $10. Christopher leads it at $10. Next thing we have is Humble Pie Eat It, $29.99 for Humble Pie Eat It. Here's our next bite, now 45s. These are all $6.99. We have Melanie, Will You Love Me Tomorrow? We have Fever Tree, San Francisco Girls, and Margaret, I Just Don't Understand. The Beatles, Got to Get You Into My Life. Paul McCartney, No More Lonely Nights. Jackson Browne promo, Running on Empty. And Pam Tillis, Ancient History. Pam Tillis, 1992. Those are all $6.99 there. $6.99. We have Melanie, Fever Tree, and Margaret, The Beatles, Paul McCartney. This one here was Jackson Browne and Pam Tillis. Those are all $6.99. Regina, I need to know if you're back in or not on the Elvis. And then Larry Smith on Ann Margaret. Ann Margaret is sold to Larry Smith for $6.99. Stephen A. Young put B. Stephen A. Young put B. I'm hoping that's for the Beatles. That's sold to Stephen A. Young for $6.99. Rod Bryan was second. DJ put JB. I'm assuming that's for Jackson Browne. That is sold to DJ Jeff Copel for $6.99. MIT Lab next on the Beatles. Info on McCartney. Info on Elvis, I mean. R.K. Tucker wants to Paul McCartney. John Reniski on PM. And I'm assuming that was something I've already sold. And then Elvis is at 12. Oso bid 35 on Eat a Peach, Final Call. And now Elvis is at 12, 14, 15. Some Loves has one bid for $5. So the only thing left here is Melanie, Fever Tree, and Pam Tillis. Those are all $6.99. We're about to sell Eat a Peach. Some Loves, one bid $5. Elvis is Devil in Disguise picture disc. Devil in Disguise. It does have some writing on the cover. It is in VG condition. It's a 15. I didn't think Allman Brothers was going to get a bid at all. And now we have two bids, 35 and now 37. Also, we have Procol Harum, A Salty Dog. That's a music for pleasure pressing, $19.99 on that. The Cocktail Soundtrack, $19.99. Starship, Beach Boys, Little Richard, Robbie Neville, Georgia Satellites, The Cocktail Soundtrack. BG, Spirits Having Flown. BG's is $9.99. Spirits Having Flown. We have Sandy Nelson Plays. Sandy Nelson is $9.99 on Imperial. Frampton by Peter Frampton is $9.99. And Patsy Cline, 12 Greatest Hits. Patsy Cline is $24.99. 12 Greatest Hits. Elvis is now at 16. Some Loves has a new bid for $6. Oso Adventure, You're Out on the Allman Brothers. John Kaiser has it for $37. Going once, going twice. John Kaiser has that one for $37. Going once, going twice. John Kaiser has it for $37. Now Oso Adventure has it for $40. Now the Some Loves is at $8. Now it's time for some more buy it nows, it looks like. Let me grab another handful over here. These are all $6.99. These are all $6.99. Clint Black, Nothing's News, and Live and Learn. Also Susie Bogus, Outbound Plane. Elvis, America, and My Way, a promo. Elvis. Bruce Springsteen, Brilliant Disguise, a promo. Michael Jackson, Bad, a promo. We have Dolly, My Tennessee Mountain Home, original. And Howard Jones, No One Is to Blame picture sleeve. Boy, that's some good ones there. Those are all $6.99, including Elvis and Dolly and Clint Black. Those are all $6.99. Here's where I left off. The first thing I said was Elvis was at 16. Some Loves 6. Some Loves 8. Oso bid 40 on Eat a Peach. Elvis 17. Allman Brothers 42. Elvis 20. The first one to claim the Elvis single in here was Christopher Broughton. He got that for $6.99. Chris Bachek got Bruce Springsteen promo. That sold to Chris Bachek for $6.99. Bruce Springsteen. Christopher was first on the MJ promo. That sold to Christopher. Rod Bryan was next on the Bruce Springsteen. Don, you were next on Elvis. Michael Ruttman, you put MH, and that was for MH Mountain Home, maybe? I'm going to pause on that one. And then Levi was next on Elvis. RK next on Springsteen. Chad King put BS, also for Springsteen. Michael Ruttman, no, he was trying to get Michael Jackson. Kristen Barnett got Howard Jones. Chris Ferrara wants Patsy Cline in the bin. Todd Rara got Clint Black. That's so did Todd Rara. Also next on MJ. Regina next on Elvis. Also out on Eda Peach. So nobody got Dolly, My Tennessee Mountain Home, an original in the original company sleeve. And no one got Susie Bogus, Outbound Plain, and Yellow River Road. Those are still available. Allman Brothers is officially sold to John Kaiser for $42. Now, what happened on the Elvis auction and what happened on the Some Loves? That was the current two up for auction right now. Let's figure out what happened here. The Some Loves, the last bid on the Some Loves that came in on my screen was Craig Thomas at 8. I hadn't heard back from R.K. Tucker on the Some Loves. R.K. Tucker, however, has went out on Elvis, and that means the last bid on that was Don Nicole at $20, and that sold to Don Nicole for $20. Elvis is sold. Now, let's grab a new LP up for auction. Our next LP up for auction is Bob Marley, The Birth of a Legend. Bob Marley is a 1976 double LP. This is a U.S. pressing. The cover is still in shrink wrap, and both discs are strong VG Plus copies. This is on that Kala label. There's one LP, there's two LP, covers in shrink, and Bob Marley's a $35 start. It's in shrink with hype and the original price tag. Some Loves is officially sold to Craig Thomas. Craig, that's sold to you for $8. The next New Orleans single, let's grab one from over here. Let's see what looks interesting. This looks interesting. Whoop, there's no record in it. This looks interesting. This is Cheeseburger. This is Cheeseburger Zing. Let's take a look at it. Cheeseburger, Sock in Your Mouth, and the Lemon Song. $5 start on that. Zing has nothing to do with it. Bob Marley's a $35 start, and now the other $45 auction I have at this moment, without further ado, is, I have no idea. Let's see what I've got in here. Let me grab another handful here. That'll be a bite now. That's a bite now. Aha. Aha. Ground Control to Major Tom. David Bowie, Space Oddity. Does have a little bit of writing in the dead wax, but David Bowie, this is going to go up for a $7 start. Let's grade it VG Plus. The Man Who Sold the World and Space Oddity. David Bowie, $7 start on that. VG Plus in the original sleeve. Here are some buy it nows for $6.99. Those are auctions. That's an auction. These are buy it nows. We have Robert Kennedy Memorial Record. It's actually music by Ava Marie and Andy Williams, but it's a memorial record for Robert Kennedy. We have Aretha Franklin, God Bless This Child, and Trouble in Mind. That's really cool on the Orange Columbia label, Aretha Franklin. The Beach Boys, Don't Worry Baby, and I Get Around. The Beach Boys in the original company sleeve. Jay Giles, Peanut Butter. That's a promo, double-sided Jay Giles, Peanut Butter. And this is really cool. It's a reissue, but Strawberry Alarm Clock, Incense and Peppermints. It's an MCA reissue, but that's really cool. Strawberry Alarm Clock. All right, some cool stuff here coming up. Those are all $6.99. Let's go ahead and show next here is the Eurythmics, $19.99 for the Eurythmics. Also, we have Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is $14.99. Paul Simon, Hearts and Bones. Paul Simon is $19.99. Bob Seger, Night Moves. Bob Seger is $24.99. Jerry Jeff Riding High is $19.99. Let's see what happened over here. First, nobody bid on Bob Marley. Bob Marley is a buy it now for $35. The Birth of a Legend. 2 LP. Both discs are strong VG Plus. 1976 and shrink, hype, and price tag. Nobody bid on Bob Marley. It's a $35 buy it now. Over here was Cheeseburger, which had bids for 5 and 6. David Bowie got bids for 7 and 12. Cheeseburger got another bid for 7. David Bowie, 15. Tim Graham wants the Robert Kennedy record. $6.99. That's a Robert Kennedy. That's sold for $6.99. Cheeseburger, 8. Tim Graham on BS for Bob Seger. Thomas Hujar on Bob Marley for the $35 buy it now, no bid. Moses E was second. That means nobody got Strawberry Alarm Clock, Incense and Peppermints. Nobody got Jay Giles. Nobody got the Beach Boys. Capital, original company sleeve. I Get Around and Don't Worry Baby, clean. And an early Aretha Franklin. This is from the Tender, the Moving, and the Swing and Aretha. Wow, that's pretty incredible. Surprised no one got those, especially Beach Boys and Aretha. Final call on David Bowie at 15. I got to make sure R.K. Tucker's done. And then final call on Cheeseburger, which is at 8. I got to make sure Teresa's done. Felix, you were second on Bob Marley. We have Little River Band first under the wire. Little River Band is $9.99. 20 super hits by the Rolling Stones. Very cool. This is on Decca. What a cool cover. A great looking compilation there. Beautiful. $34.99. Also, the best of the Spencer Davis Group. Another cool record, $24.99. The Beatles' Greatest, a Holland Press. Another cool record, $39.99. And Sandy Nelson. And then there were drums with a really cool cover. Sandy Nelson, $9.99. First thing is Cheeseburger, sold to Teresa for $9. We have David Bowie, officially sold for $15 to John Reniski. R.K. Tucker got the Aretha single. R.K. Tucker got the Aretha single for $6.99. And I think we're good to go. MIT Lab got the Beatles. MIT Lab got the Beatles. MIT Lab gets the Beatles. That is sold. Looks like our board's cleared. Looks like we need more no auctions. Looks like we need more everything, right? Our next auction is the Allman Brothers Band at the Fillmore. This is a 1971 U.S. O.G. Phillips press. This is on the original pink Capricorn labels. This is the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore, original pink Capricorn labels. 71 U.S. Phillips. Disc 1 is EX. Disc 2 is VG Plus. The cover is around VG or maybe VG Plus. Has some wear on the bottom. The Allman Brothers is a $35 start. The Allman Brothers is a $35 start. That's at the Fillmore East. That's up for bid. The next 45 that's going to be up for bid right now is Cream and Johnny Cash. Nice here. These are both really cool in the original company. Look how crisp this is. Johnny Cash, Daddy sang bass, Mama sang tenor. He turned water into wine. Johnny Cash, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Daddy sang bass. And how about Cream? Sunshine of Your Love, a beautiful copy. A beautiful copy. And the B-side Swallow Bar, $7 start on that. Tracks on Little River Band. The tracks are Lonesome Loser, The Rumor, Be My Side, Cool Change, It's Not a Wonder, Hard Life, Hard Man, Middleman, Man on the Run, and Mistress of Mine. All right. Now what I'm going to do is read the titles that's left in this crate. If anybody wants a price, let me know. First thing I'm going to do is take a drink of water. It's quiet in the store tonight. Nobody stays here with me on Saturday nights, it seems like. Everybody's out. Everybody makes sure they set their schedule. There's rarely anybody here with me on Saturday nights. I guess nobody wants to work as much as I do, so the store's empty, unfortunately. It's quiet back here in the shipping department. I said we're usually shipping 15 hours a day. I think Steve got here at like 6 a.m. this morning, and Brian left, like at 9 o'clock? So they shipped for a long time today, and I'm pretty sure they're coming in tomorrow, both Brian and Melanie. So we do ship quite a bit here, almost around the clock. Somebody should be here pretty early in the morning. Tim Graham gets the Beach Boys for $6.99. That was from earlier. Very, very cool. And I'll say this. The Allman Brothers and OG pink labels at $40, and that's a final call. And we lose an hour. I know you might as well say right now it's already midnight because it's about to be 11, but here in a couple hours or a few hours when it changes over, we're going to spring ahead. So you might as well go ahead and be planning if you're looking at your sleep. It's already midnight, really. Did you see my claim for Strawberry Alarm Clock? I didn't. I do right now. Christopher Allen put Straub. Thank you for the reminder. I never did see that. You get Strawberry Alarm Clock. Thank you. Sorry, and I'm glad you reminded me there. Wow, nobody on Cream and nobody on Johnny Cash and only one bid on the Allman Brothers. Okay, here we go. Let's go through this crate right quick. And I do. My brain's pretty beat. I think y'all saw it last night. My brain was pretty beat. And then, man, I was looking through all of our waiting list and stuff. I was like, wow, we got a ton of stuff to order, which I'm going to work on probably tonight. And here's the agenda. Excuse me while I'm stretching. Sorry. This is a great 10 o'clock stretch time. I've got one more crate of new records to go through as I'm down here on the floor stretching. And then we're about to get into some discount bins, okay? I think we got some people very much so want to see some discount crates. So one more crate of new arrivals. That way I can say we have caught up for Monday on new arrivals. And I'm going to show Paul all of these to take offers on tomorrow, what I don't get to tonight. And here we go. The chat is beyond quiet, like scary quiet almost. Very quiet. It's a very quiet chat right now. Extremely quiet. Derek, congratulations. OG Almond Brothers, pink label, one bid, $40, sold to you. Let me show you all the auctions back there because somebody just asked about Johnny Cash. And let me show those one more time. And I'm going to show you about where we're at on our 45s as well. I probably need to show what hadn't sold one more time before I offer it as a bundle. Daddy Sang Bass and Cream, Sunshine of Your Love, both very nice. And OG, those are $7 starts. Now, we need a good LP auction. We're almost done with the LPs. Here is something I have no idea what it is. It's Lope Fiasco. Lope Fiasco. And it's an original 2006 US with insert. Both discs are EX Plus. And this is a $95 start. Has AI5 been auctioned? That sold earlier for $355. That sold earlier for $355. Yes, it's gone. Long gone. We had a ton of people request it as soon as we went live. I've only read through these once. I'm going to just read the titles. If you see something you want to price on, let me know. Emerson Lake and Powell, Fee Abelia, Samantha Fox, Father Guido Sarducci, Fatal Flowers, The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Walter Egan, The Eurythmics, Every Mother's Son, Emerson Lake and Palmer, Pseudo Echo, Weather Report, Stevie Wonder, Suspiria, Raggedy Ann and Andy. We have Scandalous John, The Trade Winds, Sound of Music, Joni Mitchell, Count Basie, Vanilla Fudge, Humble Pie, Procol Harum, Cocktail Soundtrack, BG, Sandy Nelson, Peter Frampton, Eurythmics, Cat Stephen, Paul Simon, Jerry Jeff, Rolling Stone, Spencer Davis, Sandy Nelson, and Little River Band. That's a solid crate there. Samantha Fish is a full album. This is $19.99. It's a full album. That auction's up for bid. How much is Sound of Music? Sound of Music is right here, and this is with booklet, $19.99. Sound of Music, RCA LSOD 2005, $19.99. How much is Little River Band? $9.99. Christopher is in on both auctions for 7 and 7. Both auctions for 7 and 7. Christopher has both for 7 and 7. Final call on Cream and final call on Johnny Cash. This crate's going to be right here behind me. If anybody decides you want anything else in here, just let me know. Let me move these out of my way. We push them right over here. And I think we got one more crate of new arrivals to go through. And let me put the remaining auctions right here. And that way I have an empty crate. And Melinda said sold on this. Okay. Is December Underground available new? Now, are you asking, is that something we have in stock or something I can order? I have no clue because I'm not for sure what that is. And let's see, have I went through? This is the only crate left tonight I have not gone through. Here's the only crate tonight I have not gone through. Have I even looked through it? Let me see what I have in here. I don't think I have. Nope. I know I haven't. Haven't went through this crate yet. Okay. Robert, Johnny Cash already has a bid for 7. Johnny Cash already has a bid for 7. I'm going to go ahead and sell Christopher, then Cream for 7. Johnny Cash already has a bid for 7. These were $7 starts. Here's the next New Orleans record. The next New Orleans record is, let's pull something out of here. This one looks interesting. The next New Orleans record is Jason, Reckless Country Soul EP, Jason and the Nashville Scorchers. Wow. Is that like, wow, that's Jason and the Scorchers. That's got to be like one of his first ones, right? Jason and the Scorchers. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This is going to go up for a $5 start. From the New Orleans batch there. Info on Lupe. Lupe Fiasco is an original 2006 US with insert. Both disc or EX Plus. It's a $95 start. Johnny Cash has a new bid for 10. Christopher Broughton, you're out. Jason the Scorch is a $5 start. Rod Bryan is in. Let's go ahead and show new arrivals here. You're talking about you're asking about the AFI record. Sorry, I didn't know what the album was called. You're asking, can that AFI record be ordered new? I can let you know here in a couple minutes. AFI, I'll let you know here in about 1 minute, okay? Because it sounds like some people definitely want that. AFI has 9 albums in stock with the distributor I use the most. And it's All Hallows Eve, The Art of Drowning, Very Proud of You, AFI The Blood Album, Burials, Bodies, and another version of Bodies. That's the only thing that's in stock. That album that we auctioned tonight is not in print. You can't even back order it. Also, Black Sails in the Sunset. Black Sails in the Sunset. That's it. That album is not in print. It's not even being manufactured. That's why it sold for $355 probably. Plus, it was an original press. December Underground. The December Underground album on vinyl has had 4 pressings, including a test pressing and 2 bootlegs. That album has only been pressed 1 time officially, and that's the one we had tonight. That's the one we had tonight. That's only been pressed 1 time, and that's when it was originally pressed in 2006. Since then, there's been 2 bootlegs. It's only been pressed 1 time on vinyl. That's why 2.3 thousand people have it in their want list. It's only had 1 pressing, the original. And I think that's why it sold for so much, and that's why they do sell for so much. Johnny Cash is sold to Robert for 12. Jason and the Scorchers is sold for 5. And Lupe is a $95 buy it now. Lupe Fiasco is a $95 buy it now. Thank you, Paul, for the notes on that one. Okay, first thing we have is From Rocky Top to Muddy Bottom, the Osmond Brothers. $26.99, the Osmond Brothers. $26.99, 2LP. Gordon, here it is. The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, $19.99. $19.99. Gordon Lightfoot. Herman's Hermits, Blaze with the Shrink and Hop, $9.99. Kenny Rogers in the first editions, $19.99. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 19, $14.99. I need to set all those aside for Jason Boxell. Jason's been buying every one of those. He's not watching right now, obviously, or he would be bidding on those. Our next LP going up for auction is Bob Marley and the Wailers, Catch a Fire. Bob Marley is a 1975 US, VG Plus, $35 start on this. And Bob Marley and the Wailers, Catch a Fire is a 1975 U.S. Pitman. That is a $35 start on that. Next is Richard Zeinert on Flight, and that was Light. Did you mean Lightfoot, Richard? You put Flight. I think you meant Light. Should starting price is right on Lupe. Seems off. Lupe Fiasco. Paul has it as an original 2006 U.S. with insert. Both discs are EX Plus $95 start. That's what is on here. That is what is on here. Yes. This is 83959. Yeah. Looks right to me. I mean, let's see. Ships from United States. For an EX Plus, I mean, a lot of them start at VG and then VG Plus, and those are a little bit cheaper. But the ones I'm seeing, like near mint, some of them can get pretty pricey. It's available for $95. Bob Marley's a $35 start. It already has bids for $35 and $36. Jason the Scorchers is already done. Richard Ziner did want Gordon Lightfoot. And now the next thing I had in here was Lord and Lightfoot. Then Tim Voldness was second. And then Bob Marley. Felix put BM. I'm assuming that was a bid, but there's no number. Then Moses bid 40. Then Tim bid 35. And then Fres Morris wants Herman's Hermits. Okay. Next thing we have here is Beetle Talk. That is $19.99 for Beetle Talk. Jesus Christ Superstar. This is Gatefold 2 LP with the booklet, $19.99. James Taylor's Greatest Hits is $34.99. And Cat Stevens, Footsteps in the Dark. Cat Stevens is $14.99. $14.99. Bob Marley. I figured just the name, Jason the Scorchers, people would start bidding 5, 6, 10. I couldn't believe it. I guess maybe I did sell it too fast. Here's our next record. This is Kiss, Beth, and then Detroit Rock City. We had one of these earlier. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Kiss is going to go up for a $10 start. And so is Roy Orbison, the original, Oh Pretty Woman, in the original company sleeve. That's a $7 start. There's the next two. No one else has bid on Bob Marley. There was 2 other bidders I hadn't heard back from. Next thing we have here is Jethro Tull Aqua Lung. Jethro Tull is a Gatefold original textured cover or green chrysalis label. $19.99 on that. Hot Chocolate, everyone's a winner. $9.99. G. Bepco on Superstar. That's sold to G. Bepco. Kiss has bids for 10, and now another 10, now another 10, now another 10. Gone, 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 the Everly Brothers, that's $14.99. We have John Lennon Mind Games for $19.99. Jets Gilberto, that's $39.99 for Jets and Gilberto. And the Accelerator, $19.99. So let's go back up to the front and see where we had off. Bob Marley got a new bid for $45. Moses E, you've been outbid. We sold Superstar. Kiss 10, Kiss 10, Kiss 10. Charles Siebert was first. Roy Orbison 7, Roy Orbison 7. And now we have some more bite nows, I think. Here we go. First thing we have is Jimmy Buffett. Who's the Blonde Stranger promo? Jimmy Buffett, $6.99. The Monkees, Valerie, $6.99. The Kinks, Sunday Afternoon, $6.99. We got Sammy Hagar, Your Love Is Driving Me Crazy, $6.99. Gun Hill Road, Back When My Hair Was Short. And Starship, Sarah, $6.99. Those are all $6.99 there. First come, first serve. Kiss, Kiss, Roy Orbison. And next is How Much Was Hot Chocolate? Everyone's a Winner single. That's one of their big hits. Hot Chocolate is $9.99. Hot Chocolate is $9.99. Also, we had next was Roy Orbison 9, Bob Marley 50, Chris Bryan on Sammy Hagar. That's sold to Chris for $6.99. Rod Bryan put KIK. I'm assuming that's for the Kinks. That's sold to Rod for $6.99. RK Nuxter next on Hagar. Chad put S. I'm assuming that's for Starship. $6.99. Levi was second. Then Rod put Kinks, so he did get the Kinks. And then Oso Adventure was next on Sammy Hagar. That leaves Jimmy Buffett, Who's the Blonde Stranger promo. That leaves the Monkees hit record Valerie, and then Gun Hill Road, Back When My Hair Was Short. Bob Marley has a new bid for $55. I don't think anybody else bid on Kiss since R.K. Tucker bid $12. So I'm about to sell it to him, and same thing for Roy Orbison. Roy Orbison's at $13, also of R.K. Tucker. Back to this bin, we have the Reverbs, The Happy Forest. The Reverbs is an 84 indie rock album, $29.99. R.K. Tucker does want the Jimmy Buffett for $6.99. That is sold to R.K. Tucker. Also, we have Spanking Her Game. That's their greatest hits. White Label promo, $19.99. And Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 17, $14.99. Next, New Orleans 45 is going to go up right now. And let's see what this is here. Whatever it is, it's sealed. This is the Teen Kings, Go, Go, Go. The Teen Kings is sealed. Go, 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 and that's going to go up for a $5 start. New bid on Kiss on 13. Now another bid on Kiss for 13. We're tied again on Kiss. Nobody else bid on Roy Orbison, though, and Bob Marley's the final call for 60. Chuck Lapp, PhD, How to Put Action in Your Sales, $9.99. You listen to this and you become a better salesman, $9.99. Rare Earth in Concert. That would be dangerous for y'all. I probably shouldn't listen to that. $24.99, Rare Earth in Concert, and the Temptations, Cloud 9. Temptations, Cloud 9, $19.99. What's Kiss? What's the Kiss? And King says a bid for $5. But nobody else bid on Roy Orbison. This is officially sold for $13 to R.K. Tucker. That is sold. This is Kiss. Beth and Detroit Rock City. Beth is the A side. It's actually really clean in the original company sleeve. And the high bids with Charles Siebert for $13. Everybody else is out. Now we have Bob Marley with a bid of $70 of Moses E. Kristen Barnett says she'll take the HC. And the HC was the hot chocolate. Everyone's a winner. Now the Kings has a new bid for $6. And now we have Elon by Firefall. Firefall is $9.99. We also have Carla Bonoff Restless Night. Carla Bonoff is $9.99. And this is Sinatra. Sinatra is $14.99. That's really nice, actually. $14.99. Now Kiss has a new bid for $14. And now, Robert, you've been outbid on the Kings. Who else was bidding on Bob Marley? Tim Voldness. You're out on the Bob Marley, just FYI. Also, the Doobie Brothers. That's their debut album. $34.99 on the Doobie Brothers. That is their self-titled album. Super clean there. $34.99. Previous bid, Father Guido and Raggedy Ann price. Father Guido and Raggedy Ann price. That's probably right over here, I bet. Let's see here, Raggedy Ann and Father Guido price. Let me see if I can find those for you. Raggedy Ann, and there's Father Guido Sarducci. Those are $14 for Raggedy Ann and $14 for Father Guido. Those are $14.99 each. Kiss has a new bid for $15. R.K. Tucker, you're out. Next thing in here is Lulu New Routes for $19.99. Let's pause there and do some more Buy It Now 45s. Let me chip away at some of them over here I have in my box. My big magic box of 45s. What could Chad have in the big magic box of 45s? Who knows? I do have more Elvis, though. Let me sort through my auction, so this will be easier, okay? Auction. Buy It Now. Buy It Now. Auction. Auction. Definitely an auction. Buy It Now. Buy It Now. Buy It Now. Buy It Now. Auction. Buy It Now. Auction. I need to check it. Definitely an auction. Buy It Now. Here we go. These are $6.99, okay? We have the Fifth Dimension, Aquarius, Let the Sunshine in the original picture sleeve. Actually, ooh, this is on a colored vinyl promo. Maybe this should have been. Is this a new record? Maybe we should auction this. What is going on here? I might have to retract this one. I've never seen this before. This is on brown vinyl. Is this like a new record or is this an original? This is the Fifth Dimension. What a bizarre record. I'm assuming this is like something original. Yeah, it definitely is. I've never seen that before. Okay, I think this one's worthy of an auction. Big hit record on some kind of brown colored vinyl. Wow, it's like an ember, like almost like an amber color too. That's very interesting. Let's put that up for a $7 start. The sleeve does have a little bit of a kind of split here. I did that earlier on a. We had one of those David Bowies on blue vinyl a couple nights ago. So that's going to go up for a $7 start. That one's been redacted. Let's go ahead and sell. Well, no, Bob Marley got a new bid. Oh my gosh, everything's getting new bids. So that is up for bid. That's up for bid. And then Kiss. Did we have a high bid on Kiss? RK went out. Tim Volden is 16. So the last thing I remember saying was Charles Siebert had Kiss for $15. Okay. Michael Rudolph said sold on both of these. Chris Bachek said sold on Sinatra. Bob Marley got a bid for $75. Kiss got a new bid for $16. Kings got a new bid for $8. Levi Hilton said Elvis, but there was no Elvis shown. Kings got a new bid for $9. And then I've introduced this auction for a $7 start. Now, since then, Bob Marley has got a new bid for $80. Bob Marley has a new bid for $80. Now Kiss has a new bid for $17. And the Kings is between Robert and Teresa. Teresa bid 9, Robert went out. The Kings is sold to Teresa for $9, okay? This is the fifth dimension, Aquarius with the sunshine in, Soul City. Soul City. It's a promo, mono, stereo, brown translucent vinyl, and the high bid's $14. Kiss, Beth, and Detroit Rock City has a new bid for $17. Bob Marley is sold to Moses E for $80. Now we got some buy it nows for $6.99. Okay? And now, these for sure, unless there's something in here on colored vinyl, the Safaris, $6.99, Wipeout, Bruce Springsteen, Tunnel of Love, Billy Idol, Moni Moni, The Style Council, My Ever-Changing Mood, Rick Springfield, Love Somebody, and the Radha Krishna Temple, Side 1, Joniva, Side 2, Joniva Jaja, produced by George Harrison. Very cool kind of oddity there. $6.99 on Apple. George Harrison related record. Indian related. Very cool. Okay? Now, Fifth Dimension has a new bid for $15. Tim Boldness is out on Kiss. Final Call to Charles Siebert for $17. Stephen A. Young first on Wipeout for $6.99. Levi Helton first on Billy Idol for $6.99. Oso was second on Billy Idol for $6.99. Tim Boldness next on Wipeout. Chad King on Rick Springfield, sold. Chris Bachek on CSC, Style Council, sold. Oso Venture got Bruce Springsteen. The Radha Krishna Temple, Right Fred, is sold to you. And then Cyclone Doug was second. They're still bidding on the Fifth Dimension. Charles Siebert gets Kiss, Beth. And this is sold to Charles Siebert for $17. Next thing is the Beatles. I'm Down and Help. Actually, Help is the A-side. There we go. Help is the A-side here in the original picture sleeve. That's when they were down in Jamaica filming the movie Help. The disc is really nice for a Beatles single, a Scranton press. The Beatles is a $10 start. Help, I Need Somebody. And the Fifth Dimension still getting bids. It's at $17. Time for a new LP auction before we go any further in this crate. The next LP auction is Stevie Ray Vaughan, an original 1985 EX condition record of Soul to Soul. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It's an EX. It's going to go up for a $35 start. Let's go through some new LP arrivals here. Loverboy self-titled. Loverboy is $19.99. Mercy, Love, as in Love Can Only Make You Happy, $19.99. John Lennon, Double Fantasy, $19.99. Let's Active, $19.99. Tom Verlaine, A Town Called Walker, and Marquee Moon, $9.99. The Fifth Dimension has a new bid for $20. The Beatles has opening bids for $10 and now $10. Stevie Ray Vaughan, we're looking for a $35 start, just FYI. We have Squeeze, Cool for Cats. Squeeze is $24.99. Michael McDonald, In Shrink with the Hype, I Keep Forgetting, $9.99. Don't make me start singing like Michael McDonald. Red Rider, Neruda, $19.99. Red Rider. And the best of Procol Harum, a gatefold, really cool foil cover, $24.99. Brett Thies gets the Tom Verlaine. That's sold to Brett Thies. The Fifth Dimension now has bids for $20, now $21. Natasha, you're out on the Beatles. RK bid first. I haven't heard back from you. Let me know if you want back in. Anthony Correa has the Stevie Ray Vaughan for $35. Going once, going twice. Janis Joplin Pearl, $34.99 for Pearl. Dustin Hodges on MM. Michael McDonald, I Keep Forgetting. And then we have Jackson Brown, In Shrink with Hype, $19.99. Includes 10 new songs recorded live and full color tour booklet. $19.99 on that. Fifth Dimension has a new bid for $22. Just making sure that Natasha doesn't want to bid again. She hasn't. I'm assuming she's done. The Woodstock soundtrack is $39.99. It's Janis Joplin, an original. No, it's an early 80s pressing with the barcode on the back. We have Ian Hunter. This is Short Back and Sides. Is this thing autographed? $16.99. What does his signature look like? It looks like somebody wrote Ian there on the front. Let me double check this. I may retract another record. I love retracting records. It looks like it's signed by Ian Hunter on the front. I don't think that is, though. Boy, it looks close. I think it might be. Yeah, I think this thing may be signed. Next thing we have here is the Tatum Solo Masterpieces. This is $19.99. The Tatum Solo Masterpieces and April in Paris. Charlie Parker with strings, $19.99. We have is Janis OG, and then Andreas had sold on Janis Joplin. That sold. Stevie Ray Vaughan, just one bid for $35. And that sold to Anthony Correa for $35. Fifth Dimension. The Fifth Dimension is with Oso Adventure for $22. I have not heard back from R.K. Tucker. Unfortunately, Natasha said Al and the Beatles, so he got that at a great price for just $10. R.K. got that for $10. Now, the Fifth Dimension just got a new bid for $23. Our next single is U2, Where the Streets Have No Name. U2, Where the Streets Have No Name. This is going to go up for a $7 start, really clean vinyl in the original picture sleeve. $7 start on U2, Where the Streets Have No Name. First thing we have is Fifth Dimension at $23. And we have the Parker label is $19.99. This is on Pablo, $19.99. Our next LP is going to go up right now, and it's the Muddy Waters Woodstock album. This is a 1976 U.S. repress. It's an EX Plus condition, and this is going to go up for just a $25 start. The Muddy Waters Woodstock album, $25 start. Rod, if you don't want Charlie Parker, it looks like Chris Ferrara does. Are we done on the Fifth Dimension? Oso Adventure, you've been outbid. U2 is a $7 start. Anybody else? That was Art Tatum. Oh, my bad. Let's see here. Charlie Parker. You're talking about this right here. This is The Genius of Charlie Parker. This is on the Black Verve label. Now, I don't have an exact pressing for you. Just a Black Verve label, $19.99. And then same thing. Rod has got dibs, and then Chris Ferrara. All right, time for some buy it now singles. Waiting for one person on Fifth Dimension. Waiting for anybody to bid on U2. Let me go grab some more buy it nowers over here. Let's see what I still got left that I hadn't got to. I think here's a big pocket of them right here. Yeah, these are $6.99. This is Arcadia. This is called Electric Election Day. Yeah, Arcadia, $6.99. Lynn's Farn, Knots. Lynn's Farn. Dwight Twilley, Girls. Dwight Twilley. Wayne Chung, Dance Hall Days. And let's do Elton John, Blue Eyes. Those are all $6.99. Patty, Ian Hunter's autographed. I'm going to set this aside and make sure I'm going to have JSA check this. I'm pretty sure it's autographed. I just did a quick Google search. So obviously this is slipped by John, and this came out of some batch of some stuff. I'm 100% that's his signature. It looks very close. It may not be, and you may see me sell it later saying it was a forgery, but this is definitely very close to his signature on this. So obviously John did not notice that whatsoever when he marked this, obviously for $16.99. But this is definitely signed by Ian Hunter. Or it's signed where it looks very close by Ian Hunter. It definitely looks like it. Yeah, now it's not like his signature is really valuable or anything, but I mean, it's probably worth 3 times that if it's real. So now I'll go ahead and sell it to you if you want it for a little bit more, but I can't sell it to you for $17. From what I just glanced at, looking at PSA on that, it looks good, but we'll have to check it, okay? Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's not like it's a... Well, it could be worth a lot more. Here's where one sold for $165, so, yeah. John has never checked for autographs, and he probably never will. He always just thinks somebody's wrote their name on it. And I know for sure we've had people come through and message us later and be like, Chad, the inner sleeve on this record was autographed, or this was signed on the back. And I know for sure about 5 years ago, I had an autographed Johnny Cash. It was signed on the back and like pen. It was an older album. And I'm pretty sure it was authentic. It had to have been, which, you know, now if I had it back, that's $1,000 signed album. So, but yeah, I'll let you know. I mean, I don't know if it's authentic or not. That's the problem. We always set all the autograph stuff aside and just had it checked. We just had about 300 signed albums authenticated. So, okay. Now, since then, there was a lot of questions and a lot of claims. Rod Bryan does want the Charlie Parker. This is so to Rod Bryan. Chris Farrar was second. How much was Janis Joplin? $34.99. Fifth Dimension was at $25 of Oso Adventure. And then Chad King put AR and then WC. AR was Arcadia. That's sold for $6.99. How much was probably Harm GH? You're talking about how much was the best of Procol Harum? $24.99. Wayne Chung is sold to Chad King for $6.99. Rod got Charlie Parker. Todd Doris, $24.99. How much was Janis Joplin? $34.99. And we have Muddy Waters. Nobody bid on Muddy Waters. This is a $25 buy it now. Another shocking no bid. $25 buy it now on that. U2. Here's our current auctions, and these are a final call. U2, where the streets have no name. Right now, it has no bid. We're looking for a $7 start. This is a Fifth Dimension Aquarius and Let the Sun Shine In. Brown colored vinyl. And the last bid that came in on this was R.K. Tucker went out. Oso Adventure had it for $25. Over here was Muddy Waters, sold to Shane Devers for $25. Todd Doris wants the best of Procol Harum. That is sold to Todd Doris. And the 45s that didn't get sold was Elton John Jump Up, Dwight Twilly Girls, and Lynn's Foreign Nights. Those are all available for $6.99. Now, it looks like we need another LP to put up for auction. And the next LP we're going to put up for auction is the best of Little Walter. This is an original 1957. An original 1957 deep groove mono. Condition is typical for this kind of record. Nothing really deep. Will play with noise. A $45 start. This is the best of Little Walter. A $45 start and a 57 deep groove mono. This is how these records typically look. This is like G condition. That's why when we had near mint copies of this record a couple months ago, they sold for like $500. This one's going to go up. The best of Little Walter. And Paul had that was a 57 deep groove mono. Yeah, $45 start. $45 start on that. U2 has a bid for $7. Final call. Procol Harum from the last crate. Procol Harum from the last crate. That may be over here. Procol Harum from the last crate. All right, the last crate. You're talking about a salty dog here, J.J. Wilson. This is sold to J.J. Wilson. Thank you, J.J. Wilson. Okay, it is 11:30, and it has taken me almost 3 nights, essentially 3 nights of catch up to get through the entire backlog of new stuff that's been priced. And I am officially done going through the newest arrivals that has been marked over the last 24 hours and 48 hours. It has taken me a backlog and pretty much the entire shows to get through all the new stuff without stopping or going through anything old. We really hadn't done any kind of old crate really in the last 3 shows because we've had so much new stuff priced. For me, it's almost been overwhelming. It's probably have been for y'all too. We've put out thousands of new titles. Let's go ahead and sell the Fifth Dimension. And this is sold for $25 to Oso Adventure. Just one bid on U2 for $7. Let's go ahead and sell that. That is sold for Robert W. for $7. And now we have our next auction. This is killer here. This is Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. Abigail Mead. That's a really cool picture sleeve there. $7 start on that. And then let's put up Elvis. Wild in the Country. Elvis picture sleeve. Wild in the Country. $7 start. Those are $7 starts. Final call to bid on Little Walter. Those are a $45 starts. Let me try my best to condense some of this. I'm going to first finish drinking this bottle of water because it's about time. It is about time for me to have some sort of V8. All right. My goal for the rest of the night is to show some discount crates where people can make offers, where y'all can make offers. That will be very fun, and maybe we can get a lot more LPs sold tonight. And I'm going to try to show every 45 that's been brought up here this week that I hadn't got to. As far as buy it nows, I'm going to try before I say goodnight tonight to offer it. I'm going to go through the unsold stuff here in a second, try to get some of those sold off. And then we're going to go through discount records in the meantime. But I have about this many, I think, that I hadn't really got to show yet. I'm going to have to sort through them, do a little bit of condensing, and take care of that from there. So I think I've pulled everything from the flip videos. I'm going to pull up. I'm sure people have commented since I've been live. It happened last night. Somebody commented last night at 11, and then it got bumped up, I think, in the algorithm. And when I woke up earlier today, people were still commenting on like a Wednesday night video. So I had to go through and make sure I didn't miss anything. Otherwise, Ed's going to get messages. I claimed something from a flip video and Chad didn't pull it. And it's on me because I didn't go back through and rewatch and make sure everybody's claims have been pulled from all 10 videos. It's a lot to keep up with. I used to do a couple a week. Now I'm doing them like, I'm posting like 2 videos a day, which is great. We're selling a lot of extra vinyl. But I got to make Ed's job easier. He's going to be like, why are you not pulling these claims? So, all right, let's make Little Walter. If you need a beginner copy of that, great, right here for $45. The best Little Walter, another no-bid auction. This is a $45 buy it now. Brenda Medina claimed Vanilla Fudge and Emerson Lake and Palmer's from the last crates claim squeeze from Ben. Okay, let me figure out what's going on there. Elvis and Full Metal Jacket. What was the music on Full Metal Jacket? Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket, I Want to Be Your Drill Instructor. Born to Kill is written on the helmet, of course. Arranged music, original music by Abigail Mead. The actual label says performed by Abigail Mead and Nigel Golding of the Farlight Series 3. Full Metal Jacket, I Want to Be Your Drill Instructor. Promo. It's a double-sided promo. Elvis is Wild in the Country, and I Feel So Bad. And that has a bid for 7. Final call. Full Metal Jackets at 10 with Michael Ruttman. John Kaiser got Little Walter. Now I got to find some records from Brenda because that's J.J. Wilson on Brenda Medina's account, I think. And then the problem with that is I just condensed them. Now I'm going to have to go on a hunt. Vanilla Fudge and Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and then Squeeze. Okay, now JJ, Brenda, whoever that is, I'm going to have to do some hunting because I just got done condensing these over here. Hopefully I can find them in a hurry. And I got to put up another LP and another new crate and more, and then more after that. Okay, I don't think they're in that bin. I think there's Works Volume 1. I got a Works Volume 1. I know that we've had both of them tonight, though. Wow, nobody bought Jackson Browne and Shrink and Hop. Nobody bought the Woodstock soundtrack. There's Squeeze. Okay, and then he must be talking about the other bin. Wow, there's some insane stuff left in here, like instant sellers. There's Vanilla Fudge. And there's this. Okay, there's Works Volume 2. I got a Works Volume 1 as well. Can I see the Elvis label up close? You can. This is 47-780. from Jerry Wald's Wild in the Country, 20th Century Fox film. Jackson Browne was Run on Empty, shrink wrap hop sticker, 1999. I'd say there's probably, if I made a crate up tonight over the last 2 nights of stuff that, like, I can't believe this didn't sell. Y'all know my favorites. Y'all know my favorite line. I can't believe this didn't sell. I probably could fill up 2 full crates of I can't believe this didn't sell. I may have to do that and post it in a whole lot of records tomorrow. That might be a good idea. Actually post some vintage crates in there because I think a lot of that will get wiped out. All right, there's that and there's that. Now our next LP auction was Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited. Paul says this is a original 1965 US mono. There's a T and side 2 dead wax, indicates a Terre Haute, as well as a 4 on rear jacket. So this is an original mono. Nice, an original OG mono copy. Look how crisp that image is. Amazing. Highway 61, a $45 start, a nice VG Plus. Are we done on Full Metal Jacket? I'm assuming we're done. Michael had it for 10. Bob Dylan, wow, that's not bad whatsoever. OG mono. 4 for Terre Haute there and in the dead wax. Like a Rolling Stone. Tombstone Blues from a Buick 6. Great album here. How does it feel? All right, when I come back, I'm selling Elvis for 10 and I'm selling Full Metal Jacket for 10. As soon as I come back, unless there's new bids, because I'm going to go over here and find a new crate to go through. Buy it now or best offer. We're about to go through a crate right now. Buy it now or best offer. Let's see what's in this little thingy right here. Let's see, March 1st. That's pretty recent. What is today? It's March 8th right now. It's about to be March 9th. And it's almost midnight, but we're also about to lose an hour. So it's pretty much going on 1 a.m. right now. It is pretty much going on 1 a.m. right now. Elvis has a new bid for 11. Full Metal Jacket is sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Okay, let me get my 45s under control over here. So, Regina, you just got outbid on Elvis. Here's our next single. Janis Joplin, me and my Bobby McGee, and Half Moon. A very clean, very nice in the original sleeve. Janis Joplin, $7. Bob Dylan has a bid for $45. Every record in this crate, you can go ahead and buy, or you can make an offer, okay? Every record in this bin, you can buy, or you can make an offer. New bid on Elvis for 12. Regina, you're out. Let me also go grab a new handful of New Orleans records. So there's a tub over here I'm pulling these out of, not a box. Let me go show it to y'all. How many New Orleans records? And Paul told me there's at least 6 more tubs. Let me go ahead and drag it over here so y'all can see how much more of this stuff we have. I mean, it goes fast, but let me show y'all here. They're really heavy too, because it took everything I had and Tanner to lift a couple of these to put them up high on a shelf. So a tub like that, we know of at least 6 more full of 45s like that from New Orleans. So we know of at least 6 more. So that's the one I've been working out of tonight. And there's at least, like I said, we know of at least 6 more like that in the back. So we got plenty of New Orleans records for a while. And we've really never gone through them before. So for those that like that kind of stuff, we're going to be busy for a while. Okay. Let me get my camera good and situated. I miss them. Yeah, you do miss them. You missed it already. Very unfortunate. Okay, let's go back up and figure out what happened. Elvis is at 16. Janis Joplin's at 10. We're off to a great start. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $64.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. This is a super clean copy here, $64.99. New bid on Bob Dylan for $50. We have Vicky Sue Robinson, Never Gonna Let You Go. Vicki Sue Robinson is $9.99. Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue, has the original on her sleeve, $19.99 for Alan Parsons Project. These are buy it now best offer. Janis Joplin's at 10. And now what I was working on, well, let me go ahead and show two more. The Temptations in a Mellow Mood, $14.99, and Bram Tchaikovsky Funland. Bram is $14.99. Elvis is in New Bedford 17. I was working on some buy it nows here, so let me do that. Let me put the pending there. I'm going to try to get what's left sorted so we can make some of these suckers buy it now and get done with one big read through. Let me get a crate and put what's left for auction over here. Let me go ahead and do some sorting, okay? Book. Yeah, it has book. It has inner sleeve. It's complete. Book and inner sleeve. Yep. Okay. All right, let me get these together here. Buy it now. Auction. Buy it now. Buy it now. Definitely an auction. Buy it now. These are all auctions. Buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now. Auction. Buy it now. 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 Okay, I got a good handful here. This is Santana. These are all $6.99. A lot of these are foreign UK copies, so you'll see a lot of different labels and a different looking label. These are really cool. Santana, She's Not There, and Zulu, $6.99. Squeeze, Cool for Cats, a double-sided promo. These are all $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, Silver Threads and Golden Needles, and Desperado, $6.99. Madonna, Ain't No Big Deal, Papa Don't Preach. Those are UKs, both Linda Ronstadt and Madonna. Joe Cocker, Delta Lady, and She's So Good to Me. That's really cool. Regal Zonophone. And The Byrds, Turn, 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 and Mr. Tambourine Man, a double-sided UK hits thing there from the UK. Those are all $6.99. We had a claim on the Jackson Browne. I just saw that pop up. And yeah, this one right here. John, here's the one. I just saw your claim. This is Jackson Browne. It's in shrink with the hype, running on empty. No condition notes. It has the inner sleeve and the book with it. Nice. That's sold to John Kaiser. Now, I left off way up here with a lot of bidding going on. We have Elvis at 13, and then 16. Bob Dylan 50. David C. went out. Elvis 17. Elvis out. Jackson Browne sold. And now let me go ahead and tag these first. R.K. Tucker got Santana for $6.99. Brenda Medina got Squeeze for $6.99. R.K. Tucker got Madonna for $6.99. Brenda Medina next on the Madonna. Oso Adventure got the Byrds for $6.99. Robert W. was next. That leaves Linda Ronstadt and Joe Cocker. Those are UK singles there, $6.99. Final call on Bob Dylan. Somebody wanted to know which version, what condition, where is it, where it was made, how does it look. And this is an original 1965 US mono. This is a Terre Haute press. It's got T in the dead wax, and it has a 4 on the back jacket. It's a beautiful VG Plus, and I think Paul has went conservatively on this one. It does have a few kind of scuffs on it, but man, it looks so clean. And this is OG. It's mono. It's a first pressing. And the high bid on this is Chris Ferrara at $50, and he's about to get it. Now, we're already done on these 245 auctions. Janis Joplin is officially sold. JJ is sold to David V, 63 for 10. And Elvis is sold to Regina for $17. Now, I've got some more auctions to put up in the 45 department. How about Elvis again? His latest flame, Little Sister, great song. And his latest flame. There's the main side, though. Little Sister. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Really cool picture sleeve. Actually, I guess his latest Flame they billed as the A-side. I like the song Little Sister probably more than that one. That's going to go up for $10. New bet on Bob Dylan for $51. Chris Ferrara, You've Been Outbid. And now the next single is the Black Keys. I don't know a lot about this, but it looks interesting. The Black Keys Sister Live and the Black Keys Moneymaker Live. The Black Keys is going to go up for a $7 start. The Black Keys, that's now up for bid. All right, let's go through some more LPs. These are Buy It Now or Best Offer. We had Brahm, we had Temptation, Alan Parsons, Vicky Sue, and Stevie Ray Vaughan. Target is $14.99. Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon, $9.99. Nancy Sinatra, Nancy in London. Really nice copy. Two-tone reprise label, nice. $34.99. New bid on Bob Dylan for $55. Mark Chesler, You've Been Outbid. Black Keys opened up at 7 and 7. Elvis 10, 10 and 12. Tim Buck 3. Greetings from Tim Buck 3. $24.99 on Tim Buck 3. Bonnie Raitt 9 Lives is $9.99. And Survivor When Seconds Count. Survivor's $24.99. Let's do some more $6.99 45s. The first one is another UK original. Chestnut Mar and Just a Season. That's the Birds. $6.99 on the Birds. Zager and Evans in the year 2525. This is a 4-track EP from the Yardbirds. For Your Love and Got to Hurry. Actually, it's a 2-track. Excuse me. It's 2 tracks. The Yardbirds. Nielsen, Without You, and Gotta Get Up. Nielsen. These are all UK copies. All UK copies, including Steve Miller Band, Rockin' Me, and The Window. Those are all UK. The Birds, Nielsen, Zager and Evans, the Yardbirds, and Steve Miller Band. Those are all $6.99. Really cool UK copies there. Now, since I walked away, Black Keys got a new bid for $8. Bob Dylan got a new bid for $57. Elvis got a new bid for $15, and Bob Dylan got a new bid for $60. 2 claims on the Yardbirds. That is For Your Love and Got to Hurry. That is sold to R.K. Tucker for $6.99. That leaves this Birds. That leaves Zager and Evans, UK. That leaves Nielsen, and Steve Miller just got claimed by Chad King. Stephen Riley wants Zager and Evans in the year 2525. That's really cool, a UK copy. That is sold to Stephen Riley. And that leaves the Birds and Nielsen. I'm going to put those right over here. Target had no condition notes. Yeah, really clean. A&M Records. It's got some scuffing on it. Looks like sleeve scuffing, but not enough for where John passed it as non-check condition. All right, so Bob Dylan, the last bid was Chris Ferrara, $60. Haven't heard back from Mark Chesler. The Black Keys, the last bid was $8. I haven't heard back from R.K. Tucker. And then Elvis is at $16 with Regina. I haven't heard back from R.K. Tucker. Chris Bachek claimed the Birds. Did I miss that one? Oh, my bad. Wait a second. Let me go back on a few of these. The Yardbirds, I got Birds mixed up, I think. R.K. Tucker got the Yardbirds. Oso Adventure was second on the Yardbirds. Chris Bachek got the Birds. Chris Bachek got the Birds. Just no yard, just Birds. Chad King got Steve Miller. Steve got 2525. And now RK was next on the Birds. And then RK says, I want the last 2. Somebody already got the Birds, but I will give you Nielsen. Target is sold to Chris Riddings for $10. The Black Keys has a new bid for $10. RK, you're still out on Elvis. Mark Chesler, you're still out on Bob Dylan. I've lost you. Chris has it for $60. Let's show some more LPs. The Supremes at the Copa. The Supremes is on Motown, $14.99. $14.99 on the Supremes. We have Poco Legend. Poco is $9.99. We have Utopia, $24.99. Utopia is $24.99. Limited edition bonus LP with 5 bonus tracks, $24.99. New bid on Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is an original 1965 U.S. mono. This is a Terre Haute. It is super clean. Paul graded at VG. Now, I'm looking at side 1, and I'm like, holy moly. But I see what he's seen here on the back. There's a couple scuffs. And, of course, he's trying to be conservative. But, man, what a beautiful copy. And it's an OG first pressing mono. Now, there for the longest, I didn't think it was going to get a bid. And now we're at $65. We started it at $45. Now we're at $65. The Black Keys is sold to R.K. Tucker for $10. And this was a deluxe edition of Cameo. Thank you, Craig Thomas. Let's go ahead and sell Bonnie Raitt for $7. That's back here. And yes, let me take this stack of sold 45s to the back. I think that's the fourth. Let me see how many stacks we got back here. Let's see how many big stacks of 45s we got back here. That was the fourth big stack of 45s. Excellent. All right. Let's see what's going on here. Let's do some more buy it now 45s in just a second. Ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. My generator is plugged up. Somehow we're still bidding on Elvis. RK has it for $18. Regina, you have been outbid on Elvis. It's at $18. Let's do some more buy it now best offer. Robin Trower Live, $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker, $19.99. Pat Metheny Group Off Ramp, $19.99. Grover Washington Jr., $12.99 with Bill Withers. And the Boomtown Rats, $19.99. Let's put up a New Orleans single. Here we go. Back to the New Orleans stuff. The Los Cincos. The Los Cincos is going to go up for a $5 start. And the Los Cincos is on kind of burgundy red colored vinyl. The Los Cincos is a $5 start. Somebody said, what does non-check condition mean? We've graded all these together as EX Plus or better. That means we make no notes on the condition, which means the vinyl has been graded EX Plus or better. Elvis has a new bid for $20. Bob Dylan's at $70. Brent, you've been outbid. Here are some more buy it now singles for $6.99. We have Johnny Wakeland and the Kinshasa Band. Black Superman, Muhammad Ali, $6.99. Ice House, Hey Little Girl, Mysterious Thing. These are all $6.99. Paper Lace, The Night Chicago Died, $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Heart Attack. Olivia Newton-John. Mad Record, She Lets Me Watch Her Mom and Pop Fight. A cardboard kind of cutout record. And Nina, 99 Loft Balloons. And 99 Red Balloons. English, German. English, German. $6.99 on Nina. 99 Loft Balloons. All right, some cool records there. Those are all $6.99. Elvis had a new bid for $20 with Regina. Los Cinco's got a bid for $5. Chris Redding's offer $10 for Target. I've already pulled that, right? I've already pulled Target for him for $10. Yeah, I've already pulled that. RK went out on Elvis. Bob Dylan, $75. RK Tucker first on Olivia Newton-John for $6.99. Chad King put O for Olivia. That means you're second. Nina is sold to Steve Riley for $6.99. Bob Dylan has a new bid for $80. Robert was second on Nina. And that leaves the Mad Magazine record, Paper Lace, Ice House, and the Black Superman. And Bang the Drum, Johnny Wakeland and the Kinshasa Band. Those are all $6.99 if anybody decides you want them. Los Cincos has one bid for $5. We're about to sell it to Robert Warner. We'll definitely go ahead and sell Elvis now. That's sold to Regina for $20. Let's grab another one over here in my pile. Bob Dylan has a new bid for $80. How's the jacket on Stevie Ray Vaughan? Stevie Ray Vaughan, nice spine. It's really nice. Really no damage. And the vinyl's beautiful. $64.99 OBO. Let me leave that right there. Holden wants the Mad Magazine record. That's sold to Holden for $6.99. Thank you. And our next auction is going to be for 45, not the New Orleans stash from over here. We had, oh, I'm in the wrong pile, of course. I didn't mean to put that in there. Let's try another one of these Elvis UK singles. Here's a big one. Here's a big one. This is Elvis, I Can't Help Falling in Love, a UK single. I believe these are pressed in Germany, made in Great Britain. Made in Great Britain, and Rockahula Baby. Elvis is going to go up for a $7 start. This is sold to Craig Proper for $50. Thank you, Craig. That's sold to you. Bob Dylan's at $85. We got an offer on Poco for $7. This is sold for $7 to Greg Beddinger. Bob Dylan's now at $100. The best of Booker T and the MGs. We auctioned off Green Onions earlier tonight. $34.99. This one has green onions on it. Nice, $34.99. John Cougar self-titled, $19.99 on John Cougar self-titled, $19.99. JC. Also, we have Joan Rivers, What Becomes a Semi-Legend Most. Joan Rivers is $14.99. And Seals and Croft, Summer Breeze, Makes Me Feel Fine, $9.99. Bob Dylan has a new bid for $105. Elvis has an open bid for $8. Los Cinco's just got one bid for $5. And that is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. Thank you, that's sold. The next New Orleans single, let's do the next one in the stack. Les Cappuccino. It's a picture disc. Les Cappuccino is going to go up for a $5 start. My Generation, Madison Agent 005. Les Cappuccino. $5 on that. Elvis 8, Elvis 7, Elvis 15. I Can't Help Falling in Love. Dylan's now at 105. Boz Scaggs down 2 then left. Boz Scaggs is $19.99. And Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On, $29.99. Elton John's Madman Across the Water. Here it is. MCA. Black Label, $39.99. I really promoted that album last night, and now I've been listening to a lot of it lately. Natasha got Summer Breeze for $8. Elvis is still getting bids. And Michael Butler on Elton John. Now, what happened over here? Hold on a second. We had Bob Dylan at 120. Elvis is at 15. Les Cappuccino 5. We sold Summer Breeze, Elvis 10, then SC 12. What was SC, Trina? And then Michael got Elton at sticker. Elvis 16, Chad King on Summer. Oh, that's Summer Breeze. Those are already gone. And the Trina, I'm not for sure on the S12. Les Cappuccino has one bid for 5. Elvis is at 15, I believe. And then the big auction's Bob Dylan, which is at 120 with Chris Ferrara. Okay? And before I go any further, let me grab... Did I get everything out of here? Okay. That box is empty. And then, let me see what I have here. Get some more bite nails ready. Oh, that's a great one. That's a great one. That should be auctioned. Okay. I have these for just, these are actually like what we call new old stock. I forgot I had these. I've had these for a long time, I believe. This is, I'll do these for, well, we've been auctioning Johnny Cash. I'll still make them $6.99. I've just got a bunch of them. Maybe everybody will want one. Johnny Cash, Wings in the Morning, and What on Earth. And this is, it says from the Cache album, A Believer Sings the Truth. These are $6.99. Johnny Cash picture sleeves. They're basically unplayed. They're new. $6.99. Johnny Cash. I've got 1, 2, I've got 3, I've got 4, I've got 5, I've got 6. There is some writing on some of them, or on some sides, it looks like. I've got several of them here. $6.99. I think I got them all facing the right way now. Yeah. $6.99. Let's give one to Robert W. Let's give one to Levi Hilton, one to Michael Ruttman, one to Michael Butler. Excuse me. One to Robert W. The feed shifted on me. One to Robert W., one to Levi Hilton, one to Michael Ruttman, one to R.K. Tucker, one to Michael Butler, one to Shane Devers, one to Chris X, and now I think we're good to go. So I got 3 more left if anybody wants one. $6.99. Now, we have an out on Bob Dylan, but we have a question. What is the Bob Dylan? And this is a final call to Chris Farrar for $120. Highway 61 Revisited, a mono 1965 OG Terre Haute dead wax and jacket. Chris has it for $120. The disc was extremely nice. VG Plus, but side 1 is beautiful. And then side 2 has some scuffing. Nothing to fret on. Dale, if you want to bid, let me know. If not, I got to go ahead and sell it to Chris because he's been in a battle. Regina also wants a Johnny Cash. I've got 2 left if anybody else wants one. And now we have Elvis, which I think was already a final call. I hope it was. I hope we're done. Regina bid $16. I don't think I've ever told RK he got outbid. Regina has this for $16. Can't help falling in love. So RK Tucker, you were outbid on Elvis, just FYI. Let's go back to the bin. All of a sudden, Les Cappuccino has gotten all kinds of bid. It had 1 bid for $5. I was pausing to sell it. Now it's at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now it's at 11. All of a sudden, everybody wants some cappuccinos. We got Chicago. This is $9.99. Chicago. Marshall Tucker Band's greatest hits. An original, $24.99. The best of Uriah Heep, $19.99. This is a great check condition, or excuse me, a great best offer, Ben, too. The best of bread. Wow, the best of bread, the best of Uriah Heep, best of Marshall Tucker, and Mel Tillis. Who's Julie? Who the heck is Julie? $9.99 on Mel Tillis. He said out. Regina, you get Elvis for $16. Now, Bob Dylan is sold to Chris Farrar for $120. Thank you. I still got a couple more LP auctions to do. And now the Les Cappuccino is at 13 with James Davidson. Trina Long said C8. Chicago, that's sold to Trina Long for $8. Nice price on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Sam Cooke. Nice. Twisting the Night Away. Oh, man, what a great song. An original single. Nice in the original RCA sleeve. Sam Cooke is a $7 start. David V. 63 got the best of Marshall Tucker for $20. Tom Sullivan got Uriah Heep. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. We got an empty spot for a new auction. How about Lightning Hopkins? Lightning Hopkins live at Bird Lounge, Houston, Texas. An original 1964 stereo, VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Lightning Hopkins live at the Bird Lounge, Houston, Texas. At one time, somebody was selling it for 50 cents. What a bargain. It's on Guest Star. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Lightning Hopkins, $25 start on that. Next is Brenda Dina sold on Red Rider. I think that's still in here. Should be right in here, right? Right here? Right back here? What happened to that record? Red Rider. Red Rider. Red Rider. Is that in this bin? Neruda? Or are you still watching from a couple hours ago? I think he's watching from a previous bin. Yeah, right here. This is sold to Brenda Medina. That's sold to Brenda Medina. All right, Les Cappuccinos at 15. And now Lightning Hopkins at 25. Sam Cooke is a $7 start. I feel like it's been forever since we've done some buy it now. So let me do some right now. That's going to be a buy it now. I'm still sorting some stuff. That's an auction. This is a buy it now. Mr. Ed, the Talking Horse, one of those Golden Kid records. Also, Touche Turtle and Dum Dum. That's a Hanna-Barbera deal. That's really cool. 1962. Those are $6.99 and $6.99. We got Toto, Hydra, and 99 from Hydra. Dusty Springfield, You Don't Have to Say You Love Me. Dusty Springfield. And the Beach Boys, When I Grow Up, I Want to Be a Man. And the Beach Boys flip is She Knows Me Too Well. Those are all $6.99 there. Really cool records. Those are all available for buy it nows at $6.99. All right, sorry, doing some sorting. All right, so Les Cappuccino was at 15. Lightning Hopkins, 25. Les Cappuccino, 16. Tracy, all over the Hanna-Barbera record. I should have seen that coming. That sold to Tracy for $6.99. Holden got Mr. Ed, not the guy that works here. Les Cappuccino, 18. Chappie next on Mr. Ed. Regina put Dumbo. That might have been for the Hanna-Barbera record, yeah. Dusty Springfield sold to Michael Butler, then RK. Les Cappuccino, 19. RK on Beach Boys. That leaves Toto, 99, and Hydra. That means Lightning Hopkins just got one bid for $25. That sold to Chris X. And that also means Sam Cooke did not get a bid. And that means Sam Cooke is a buy it now for $7. Sam Cooke is a buy it now for $7. Let's show some more LPs in here. Next is Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor is $19.99. Also, Freddie Hubbard, Curtis Fuller, and Yusef Lateef getting it together. EX $17.99. And we have Tony Williams, The Joy of Flying, VG $9.99. Brenda Medina wants the Toto 45 for $6.99. RK Tucker got Sam Cooke for $7. And now we have Utopia for $20. That's back here. Utopia for $20. That should be right here. Sell that to Brenda Medina for $20. And then Alan Parsons right here at sticker. Okay, and then Sam Cooke, Holden, you were second. Boy, what's happened on the Cappuccinos back here? Les Cappuccino is at 19 with Robert Warner. Going once, going twice. Michael Butler put SC. You did. Michael Butler was first on Sam Cooke. Correction. Michael Butler was first on Sam Cooke. Thank you. You win the challenge flag. That's sold to you for $7. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to the bin. These are buy it now or best offer. The Soviet Machines, EX 1299, 2021 Garage. Strawberry Girls, French Ghetto, VG 1299. We have the Outlaws, Ghost Riders, VG plus 1199. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Upon the Wings of Music, VG plus 1199. Yes, what am I trying to say? Yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan sold. Boy, what is the Les Cappuccinos? I'm very curious. This thing almost didn't sell. It's got a barcode on it. Let me see if Discogs picks it up. If not, I'm going to look it up right quick. What kind of music is this? I think it for the longest, I didn't think he got a bid for $5, and now I think 20 minutes later, and we're still getting bids. What is this? This is the Les Cappuccinos. Les Cappuccino. Cappuccino. My Generation. Is this it here? 2005 picture disc. There's a withdrawn one. There's a withdrawn one that has never sold before. Is this it? And then there's one, there's here, which there's only two for sale. One in the United States for $50 and one in the United Kingdom for $41 plus UK shipping. So it's hard to get one right now for less than $50, it looks like. They've sold for $25 overseas and $38 for overseas and $41 for overseas and $50 here in the United States. But what is the withdrawn one? There's one that says withdrawn. What was withdrawn about it? And whatever that is, there's none available. And that is, what's withdrawn? Withdrawn. Limited 10 copies pressed with the wrong photo of Marie on the flip side playing guitar. Wrong photo of Marie playing guitar on the flip side. Okay, that's not this one. Wow, that one's got to be really rare. They only made 10 of them. Has a different image up here, so that's not this one. But yeah, very interesting here. This is Jazz, a mod record. A mod record. Les Cappuccino, it's called My Generation. Jim B has the high bid right now for $20. GMB has the high bid right now at $20. Now, the next offer is Melissa at Soviet, and Soviet Machine for $9 is sold to Melissa Bailey. All right, a few more LPs, then more 45s. Auctions coming up too. Laura Nero is VG Plus $14.99. Sean Phillips Collaboration, VG Plus $14.99. Audience is EX $22.99. And you don't mess around with GM. There is some writing on the cover. There is a VG Plus condition record, and this is $12.99. Tony Williams was called The Joy of Flying, VG condition $9.99. New bid on Cappuccino, and this is, what is the orange 45? I was about to put up for auction. This is the 5 Americans Western Union orange vinyl promo. That's going to go up for a $7 start. The 5 Americans Western Union promo orange vinyl. That is the 5 Americans, and that is Western Union, and it is UNION, and it's on orange vinyl. See if I can find that particular pressing. There it is right there. The last one sold for $40, which was 2 years ago. I figured that was a pretty good record. Western Union, now that it's over the 5 Americans, that's going to go up for a $7 start. However, there's 3 for sale, but they're in poor condition. Fair and Fair. Wow, that's really low. Fair is like a really low-grade record. So there's that. That's up for bid for $7. Promo of Western Union. Can I see Strawberry Girls again? Strawberry Girls was right here. That's French Ghetto, Eddie Gutt. It's a 2015 Math Rock, VG condition, $12.99. We got one more LP over here that was actually tagged for tonight that has not made it to the auction block, and it's this one right here. Albert King. Albert King, King Albert, is a 1977 U.S. promo with the company inner sleeve, a strong VG record, promo, a $15 start. Les Cappuccino, Robert, you have that for $21. I'm about to sell it to you. Tony is sold to Charlie DeFrank for $6. Thank you, Charlie. That's sold to you for $6. And now, I think I have some more 45s for us. I do. These are all $6.99. Great song here by Fleetwood Mac, Think About Me, a promo. Fleetwood Mac, it's a double-sided promo, $6.99. Paul McCartney, Cosmically Conscious, white vinyl jukebox record, $6.99. Wayne Chung, Don't Let Go. Here's another Har Krishna Mantra, one of these Indian-related George Harrison-type records, $6.99. David Essex, Rock On, a double-sided promo, and one more, Chuck Berry, Memphis, Tennessee, a beautiful copy. Chuck Berry, $6.99. I've got more coming. I'm trying to do some final sorts. I've got a little stack here of stuff I'm sorting for auctions. I've got a little stack here I'm doing for buy it nows. And this is going to be a buy it now. I'm still sorting. I got all kinds of stacks over here. Still sorting. That's a buy it now. That's a buy it now. That's a buy it now. That's going to be a buy it now. We auctioned these earlier. I'm going to make that one a buy it now. And then here's a couple New Orleans records that got mixed up from last night. This one here is going to go in this stack. All right. So I think we're done on the Cappuccino. It's at $21. I'm about to sell it. Great price if it's something you're interested in. Albert King has a bid for $15. Strawberry Girls got an offer for $10. Sell that to Eddie Gutt for $10. Thank you. Western Union has a bid for $14. Robert got McCartney for $6.99. R.K. Tucker on Fleetwood Mac for $6.99. R.K. second on McCartney. R.K. Tucker first on George Harrison for $6.99. And then Michael Butler, D.E. for David Essex, $6.99. That leaves Chuck Berry, Memphis, Tennessee, and Back in USA, and Wayne Chung, Don't Let Go. Those are available for $6.99. Let's finish up this crate here, or at least show some more. Herman's Hermits is VG Plus $12.99. Final Call on Albert King for $15. Joe Bushkin in Concert Town Hall, EX $9.99 on Joe Bushkin. 7 Times Wilder, the Bob Brookmeyer 4, a 61 US mono, VG Plus $19.99. Sanctuary, Luez Bonfa, EX $17.99. Also the Who Are You in Shrink, EX $22.99. And Paul McCartney, Ram, an original 1971 Jacksonville press, VG Plus $19.99. Cool. Albert King sold to Michael Butler for $15. Les Cappuccino is sold to Robert for $21. Thank you, Robert, and everybody else that was bidding. Cool record there. And now, let's grab a new 45. There's the next one in the stack. Cruising, My Style. Cruising is going to go up for a $5 start. Next is Michael Butler offering 17 for Ram. Sold. Jar Flies is sold. Yes. Next 45s are going up right now for $6.99. Buy it now. First is the Gremlins Trapped. Gremlins story number 4. We sold stories 1 through 5 earlier in a lot. The Gremlins $6.99. Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini, Brian Hyland in the original company sleeve. Harry Belafonte, Once Was, and Jamaica Farewell. Mojo Nixon, 619239 King, Mojo Nixon. Hank Williams Jr., I Mean I Love You from 1990, and Stoned at the Jukebox. Stoned at the Jukebox. Those are all $6.99 there. Now, oh man, sorry, stretching. Western Union has a bid for 27. Cruising is a no bid, looking for a $5 start. Trina, I think you were next on McCartney. Michael Butler on BH for Brian Hyland. That was Itsy Bitsy. That is sold to Michael Butler for $6.99. Robert was second. Robert W, that is. Robert Warner first on Mojo, then Preston Rose. And Natasha, yes, you bought story 1 through 5 earlier. This is story 4. This is a Gremlin storybook and record, $6.99. Hank Williams Jr. and Harry Belafonte. Those are going to go right there. Next is a sealed copy of Harry Chapin Verities and Balderdash. This is a sealed copy. This is the original album that has Cats in the Cradle. That's going to go up for a $15 start. G. Bepco got the Harry Belafonte for $6.99. Thank you, G. Bepco. A few more LPs in here. We have Herb Albert Rise, VG Condition, $9.99. Sonny Rollins, EX, $17.99. Tiny Tim's second album, VG, $9.99 for Tiny Tim. And Montreux Soussier, a 78 US free jazz, VG Plus, $14.99. Cruisin's a buy it now for $5. Cruisin's a buy it now for $5. What happened on Western Union? Holden has it for $27. I haven't heard back from R.K. Tucker. Okay, and now Cruisin's a $5 buy it now. Here's the next New Orleans single. The Liberators, Come On Everybody. Rockabilly Land. The Liberators is going to go up for a $5 start. There's that. All right. Brendan Medina sold on the Gremlins for $6.99. RK's out, so Western Union is sold to Holden for $27. Thank you. That's sold to you for $27, Holden. We have our next single from the non-New Orleans stuff. A classic. Jumpin' Jack Flash. It's a gas, gas, gas. Beautiful. In the original London sleeve, the B-side is Child of the Moon. Beautiful copy. $7 start on Jumpin' Jack Flash. Liberators has a bid for $5. Tiny Tim for $6. That's sold to Stephen Riley. Thank you. Here's comes some more 45s for $6.99. The first one I have is Fleetwood Mac, Gypsy. Great song. Great song. Gypsy, Fleetwood Mac, $6.99. It's a promo. Stereo and in mono. Tommy James picture sleeve. Say I Am and Lots of Pretty Girls, a picture sleeve, $6.99. The Buckinghams, another vintage 60s picture sleeve. Susan and Foreign Policy. Blondie Rapture. Michael Jackson, The Way You Make Me Feel. And from Walt Disney, this is Westward Ho, The Wagons, Ringle Wrangle. Walt Disney Official Mickey Mouse Club. Those are $6.99. Time for a stretch. I know I just took one earlier, but I didn't finish. Oh, man. I slept in my bed for the first time last night in like a month. I usually just take like short little naps on my couch. I don't really ever go to bed. And I think sleeping in my bed literally has made me sore because I'm used to like sleeping on like a couch, which I don't really like my bed. So There's a random fact. Good old random fact for you. Harry Chapin's a $15 start. I don't ever really go to bed. I'm afraid I'm going to sleep too long, so I just take little naps. All right, what happened? Wow. Okay, so we sold Tiny Tim. Brenda said sold Ponte $10. Sold Ponte $10. That's the next comment. Jean-Luc Ponte is sold for $10 to Brenda Medina. The Liberators got a bid for $5. The Rolling Stones got a bid for $10. Chad King put F for Fleetwood Mac. That sold for $6.99. Chris Bachek was second on Fleetwood Mac. Brandon Lack was next on Fleetwood Mac. R.K. Tucker next on Fleetwood Mac. Outlaws, $8 if still available. Outlaws, $8 if still available. This is sold to Greg Bendinger for $8. Thank you. John Gallen next. He gets the Buckinghams for $6.99. Robert first on MJ for $6.99. Brandon was second. Chuck Haley next on the Buckinghams. Brenda Medina got Blondie. Chuck Haley got Tommy James. Harry Chapin has a bid for $15. Air sold to Ken Foster for $12. And then Walt Disney's Westward Ho! The Wagons is still available for $6.99. A Mickey Mouse Club record. Should be on yellow vinyl. Is this a 78? Yeah. Look at that. Pretty cool. All right. Now, what happened over here? Stones is sold for $10 to Michael Butler. The Liberators is sold to Teresa for $5. And now, our next auction is from the New Orleans. This is Juke Joint. Juke Joint is a $5 start. R.K. Tucker says he'll take this for $6.99. Okay, those are all auctions. Here's two more bite nows. ABBA, Take a Chance on Me, Picture Sleeve, I'm a Marionette, and Wang Chung, Everybody Have Fun Tonight. Those are $6.99. Sonny for $10. Charlie, I'll sell that to you for $12. I'll sell that to you for $12. All right, that's all of those. That's all those. I'm almost done sorting what I got left here. I pulled that to auction. I pulled that to auction. I pulled that to auction. Okay. Those have all been pulled for auction. Now, here's what we need to do. The ABBA $6.99, Wayne Chung $6.99. I have no idea on Harry Chapin. I just laid it over here. John handed it to me. Excuse me. I really don't know. I don't have any details on it. John handed me 5 or 6 sealed records earlier. One of them was the Grateful Dead, which we opened with tonight. And I don't have the research done on those. The Duke record has a bid for $5. Robert gets ABBA for $6.99. And Sonny Rollins sold to Charlie. I mean, it don't have a barcode, so that's a good point. I mean, that's a good indicator. I think it's OG. It don't have a barcode, so. Man, sorry. Let's get this record back here sold. This is the only auction that did not get a bid tonight. Everything Paul tagged for auction, I think all 55 LPs sold except this one. An original 2006 Lupe Fiasco. Both discs are EX Plus. 95 are best offer. 95 are best offer. Let's go ahead and sell Duke for $5 to Robert Warner. Let's put up another New Orleans single, the Coyote Men, CB Beaumont. Lost Coyote Men, Bicycle Bruiser. $5 start on that. And then for my other batch, I just had it in my hand, Fleetwood Mac from Rumors. We got Dreams and Songbird. Nice. $7 start on that. Let's do some more Buy It Now 6.99s over here from possibly about 5 hours ago. These are all $6.99. James Ingram, Better Way from Beverly Hills Cop 2. Eddie Murphy there. There's James Ingram. It's a white label promo. $6.99 on Beverly Hills Cop single. Phil Collins, Two Hearts from Buster. That's a German press. And Ann Dudley doing The Robbery. That's $6.99. Couple soundtrack related singles there. Steve Miller Band, Cool Magic. Steve Miller Band, Cool Magic from Abracadabra and The Young Girl's Heart. That's $6.99. Village People, 5 o'clock in the morning and Food Fight from Renaissance. That's a promo, not double-sided. Yeah, it is. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, double-sided. That's $6.99. And Kylie Minogue, It's No Secret. Kylie Minogue is $6.99. And the B-side to that is Made in Heaven. Boy, this one's got something wrong with it. We might need to set that one aside. Kylie Minogue. Yeah, let's put that one aside. Phil Collins is sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. Thank you, Paul. That's sold to you. That leaves Village People, Steve Miller, and the Beverly Hills Cop 2 there. Fleetwood Mac's at 10, Final Call. The Coyote Men's at 5, Final Call. And Harry Chapin's at 29. Next is Fleetwood Mac's Save Me. And Another Woman. Those are tracks from Tango in the Night and Mask, which was 1990. Cher, We All Sleep Alone. And one I don't see very often here, Leon Russell, If I Were a Carpenter promo. Leon Russell, If I Were a Carpenter promo. Bruce Springsteen, One Step Up. Bruce Springsteen is $6.99. And Bob Dylan, Drifting, Too Far From Shore. And Silvio. Those are $6.99. Also, the Fleetwoods, that's a vintage picture sleeve there from Dalton. $6.99. And Living in a Box. And the flip side of Living in a Box is Living in a Box. This is Living in a Box, and the name of the song is Living in a Box. That's what I thought. That threw me off earlier. Okay. So Paul passed. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with Kylie, and you really can't see it unless you pull the record completely out. Harry Chapin at 30, now 35. Fleetwood Mac is sold to R.K. Tucker for $10. The Cody Men is sold to Robert for $5. R.K. Tucker gets this Fleetwood Mac for $6.99. Okay? And so Cher, Leon Russell, Bruce Springsteen, Bob Dylan, the Fleetwoods, and Living in a Box. I'm going to put all those right back there. Paul Brothers wants Bruce Springsteen. Nice. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. Let's grab a couple more to auction. The next one in the pile from New Orleans is, we had this last night, I think, the Revelators, featuring Walter Daniels. $5 on that. G. Bepco wants Living in a Box. Thank you, G. Bepco. And then the next non-New Orleans single, the Revelators, is a $5 start. The next non-New Orleans single is really cool here. An original Patsy Cline, Walking After Midnight. We had one of those the other night too. That's like, I think we looked at 1955, I believe. 1955, and it's clean. $7 on that. Sealed Harry Chapin's at $40. Let's do some more Buy It Nows. I'm going to cut some off from the bottom of the stack. Here's Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So promo. Hall & Oates, Say It Isn't So promo. Beautiful. With a promo sleeve. Here's another Kylie Minogue, I Should Be So Lucky. Now that one's Stone Mint, 1988. Kylie Minogue. And then right next to her, we got Reba McEntire, Somebody Should Leave. Reba. Madonna, Who's That Girl from Who's That Girl. And here is the legendary Tony Joe White doing San Francisco and Womp Out on You. Those are both Tony Joe White originals. Those are $6.99. Hall & Oates, Kylie again, and then Miss Reba, Madonna, and Tony Joe White. Patsy Cline got a bid for 8, and then Michael Butler opened it at 10. Hair Chapin's at 41 with Jim B. Trina Long gets Back to You. And the Revelators is a final call for $5. No bid yet on the Revelators. There's an interesting looking one coming up next from New Orleans. I can't wait to show this one. What a odd looking record. We'll make sure we wrap up the Revelators first though. So Hall & Oates, Kylie Minogue, Reba, Madonna, and Tony Joe White. I'm going to put all those right back there. If any claims come in late, no problem. They're just right back there. I can grab those forward any time. Let's cut some more off the bottom here and show the next stack. We had Fever Tree, which is something I don't see very often on a 45. That's called San Francisco Girls and Come With Me. Melanie, Will You Love Me Tomorrow? Melanie's a promo on Neighborhood Records. Patsy Cline has a new bid for 11. Dean Martin, Can't Help Remembering You. And also Little Old Wine Drinker, Me. Madonna, Los Isla Bonita. Madonna is $6.99. And Eddie Money, Endless Nights. Eddie Money is $6.99. Eddie Money from Can't Hold Back. Bring Me the Rain. Beautiful. $6.99. From the previous stack over here, Paul wanted Kylie and Madonna. That sold to Paul for $6.99. This is also sold to Paul for $6.99. John Gollin on Fever Tree. This is sold to John Gollin for $6.99. Patsy Cline has new bids 11 and 13. Let's make the Revelators a buy it now for $5 if anybody wants the Revelators featuring Walter Daniels. And this stack here left Melanie, Dean Martin, Madonna, and Eddie Money. Did I look at the label on Madonna? Madonna, was it a promo? It's a stock copy. The B-side, it's double-sided, or is it? True Blue, yeah, from True Blue. Cool. I bet Paul might grab that other Madonna as soon as his comments come in. All right. I'm just doing a quick recap over here. Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot these. Here we go. I forgot about these. Judy Collins, Chelsea Morning. Judy Collins, Chelsea Morning, and Pretty Polly. That is promo. Radio station use only. Picture sleeve as well. Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays. The Hughes Corporation, Rock the Boat. Marvin Gaye, Just Like. And Glass Tiger, I Will Be There. Picture sleeve. Already got it. Dang. Final car and Hair Chapin for $50. By the way, R.K. Tucker, you did get outbid on Patsy Cline. Michael bid 13. I'm just going to make sure you're done. Let's bring over the next New Orleans single. This really caught my eye. The Quadrajet Super Double Buzz. It's shaped like a fuzz box, and I'm pretty sure that's the kind of fuzz box that like Jimi Hendrix used. It's called a fuzz face. Quadrajet Super Double Fuzz. It kind of looks like it's on purplish vinyl. Sort of. It kind of, no, is that black or am I crazy? I guess that's black vinyl. It almost looks purple though. That's really cool, I thought. Shaped like a fuzz face pedal. That's when you hear Jimi Hendrix going, wow, wow, wow. Plus his wah-wah pedal. Hair Chapin is sold to Trina Long for $50. Sealed copy of that. R.K. Tucker got Marvin Gaye for $6.99. G. Bepco got the Judy Collins for $6.99. That leaves Rainy Days and Mondays, Rock the Boat, and Glass Tiger. Quadrajets has a bid for $5. He's out on Patsy Cline, so that is sold. Patsy is sold to Michael Butler for $13. Let's put up another non-New Orleans single for auction. And the next one is going to be, Yes, America. Great song. It's written, of course, by Simon and Garfunkel, or Paul Simon, yeah. Yes, and then Total Mass Retained from Close to the Edge. That's like a little excerpt from Yes. That's a really cool single, though. I don't see that as often as a Yes collector. I know I have it, but that's really cool. Yes is going to go up for a $7 start. All come to live for America. Great song. I'm not going to try to sing like John Anderson. He's in a completely different universe than I am. One, I can't sing whatsoever, but John Anderson's just on a completely different level. We have our next auction going up right now. This is Bachman Turner Overdrive. Excuse me, this is Bachman Turner Bachman. Bachman Turner Bachman, Randy Bachman, Fred Turner, Robin Bachman as Brave Belt with Chad Allen. Sealed, it says this album was previously released as Reprise Brave Belt 2, which I think is like an earlier pressing that's a little bit tougher to get. This is like a sealed reissue here, $15 start on Bachman Turner Bachman. Okay, let's grab some more recap over here. Before, when I first started listening to Yes, I had that song like on some kind of mixtape CD my cousin had gave me, and I could never figure out what album it was on. I was like, where the heck is this song? And then, of course, I always thought it was a Yes song. And then I listened to, I think, Bookends for the first time, and I heard a soft Paul Simon singing those lyrics, and I was like, wow, Simon and Garfunkel covering Yes. And then I went to the jacket and realized it was a Simon. And then I had to, at that point, I was like, all right, I got to Google this and figure out what's going on. And then I realized it's, of course, a Paul Simon song. All right, here is some more singles for $6.99. This is a promo. This is Gun Hill Road, back when my hair was short. And this is a promo, mono stereo, from the LP Gun Hill Road, a promo from Buddha. Great song here by the Monkees. Valerie, in the original company sleeve, the Monkees. These are $6.99. J. Giles Peanut Butter, that's a double-sided promo. Double-sided promo there for J. Giles. Susie Bogus, Outbound Plane and Yellow River Road. And I still can't believe this one didn't sell earlier. Dolly Parton, My Tennessee Mountain Home and The Better Part of Life, Dolly. Those are all $6.99. We'll go ahead and do another one. Pam Tillis, Ancient History and Blue Rose Is. And let's do one more, actually. Mr. Take These Broken Wings. Mr. Put these over here. All right. So we left off with Quadrajets getting bids for 5 and 6. Yes getting bids for 7 and 7. Quadra bids 7. Yes 9. Bachman Turner Bachman 15. Holden got the Monkees for $6.99. Paul Brothers got Dolly Parton for $6.99. Now the Quadrajets is at 9. Teresa's out. Yes is at 9. Mark Chesler, you're out. And John Kaiser, you were the only bid on Bachman Turner Bachman. Let's sell Mr. to Paul Brothers for $6.99. And anybody else? Gun Hill Road, J. Giles, Susie Bogus, and Pam Tillis there. Okay, put those right over there. And let's cut some more off the bottom of the stack here. And see what's next. We got Sheila E., A Love Bizarre from the motion picture Crush Groove. From Crush Groove, $6.99. Don Johnson, Heartache Away. And Love Roulette, really clean in the picture sleeve. Paper Lace, The Night Chicago Died. And Can You Get It When You Want It in the original company sleeve from Mercury. Here's one of the few UK singles that didn't get claimed. A classic, too. Joe Cocker doing Delta Lady. It's in maybe VG Plus condition. And She's So Good to Me. And that's on the original first label for his albums in the UK. Regal Zonophone. $6.99 for Joe Cocker. And another UK single. Linda Ronstadt, Silver Threads and Golden Needles. And on the back side, she's doing Desperado. Written by who? The Eagles. Henley and Fry. $6.99. Linda Ronstadt. That's another UK single there. Chuck Haley wants the Gun Hill Road. That's sold to Chuck Haley. Gun Hill Road there, sold for $6.99. Let's end all auctions. All auctions are being ended right now. Yes is sold for $9 to Paul Brothers. The Quadrajets is sold to Robert Warner for $9. John Kaiser got Botman, Turner Botman for $15. I still got some other stuff over here to put up for auction. Let's see if we can close out some Japanese stuff. How about the Beach Boys Light album? Instead of my typical $35 start, since it's $12.41 on a Saturday night, and we're about to spring ahead, it's actually $1.41 right now, if you really want to think that we're about to lose an hour. Let's put the Beach Boys up for a $25 start. It's a Japanese pressing with insert and insert. $25 start on this. Nobody on this batch. Linda, Joe Cocker, Paper Lace, Don Johnson, and Sheila E. If not, time for the next New Orleans single. The next one in the New Orleans batch is Cockney Rebel, Spaced Out, and Cockney Rebel, Judy Teen. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Joe Cocker is sold to Paul Brothers. Delta Lady, what a great song. Sold for $6.99. The next non-New Orleans single is going to go up right now, and it's Percy Sledge, When a Man Loves a Woman. Now, we auctioned this the other night. This is actually from a Hatchet Ed crate, and that's what it sold for. $26, When a Man Loves a Woman. It's a beautiful copy of Percy Sledge. $10 start on that. $5 on Cockney Rebel, $10 on Percy Sledge. Beach Boys Japanese, a $25 start. Okay, let me grab another handful of 45 biennials here. Let's cut some more off the bottom. And I'm doing this in reverse order. There's the Johnny Cashes. We sold about 7 of these earlier. They're basically brand new. If anybody else wants one, $6.99 on Johnny Cash. There's 2 there. Here's a couple more UK singles. This is Johnny Wakeland and the Kinshasa Band, Black Superman, Muhammad Ali. $6.99 for the Muhammad Ali song there. Ice House, Hey Little Girl, another UK single. And then we have Lynn's Foreign Nights, Elton John, Blue Eyes. Let's take a look at Elton John. Blue Eyes, really clean. Lynn's Foreign with a little bit of nudity going on the cover here. Whoa. And the B-side was Dog Rough. Those are $6.99. And then Dwight Twilley, Girls. Dwight Twilley, those are $6.99, just FYI. Paul Brothers wants one of the Johnny Cashes. Thank you. He's also in on the Percy Sledge at 10. If anybody wants the Beach Boys, I'll make it a buy it now for $25. The Beach Boys, $25. How many people we got watching over on Facebook? I can't see my counter. There's almost 100 watching on YouTube right now. Almost 100 watching on YouTube. But the question is, how many do we have over on the good old Facebook? Because I can't see unless I log in right quick or open up my phone. Somebody wants to grab that Beach Boys right quick. $25 buy it now. Does anybody want to make an offer? Jim B, I know you want to. You want to make an offer on the record back there, right? 100. So we got around 150 watching right now still. And like I said, it's 12:43 Central. And you might as well go ahead and say that it's going on 2 because we're going to lose an hour. Anybody else here? We sold 1 Johnny Cash. Anything else here? I just got a few more. Here. And that is Chuck Berry, Memphis, Tennessee. And then Wayne Chung, Don't Let Go. And then I just recently showed these. Hank Williams Jr., Stoned at the Jukebox. And then Wayne Chung. Everybody have fun tonight. All right. Percy Sledge is sold for $10 to Paul Brothers. Thank you. And then if anybody wants the Cockney Rebel single from the New Orleans batch, that's going to go up for a $5 buy it now. An insulting offer. An insulting offer. I saw what you were talking about earlier on comps, but I mean, we're going to have to put it on Discogs probably. If I didn't sell it tonight, just think about this. 7 nights in a row, and that's the only tagged album that did not sell this whole week. So that's 1, incredible, but 2, we're going to have to probably put it on Discogs, and sell it for Leah. I'd rather sell it to you, but boy, this thing's dusty here. This thing's really dusty, just FYI. But it's nice. Downliner Sect, Rollover Beethoven, and Cadillac. $5 start on that. Now, I did that recap so I could do this right here. I was going to bundle. I wonder if Oso Adventure's watching. I'm going to bundle. First come, first serve. Let me count them, and I'm going to price all the key 45s left tonight that didn't price in a bundle. Maybe Paul Brothers wants them. Maybe Jim B wants them. We're about to find out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me pause there. Downliner Sect is a $5 start. Our next non-New Orleans single that's going to go up is David Bowie, Golden Years. Golden Years, nice. Golden Years, $7 start. And the B-side is Can You Hear Me? Bowie. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. There's 34 records left there. 34 records left there. $135. That's less than $4 a piece. $135. $135. That's the bundle lot for the ones that's left there. Does anybody want to make an offer for the Japanese Beach Boys? And then one more look at this record here. This is Lupe Fiasco, an original 2006 of Insert. Both discs are EX Plus 95, or throw me an offer out there. And then Beach Boys 25, or throw me an offer out there. And the 45 bundle is available for $135. Where's John Kaiser at? Who's been doing the bundles? John Kaiser, you need those. Paul Brothers, you need those. Who else? Oso Venture, Curtis Marachi, Kenny Begley. Where's our bundle people at? Where is our bundle people at? All right, let's go ahead and say David Bowie's the final call for 7. What is the Downliner Sect? Rollover Beethoven and Cadillac. We got one bid for $5. One bid for $5. And we're about to sell it. Okay, so what can we do here in the final moments? I think I started the show really late, so normally around 1 o'clock we'd be running out of time. I think I started closer to like 1:30. However, I am completely beat, because this is the first time I've completed all my tasks, but there's still so much more to sell. We got Beach Boys sold to Michael Butler for $20. Excellent. Oso bought 2 bundles this week. I know. I was hoping you'd buy another one. What is the name of Lupe? It is called Food and Liquor. Food and Liquor. Food and Liquor. Okay. Half off. I'm trying to clean up. I'm trying to do like I normally do. Also, I'm going to tag this for Shane Devers. Shane, I don't know if you're watching, but you bought the other night like parts 2 and 3 for this Red Fox record, and there's part 1. Give this to Shane Devers for $6.99. I know he's going to want it because it's part 1, and he bought 2 and 3 earlier. That is Red Fox, and I'm sure he'll want that. And then let's go ahead and make David Bowie a buy it now for $7, Golden Years. Let's sell Downliner Sect for $5 to William Dragovich. I'm going to take this in here because that's a big sold of stack stuff I need to go put in here. And then Paul Brothers, I'm going to take your offer. All right. So let's see what's going on. Okay, Paul Brothers, I'm going to take your offer for $110. Thank you. Those are sold for $110. Appreciate that. Now, here's what I'm going to do, okay? Here's what I'm going to do. So over here next to me is just a lot of stuff. Like over here, there's cassettes, there's CDs, there's stray 45s. Over here is auctions I hadn't got to, random CDs. I've got stuff loosely. I'm about to kind of like, I did this the other night and go through here and try to price out some of this stuff, reduce the price, and just get a bunch of this sold and see what's over here. There's a whole box of 45s that I hadn't even looked at. We just emptied that box, so you see what's going on, okay? Now, let's go over here. And luckily, Shane was watching. He said, sold. Thank you. I'm glad you're still watching. I hate just throwing something on your invoice, but I figured you wouldn't be upset with that. And so we sold Paul Brothers the bundle for $110. Thank you. Thank you as always. John Kaiser gets Lupe for $80. Shane got the Shane Devers. Shane got the Red Fox. Robert W. got Bowie for $7. And then David V. was second. And then I need to put this somewhere. That's an autographed record we just found. Okay, so here we go. We got more auctions to do. Here is the next New Orleans single. Dang, there's no record in it. All right, well, what's this? I'm not going to toss it. I'm going to put it up there. Let's try to find one that looks really bizarre. Well, that's stuff I've already passed on. I need to go get a new handful. All right, so we have Junior Marvel. Junior Marvel is going to go up for a $5 start. The next non-New Orleans single, what have I done with them? I think is going to be The Human Beings. No, Duran Duran. I Don't Want Your Love. It's a double-sided promo from Duran Duran. Thank you, John Kaiser on Lupe. Thank you, John Kaiser on Lupe. $7 on Duran Duran. Now, let me see what the first record in here was. Okay, whoops. Well, those were the no bids from last night. Or, not the no bids. The stuff from Hatchet Ed's crate. Here we go. Wait 1 second. What is all this? Okay. All right, here's Petra, which should have went up for auction, but I never did get to it. So Petra is just $19.99. That's always an instant seller. I usually pull them at auction, but there's Petra for $19.99. Petra. Curtis Mayfield, I think I pulled this for auction and I never did get to it, so I'll make it a buy now. Curtis Mayfield, and here's Curtis Mayfield, Something to Believe In. A 1980 Presswell, VG Plus $59.99. I'm pretty firm on Petra. I'll entertain an offer on Curtis Mayfield. No one's been on Duran Duran for $7. No one's been on Junior Marvel for $5. Final calls before I make them buy it nows. Here's our third auction. Johnny Cash, Sunday Morning Coming Down, written by Chris Christopherson from the Columbia LP, The Johnny Cash TV Show. That's a $7 start. Curtis Marachi gets Petra. That's sold to Curtis Marachi. Petra is sold to Curtis. I'll try to go through a crate of sealed stuff, buy it now, best offer. By the way, last night, Oso, I lost you there for a second, but you asked how much was Guns N' Roses, and I said they're $44.99, but if you want one, I'll do it for $39.99. So I've got 2 copies of Guns N' Roses Greatest Hits for $39.99. I got 2 copies there. Johnny Cash does have a bid for $7. All right. Let's see here. All right, here is some like no-brainer Japanese buy it nows for just $25. Stuff that I typically would start for $35. I'll do these 4 for a $25 buy it now each, of course. Whitney Houston, $25. Jay Giles Band Showtime, $25. The Rolling Stones Undercover, $25. And Pat Benatar, $25. Johnny Cash is sold to Robert W. for $7. Oh So Adventure wants a Guns N' Roses for $39. Anybody else, I can come up with as many as 2 more if I need to. Nobody bid on Duran Duran. It's a $7 buy it now. And nobody bid on Junior Marvel. Junior Marvel's a $5 buy it now. Brandon Lack got Pat Benatar for $25. We got Mark Chesler on Whitney Houston for $25. John Kaiser on the Rolling Stones for $25. And Trina on GR, which was, I'm not for sure. Wow, here's 2 blues auctions I never did get to. Wild. All right. Let's run a couple auctions right quick. I told you there's probably no telling what's in my bins over here. So Curtis, let me just put Curtis back in the bin. He's VG Plus $59.99 OBO. Oh, Guns N' Roses. Thank you. Thank you. $39.99. So Jay Giles was a no claim, $25 on that. Wow, Showtime. Great live album there. Here's an actual auction. John Lee Hooker. This is Archive Folk of Jazz Everest. EX Plus condition. Nice and clean. $15 start. It's a compilation of John Lee Hooker. $15 start. Okay? That's now up for bid. Oh, here is Paul Brothers wants Duran Duran. Let's grab a New Orleans single. Paul Brothers gets Duran Duran for $7. John Lee Hooker 15. That's 25. New Orleans, yeah. Let's pick one out of the crate over here. This one looks interesting. Whoa. Interesting. Demolition Doll Rods. Big Rock Candy Mountain and Hot Pink Visqueen. Excuse the nudity. They're wearing translucent clothing, it looks like. That's going to go up for a $5 start. $5 start. That's up for bid. John Lee Hooker 15. Dolls has a bid for 5. Jay Giles is sold to Trina for 25. Thank you, that's sold. Okay, these were some buy it now putbacks from Hatchet Ed. The Kinks. He'll be the next in line. That's $6.99 on the Kinks. And the B-side, or maybe the A-side, is Everybody's Gonna Be Happy. And then we had Johnny Cash, VG, an Original Son, $14.99. Johnny Cash, You Tell Me, and Goodbye Little Darling. Johnny Cash, VG, $14.99. It's Just About Time, and I Just Thought You'd Like to Know. Beautiful Son record, $19.99. And Train of Love, and there you go, $4.99. So 3 Johnny Cash Son and the Kinks. Those are priced as marked, and the Kinks is $6.99. John Lee Hooker's a final call for 15. Doll has bids for 5, and it's now 6. I don't really know why these are in here, but they're available. They're new and sealed if you don't got one already. This is a restock this week of Danger Danger, $39.99. If you don't have one of these already, this is new. It technically came out yesterday. Ace Frehley Now Playing, which is Now Playing series, is a part of a greater greater series they're doing of greatest hits record. So Ace Frehley's on blue vinyl, and it's a compilation of his solo work. $28.99 for Ace Frehley Now Playing. I got about 20 copies left probably of Ace Frehley. I've got a bunch of those, but if you don't have one already, Ace Frehley, there was a big pre-order for it. They're $28.99. Okay. First we had Doll, and then Robert wants all 3 Johnny Cash. Robert, you were next. Dolls at 7 with Teresa. Robert's out. Let's go ahead and sell the John Lee Hooker then to Oso for 15. Paul Brothers wants an Ace Frehley now playing. That's sold to Paul Brothers. I've got plenty left, and that Danger is available. Whoops, I didn't give you all three. All three. That leaves the Kinks there for $6.99 if anybody wants it. This is our next New Orleans single. No Strange. Oh, that was cracked. That's cracked. I remember that. I was about to say, why didn't that sell? It's too bizarre not to sell. It's cracked. Never mind. That's cracked. I'm going to put it over here in the no bids. And then Ace Frehley is sold to Michael Wood. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you. Let's go ahead and sell that then to Teresa for $7. Thank you, Teresa. Next New Orleans single is Revenge, the Hunchback Men and the Headstones. Hunchback Men presents Revenge. That looks very interesting. $5 start on that. $5 start on that. This is sealed. Here's some OG looking sealed stuff that I'm just going to randomly price, okay? That was tagged for auction, but I think these will do better as buy it nows. Cher, Foxy Lady, sealed. It is a cutout record. Unopened. $15 on Cher. Smokey's Family Robinson, sealed. Unopened Tamla Motown record. $15 on Smokey Family Robinson. Chip Chip, Patsy Sled. I honestly have no idea, but $15 sealed. And Toronto, Girls Night Out, sealed with hop stickers saying 3D glasses included. And it's never been opened, so they still got to be in there. Revenge has one bid for $5. Our next non-New Orleans single that's going to go up is Elvis, Let Me Be Your Teddy Bear. And the B-side of that was Loving You. It's part of that collector series. It's in a picture sleeve. Elvis, it even has a 45 adapter with it. $7 start on Elvis. $7 start on Elvis. Leslie says she'll take the Cher for $15. That's sold to Leslie for $15. Those are available for $15 each. What else do I have over here in my bins? Oh, here we go. For any of the Johnny Cash fans still sitting around, Shane and Robert W. First, let me make sure this thing's not autographed. A lot of these things are autographed here. This is a really cool original Johnny Cash piece here. This is a really cool original Johnny Cash piece. This is going to go up for a $15 start. This is from 1960. Okay, yeah, this is from 1960. It's called the Johnny Cash Song and Picture Folio Volume 2. It is what it says it is. It's got sheet music. It's also got some really cool pictures. We've had a lot of those posters there. Johnny Cash, 5 Minutes to Live. That was later retitled. That movie was renamed. What was it called? The Psycho something? But really cool pictures here. And, of course, lyrics. There's Johnny Cash and Johnny Horton going fishing. How'd you like to hang out with them? Going down to the old creek to catch some fish with Johnny Cash and Johnny Horton. $15 start. Song and Picture Folio book. That's up for bid. I'm going to put that right back there. Only one bid on Revenge for $5. That's sold to Teresa. Regina gets Elvis for $7. That's sold. And now this Johnny Cash book is up for bid. $15 start. Really cool Song and Picture Folio. That's up for bid. Here's this Eagles poster I still hadn't got somebody a price on. Oh my gosh, they're going to think I forgot about them. I promise it's still right over here. I'm glad I just rediscovered it. Let me put it back on the shelf so I don't forget about it, or I do forget about it for another week. How long has that been? I'm supposed to be getting them back to that for a while now. All right. I don't know what this is. 11. I don't know if Tanner needs that or not. I better not throw it away. Okay. Now, what's going on here? Robert's in. I was hoping you would be. Mary says almost 3 weeks. Wow. Golly. All right, that's stuff that hadn't went up for auction yet. So here are New Orleans singles, including ones from the night, that didn't get bids that I'm going to bundle together. Nerves, Mastica, Junior Marvel, Cockney Rebel, The Revelators, and Cruisin'. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait a minute. That's 6. 6 for, instead of 30, for $15, and I'll throw in the one that's cracked. You probably can still play it if you don't use a good needle, but some of these cracked records, like, it's really hard to see. I pinched it just right and I felt it. Yeah. Like, it'll still play, surprisingly, but you got to be careful. I wouldn't try anything, but let's bundle all those for $15, which is essentially half price. So that should be 7 records now. 7, including the cracked one. Sell those to Teresa for $15. Robert's the only bidder right now on Johnny Cash for $15. That's a final call. The next New Orleans single is not really something you would expect from New Orleans. Bob Luman. It's a pictured sleeve. Let's put that up for a $5 start. $5 start on Bob Luman. Very quick auction on that. If he gets a bid, I'll do going once, going twice, and we'll try another one. And then I had one other John Lee Hooker record over here, Toronto 8. I'll do Sealed Toronto for 10. And does anybody want Smokey Robinson or Patsy Sled for 15 or 15? And Toronto 10 on that. Here's our next auction. John Lee Hooker is a 1974 U.S. reissue. This is a compilation, the greatest hits of John Lee Hooker. It's in VG condition, and we're going to put it up for a $15 start. Johnny Cash sold just one bid for $15 to Robert W. That's a really cool piece. I'm going to actually put that in the crate over here. John Lee Hooker, 74 U.S. Brandon's in at 15. Chris wants to seal Toronto for 10. What else is over here in this tub I'm digging all this stuff out of? There's no telling. Oh yeah, I forgot about these. That's Fred Goodwin stuff. I'll do that in a second, or later, or another night. I am entertaining offers on this record. It's a 1973 sealed copy of Nielsen Sings Newman. Nielsen Sings Newman. It is a 73 US, a $35 buy it now or best offer. Bob Luman's a $5 buy it now. The next New Orleans single is The Death Row, Funny Girl. The Death Row, Funny Girl. That's going to go up for a $5 start. Death Row, Funny Girl, a $5 start. John Lee Hooker is sold to Brandon Lack for $15. And now I'm going to swap out crates. Yeah, we're about to do probably a buy it now best offer, some sealed stuff from these most recent collection hauls. And I'm going to try my best to find the next best one. And this crate has filled up. Now that's our 4th full crate of sold stuff, but I bet I've sold. Let's see. Oh no, we've sold a lot of 45s. I was going to try to count them, but it's going to take too long. It's going to take way too long. All right, let's try to find some LPs to go through. Buy it now best offer, okay? And probably some of the last stuff we do tonight because it's 1:11. I think I started the show. I don't really have much. I'll definitely keep like a New Orleans single up for auction for y'all, but that's about it. I have another Elvis record here to do, I think. Yeah, here's another Elvis. This is a promo. And then a Johnny Cash. Let me try to knock these out right quick. This is Elvis For the Heart. This might be a good one because some of these promos are odd. Elvis Presley Hurt and For the Heart. That's a $7 start. Elvis Presley and Death Row has one bid for $5. Looking for an offer on Nielsen Sings Newman. And see what I've got here. This is an empty box. That's an empty box. Where's the lid? All right, the last tricks of the week are coming up. Let's see what we can do. The last of the last is coming up. Can you take a peek at the special order request list? I actually have it wrote down on a sticky note, but I will pull up your messages right quick. Speaking of, I need to go ahead and plug up my phone. The time has changed. The time has changed. Well, Robert, I accidentally locked your message, and then the screen went blank. Let me try that again. Okay, Superman the movie, Mondo Talk. Okay, now the only way I know if I can order those I'll have to like log in to those websites. So to right now I can't say because those are possible. I should be able to let you know. I'm going to order some stuff tonight, I think. I should be working here tonight, and I'll try to get some of that ordered. These 245s are sold. Elvis is sold for $7 to Regina. Teresa got Death Row for $5. Our next New Orleans single. Uh-oh, this thing looks warped. This may be warped. Oh, man. Look at that. That sucks. Warped. Warped. I bet all these are warped. They're wet and warped. Yeah. Warped New Orleans records, $5. You might can flatten them. $5. Warped New Orleans records, $5. All of them. Let's find that crate that's going to finish up the night if I can. That's all vintage. Probably going to have to walk over here to get it off the table. I'd rather, yes, okay, thank you. I'll try my best. Sometimes I'm trying to get some analog production stuff from a guy right now, which I can get, but what happens is my distributors don't have it sometimes, but of course Analog Productions has it. And a lot of people want to order it through us, which obviously I greatly appreciate, but sometimes I'm just not able to get it, and they want to get it before it sells out, and so I'm like, well, dang, okay, go ahead and get it there. You know, so... All right, let's try to find some sealed stuff. Is this sealed stuff? That was some of the very first stuff there. I mean, very first, and we've already been back through it. This is vintage. Next week is going to be probably Monday. We're going to have on sale new vinyl. I bet this crate is on the very bottom. Boy, that's heavy. Yep. Have we went through these? I don't know if I've took offers on this crate. Let's take offers on this crate. This is some new sealed stuff here. And then we'll see. They hadn't got your guitar yet. I don't know what, it must be the case. Have they given you an update on that, Robert? That should have shipped by now. It's still sitting right over here. I think we were going to rely on somebody to get us a case, and I think they've kind of dropped the ball. I don't know that for sure, but I don't know. Somebody asked the other day about their guitar shipping, and I would have immediately ordered the cases online, but I think we were trying to get somebody who could get us a local connection, and I don't think that came through. So I'm not for sure, and I always hate not being able to give updates on orders, but I don't think we wanted to ship it until we got a perfect case for it, obviously. So, all right, these are buy it now or best offer here. Paramore, All We Know Is Falling. Paramore is sealed for $29.99. All We Know Is Falling, $29.99. So you can go ahead and buy these or make offer. Paramore. The Strokes, Angles. The Strokes is sealed for $29.99. So a rare opportunity for new stuff. To be buy it now or best offer. Stop by tomorrow. There definitely should be somebody be here. Paul, I was actually here all day last Sunday with JSA, authenticating these autographs and helping them. And I was like, Paul might message us at any minute, and you would have got an opportunity to meet me. And now I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow now, but somebody will be. You just got to, before you leave, message, make sure you get a hold of somebody through Messenger, and they'll be able to arrange it. Stanley Turrentine, Common Touch. Stanley Turrentine is sealed, $19.99. Denzel Curry, Imperial. Denzel Curry is sealed, $19.99. Sealed for $19.99. The Mountain Goats, Tallahassee. This has their biggest song on it, No Children. A Note from Laura, a sad banger. Sealed for $24.99. Muse, Origin of Symmetry. Muse is sealed for $29.99. Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday. That is sealed for $29.99. We got two of those. Looks like I need a New Orleans single to go up. Cool Jerks. Cool Jerks. This is going to go up for a $5 start. Yeah, you need to make sure you come before Brian. That way you can be back home and watch so you can buy more comic books. I need you back home and watching the sale. $5 start on Cool Jerks. I need you to be here and then be back home before he goes live so you don't miss anything. Yeah, I think we're going to do a comic book sale tomorrow exclusively. I think Paul was thinking about doing records as well, but I need maybe him doing some other stuff here for me. So, Cool Jerks has a bid for 5. Carolina Polacek is sealed on Tiger's Eye vinyl. There's a note from Laura. Laura loves Caroline. Sealed for $29.99. Public Enemy, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back. Public Enemy is sealed for $29.99. Also, we have Playboy Cardi, Whole Lot of Red. That is sealed for $29.99. The Cool Jerks is Kanye Ella's Agent Secret. Sounds like Secret Agent Man to me. Limiter. COMMEI Agent Secret. I bet that's Secret Agent Man. It may not be, though. That's what it sounds like in a foreign language. Public Enemy and Nicki Minaj, $20 each. Are you buying both Nicki Minaj's? Are you purchasing both of them? Through Fire presents Devil's Got You Dreaming. Through Fire is sealed, $19.99 on colored vinyl. Czarface, A Fistful of Peril. Czarface is sealed for $24.99. Lucy Dacus, home video. Lucy is sealed for $19.99. Mdu Mokhtar, sealed for $24.99. And Mitski, Puberty 2, sealed for $24. Now, William, Teresa bid first on the Cool Jerks for $5, so you've been outbid. Her bid came in first. Jim, I'm going to do that since you're taking both copies, and you're going to end up buying all 3. So these are sold to Jim B, 20, 20, and 20. Those are sold to Jim B, 20, 20, and 20. Does anybody else want to make an offer on anything in there? Boy, I'm starting to feel the wrath of my hunger come on. Not that I'm getting that didn't sound right. Not that I'm in a bad mood, but I'm starting to feel my hunger greatly, exponentially increase. Cool Jerks is a 7. Chad's turning into some sort of I need food type deal. Let's see if we can find one more crate. Also very sleepy. Y'all have wore me out. Mitski, the 3 Heart Laura record. She also loves Lucy Dacus, but she's been writing that on every one of them. Oh, that's Carolina Polacek. Let's see here. JPEG Mafia. Boy, I feel like some of those might have got grabbed. JPEG Mafia or Carolina Polacek. What do you call this? I kind of know what it sounds like, but I don't know how to describe it. Dylan album. I'm booted out of Discogs. I was going to scan it on Discogs and let you know. Nielsen is sealed. Yes, $35. This is down-tempo, indie pop, alternate pop. Yeah, electronic pop, indie pop. I mean, it's a pop record. They last sold for $31, $31, and $34. We've got a marked sealed $29.99. Yeah, indie pop, indie rock. I was about to say, it's got to be an indie record for Laura to be very much into it. Cool Jerks has a bid for 11. Teresa, you've been outbid. And then Paramore. Sell these to Jim B for $20 and $20. Carolina Polacek is sealed for $29.99. Laura, who works here, who priced these, she does little recommendations on the back. Teresa, let me know on Cool Jerks. And Caroline's $29.99. Let me see if I can find this crate Jim B's talking about. There's a crate over here on this table that I've never really got to go through. Let me see what's on here. Or hadn't got to go through it a second time. It may be in here. There's Tom Petty. Great. This is a good one. Plosives. I've been wanting to go through here. Red Fang. I got to show this one on Facebook. Arcs. Yeah, it's not this one. Quicksand. No JPEG Mafia on this one. Cannabis Corpse. Radiohead. Yeah, I need to get that one on Facebook. Okay, so it could be possibly down here. Jim B. Alt J. Killers. Me Danger. Mitski, Bon Iver, Parachute, Top Waits, Bird, Credence. Tom Waits. Nope, not in this batch. Oh no, I've squatted down. Ow! $27. All right, this is sold to Robert for $27. Thank you, Robert W. That's sold to you. And then Cool Jerks is still getting bids. They're not done yet. The punches continue. That's all metal stuff. So Jim B, it's got to be over here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I'm keeping all the metals separate so we don't accidentally go through all that stuff again. Because we went through it. We went through it 3 times that night. Then I went through it all in the Flip Correct video. And then I showed it that next day again. And we went through it all again. And we'll probably be showing it again. We'll show it again on the other night, Thursday night, when we show more metal. But Toxic Reasons, No FX, NOS, Mezzanine, Snail Mail, Jam, Candy On, George Duke, Casey Musgrave, Foo Fighters, Smiths. You know what? For some reason, I have a feeling like somebody grabbed those. I don't know when, but I don't remember really what they looked like. But I just have this feeling that they might have sold. I wish they'll show back up so that way I can sell them again. And maybe I was wrong. Let me walk around here. All right, what else happened here? Cool Jerk. This is sold to William for $13. And did I miss the answer? Yes. This is a 73 US sealed. 73 US sealed, Dale. 35 OBO. If I put the Paramore Mac. Well, if you put these back, there's a good deal. I'll never take another one of your offers again. So I'm going to put them back, but there's a good chance I never take any of your offers ever again. We was on such a good streak there, Jim B. And now everything has just totally crashed. And I'm still trying to find your JPEG Mafias. And where could they be? They could pop up at any time. I don't know where they're at right now, honestly. Let me count how many crates I have stacked up behind me. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50. Okay? And then over here on this table, and stacked next to the table, there's 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 61, 62, 63. There is 64 crates that it could possibly be in. As of right now, I have no idea. But I'm trying my best. Our case says he'll do a pair more for 23. Perfect. 23. Now, Holden, if you're trying to buy Caroline Polachek, Holden, this record was marked for $30. I'm not going to take 15 for it. Somebody's already offered 27. If you want Caroline Polachek, Holden, this is $27. Paramore is on black vinyl. I'm assuming, yes. One sold to R.K. Tucker for 23. This and that for $60. Dale Sanders. Let me find that record. Sell these to Dale Sanders for $60. Those are sold to Dale Sanders for $60. Mason, let me know if you want the last one. Paul's going to bed. I'm about to go eat. I'm trying to make sure I have done every last deal I can. And Holden says he'll take a Caroline for $27. Thank you, Holden. That's sold to you for $27. Appreciate that. I feel like there's a stack of crates that maybe that thing could be in that it's hidden. Yeah, there's 2 more crates there, but that's sealed stuff. Make that, whatever my count was, add 2 more to it. Here's 3 more crates, but that's vintage stuff I've shown half off. Yeah, I just don't know where those are at. That'll be something that just pops up at any second. I can't really restack all this and try to find them. We'll be here for a while. Daylight saving. I'll take the other for 23 if Mason. Mason passes. Great. Emily gets this for 23. I had one more over here. I got one more. It's a lot of new sealed stuff before I say goodnight. Let's go through it. Because now that I've kind of started a crate, I want to fill it up a little bit more. I think there's really good titles in here. And maybe, this thing's so packed, maybe the record Jim B's looking for is in here. And we'll see what's in here. So one more crate. These are new and sealed. A fast read-through. Looks like we got some people watching, buying some new sealed indie stuff. This is probably a great crate for that. Cage the Elephant, sealed, $27.99. Sealed, $27.99. Both of the Paramores are sold. We have Red City Radio Paradise, clear with splatter, punk noise, $24.99. Walter Bishop, Bishop the Bank, that is Record Store Day, never before released live, $24.99, some jazz there. Unforgettable Nat King Cole, that is sealed for $27.99. Miles Davis, this is Miles Davis, working with the Miles Davis Quintet, sealed, mono RTI pressing, $39.99. Teresa got Cage the Elephant, that's sold to Teresa. Morphine on Music on Vinyl for just $34.99. This is an OBO album, yep, make offers. Vanilla Fudge Rock and Roll, EX Edition, $16.99. Heavy Sounds, that's a compilation from Columbia, EX, $12.99. Yoga Instruction, VG Plus, $14.99. Also, we have Tom Waits, Foreign Affair, VG Plus, $29.99. I still got a post pre-order for Lady Gaga. I hadn't done that yet. Jay-Z, In My Lifetime. Jay-Z is sealed for $34.99. Men at Work Cargo, $19.99. That's an OG record. Japanese Breakfast, Jubilee, sealed, $24.99. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $19.99. CCR, Bayou Country, sealed, $29.99. We got 2 of those. Also, Donald Byrd, this is Jazz at the Waterfront, Blue Note Tone Poet. Kevin Gray Remaster, sealed, Blue Note Tone Poet for $34.99. Another Tom Waits, that's an SRC, $29.99. Pretty Things, Parachute, 50th Anniversary, reissue remaster, $39.99. Bon Iver is sealed for $24.99. Mitski, The Land is So Inhospitable and So Are We. A note from Laura. Laura loves Mitski, $24.99. Ives Tumor is sealed for $24.99. Chris Stapleton, Higher on Bone Colored Vinyl, just $34.99. We got 2 of those. The Avett Brothers, I and Love and You, sealed for $39.99. Don't hesitate to make offers. Boris is sealed for $29.99 with a note on the back, Killer Doom. Gimme Danger, The Story of the Stooges, that's clear vinyl, $24.99. AI Youngblood, that's sealed for $29.99. And then the new album from Joey, Bad A $, sealed $24.99. The Killers, Pressure Machine, sealed for $26.99. Chris Stapleton soda Leslie, yeah, the MSRP on those are like $46.98 or $46.99. I don't do 98s, I do 99. So yeah, that's not a bad price on the Indy for 34. Also, Alabama 3, sealed for $29.99. And then Alt J. Alt J is sealed $34.99. The Abba's Greatest Hits, that was a USOG. That should be right here. It's a USOG gatefold. No condition notes. Nice. $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Does anybody want that Bob Lumen and the Kinks record? I'll sell you both of those for $5. The Kinks, which was $6.99, and Bob Lumen $5. I'll sell you both of them for $5. And then we had Patsy Sled, Chip sealed, and Smokey Robinson sealed for $15. I'll do both of them sealed for $15. Both of them sealed for $15. RK said sold. I bet that's on both of these for $5. Now, Bob Smokey Robinson, get that lady free. Who's that lady? I was talking about the song. It's Patsy Sled, if you're curious. Anybody else want to make an offer? A rare opportunity. A lot of new sealed stuff in there. Best offer. So I've got a decision to make. I think my mom ordered some pizza, and I'm going to go see what I have left in the fridge, and if it looks appetizing. I know Brian walked by earlier. He warmed a bunch of it up, and it smelled awfully good. Hopefully he left me enough. If it doesn't look too appetizing, I'm going to go to Whataburger. I've been talking about Whataburger all week, but I haven't been. And this will be a great night for it. Saturday night, cheeseburger, fries, maybe even a milkshake, brownie, chicken strips. Avett Brothers 33, sold to RK Tucker. What's on the Killers? The Killers, West Hills, Quiet Town, Terrible Thing, Cody, Sleepwalker, Runaway Horses, In the Car Outside, and Another Life, Desperate Things, Pressure Machine, The Getting By, sealed $26.99. Jay-Z, Derek Estrada is sealed for $34.99. I hope there's enough pizza to keep me satisfied. Although Brian, I think I saw him walk by earlier with a plate, and it looked like he had about 4 pieces, so I don't know how much is left. That mom ordered it for our employees today, and she said, there's a ton left. Mason gets ABBA for $15. I'm assuming that John Griffin didn't want it. So I'm going to sell this to Mason for $15, unless John Griffin decides he wants it. Tag that to Mason for $15. I found the crate in an old video. What other records are in there, Jim B? The color of the crate no longer matters. The album front should have stories so far. Well, they've probably been condensed. It depends on what other records are in there. That will help me try to find it. The Creedence. In-N-Out's building a store here in Lebanon too. They're building one over by our Home Depot, which is not too far from my house. And they're moving their headquarters to Tennessee too. In-N-Out, I think they're moving to Tennessee. What am I looking for in here? Creedence. These are right here. Was it Cure Wish? It's either a 2015 or 14, according to this barcode. Yeah, I ate it In-N-Out for the first time when I went to Vegas about a year ago, when we went to go see U2 at the not the Dome. What's it called?
What's the thing in Vegas called? Yeah, even now it's moving to headquarters to Franklin. Yeah. What is that thing in Las Vegas called? The Sphere, the dome. Yeah. The Sphere. Thank you. And that's when I ate an In-N-Out burger. And I guess they get their name because they're fast, right? In and out. Because me and Seth walked in and I was like, dude, we're going to be here for a long time. And we didn't have really anything to do. You know, we had all day in Vegas. But, you know, it's like you get like a couple days in Vegas. It takes you a week to see everything. But I was like, I'm ready to sit down. But we ordered and like had our food. And there's like 1,000 people in there, it seemed like. I mean, it's a huge store there in Vegas. And, boy, yeah, we had our cheeseburger, fries in no time. Sell these to Dale Sanders for $40. Got it. Okay. Any last questions? Is there a Crystal still in Lebanon? There's a Crystal on the west side of town. I drive by it every day. I have not ate Crystals in a long time. I had a bad experience at Crystal once, and I've never really ate there since. I'm not talking about like customer service or anything. I'm talking about I ate. I ate some bad Crystals. I think I had some bad onions one time or something. Cure Wish. Yeah, we sold all those Cure Wishes. Let me see if I can see, or we maybe got down to one. They're not going to be there. They're not going to be here. They're not going to be over here. Yeah, they got to be over there on this side. I've probably got the general idea of where they're at, but the color of the crate doesn't help. What is in it helps, but I think we end up selling all those cures. I'll check right here right quick. Who was this? No, that's not them. No. Jim, there's a chance that they got sold. Actually, there's a really good chance that they got sold because I remember calling something out like that. So, I mean, that's why I could be on a hunt for something that isn't here anymore. Yep, they're not in there. All those are vintage crates. Facebook ended. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Facebook. Dang, I forgot. I never did tell everybody good night. I forgot about Facebook. Derek Estrada, you might be the last sell of the night. This is sold to you for $27. Does anybody else want a Jay-Z for $27? Does anybody else want a Jay-Z for $27? If not, let me know. Or if you do, let me know. I forgot to tell everybody on Facebook good night before the feed ended. And we've now hit officially 8 hours, and I'm done. Thanks, everybody, for watching. If you have any last goodbyes you want to say, now's the time. An amazing 7 straight shows has come to another close. I've been here for the last 6. We've streamed anywhere from 8 hours to 9 hours every night for the last basically 6 nights, and then counting Sunday, we're done for this week. Now, Paul and Brian will be here tomorrow. We're definitely doing some sort of comic book auction. And then I don't know about records. I think it's just going to be nothing but like comics and toys tomorrow. We're going to get that advertised and promoted. We've sold a Blue Million records, and we will be here in the future. And when's the future? Tomorrow. So this doesn't stop. If you're new, we're here every single night. We're selling records. We're selling other collectibles tomorrow. We've had an incredible week. I'm very excited to look at our numbers when everything's tallied, because I think y'all are putting us on track for, once again, a beyond record-setting year here. Beyond a record-setting year again. Beyond a record-setting year again. So I want to appreciate everybody for watching. Miles Davis is $39.99. Dale, if you want to make an offer, let me know. If you're Brian Sanders on Facebook as Dale, because I've got to end this feed. If I'm here any longer, Chad's going to get very hungry, and Chad's going to start like punching holes in the wall. No, I'm joking. Thanks everybody for watching. We're done. Thank you and good night. I'll see y'all Monday at 5 o'clock. I'll be here again all next week doing this again. Appreciate it, and good night.